Alright, welcome everybody. We're live right now, Google Hangouts on air. Um, we've been discussing a little bit about past lives and things like that, Atlantis, Lemuria, and stuff like that. We're just going to go ahead and continue with this conversation, see exactly how it goes. Sorry I didn't
Seems
get it going
perfect.
about half an hour ago because we had some really good discussions. No.
So where were we when we all left off?
It was kind of a progressive, you know, subject matter. It didn't really stop at any particular point.
Fair enough, fair enough. I was booted off my internet access, so I don't remember where we were at. Last I know, you were talking about your past lives.
Oh, so you missed all that for the past couple minutes then.
Yeah.
Basically, we were just talking about like the like how more and more people are gaining awareness and like waking up to the reality of these things. Um, this like the spherical concept we were talking about, and um, ultimate and how it's like growing, and that, because that was right after you brought up the point about light and stuff like that.
Yes, I remember now. Thank you.
And it kind of developed into like I brought up the point of like also with that awareness, keeping in mind the awareness that some people aren't ready to be aware yet. Like some people just aren't ready to realize that they don't really want to, and so it's not like we can, awaken the entire world and like make everyone realize this stuff. It's a growing process for us as a whole. So to be
Yeah.
aware that some people just aren't ready for it.
Yeah, I smell that.
Well, yeah. Think about it like seeds, man. We plant seeds in people's minds, and they're the gardener. They got to make it grow. We're not here to force anything on anybody. They have free will. We have to honor that. So, if they're not doing the gardening, hey, we can only plant seeds, you know.
That's the
Plant the
worst.
seeds. Hallelujah.
Like Ashley was saying, we have to make her friend believe. Perfect point. We can only plant the seeds. We can't do anything.
That's right.
And something I was actually just thinking about this recently. It's funny that got brought up because I was thinking about this last night. This concept kind of popped into my head where I saw it as kind of like the planting seeds and stuff, and it's like a person throughout their lives and stuff, a person could go many lifetimes not being ready, and then have one where it just clicks, and sometimes, people are going to live and die multiple times before they reach a lifetime that where it does click, or when they are ready, or when they make the decision, or where something happens that, makes things fall into place, or, whatever.
I have a theory, though, to what you're saying, if I may interject.
Yeah.
What if they're already ready? They're infinite, so they're already aware. They're just choosing not to resonate with that perspective.
Exactly, and that's exactly my point. Is it's not that they aren't ready, it's that they aren't ready. It's not that they aren't ready, it's that they aren't ready. They're not choosing to be ready yet. So I guess like what to explain it better, the kind of realization I had, I'll put it into a like a metaphor. Each person has their own field, and seeds get put in it, but they have to garden it. They have to take care of it. They have to water it, all that stuff. And over like every lifetime is a season, okay? So you go through 5 different seasons where you just trampled all over your seeds and didn't actually take care of it, and your soul is going to start kind of, your consciousness is going to kind of start screaming at you. You're going to suddenly be aware that you need to something needs to change. And and as people get close to that, they start looking, they start opening up, they start going, okay, what's really there? What's the real truth? How do I find this? Because I feel like something's not working, something's not right. And so it leads them to that place, and eventually they're going to say, you know what, I'm going to take care of this crop, and they do it because they've lived 5 seasons in, spiritual and conscious famine, in like a starvation. And so it drives them, this spiritual starvation, like a hunger, drives them towards that awareness. And I think that's really what like this human experiment is really about. It's to sort of learn more about more about existence and consciousness itself in a different facet. Maybe that's why in this dimension we do experience hunger, because everything's an infinite fractal, as above so below kind of thing. Maybe we experience that because it's a reflection of a certain aspect of our consciousness, and it's trying to tell us something. And it's that it's teaching us lessons always in it. So, some people, they're taking longer. We're not going to wake up the entire world to put it simply, the entire world is not going to be awake by the time all the people on this conversation are dead.
Oh, yeah.
But the point is to help that along.
Mm-hmm.
It's this strange paradox of time being spherical and everything really happening at once, coexisting at the same time, but also happening in a line.
Yeah, if I could jump in, like before we get too far off the subject, me on the quotes and stuff, so I made a quote. It's not really a quote, but it's kind of like a poem. Our mind is the garden, our thought to the seeds. Let the flowers blossom, then pull all the weeds.
I've seen that on Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we're doing, not only purifying our own self, but also purifying the collective, because not only do we have our own personal karma, but we also are dealing with the planetary karma. But that's something that, we can certainly, our ability to handle and things like that.
But what about the theory of nothing has meaning unless you put meaning to it? Wouldn't that make karma and karmic energy obsolete?
Our perception is the inception of our life's direction.
Yeah, exactly.
Karma itself was a system that it's useful in some ways, but we've kind of graduated out of it. So yes, you are correct that karma is an opt-in, opt-out system as of now.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well said.
That was very well said. What is your perception of the beings who are assisting the planetary consciousness at this time?
Love, absolutely. I mean, one thing I just wish that there was more discussion of in the public forum is of ascended masters and these galactic beings and things like that. There's a lot of talk, about Jesus and things like that, and that's very fine. He's a great ascended master. Helped us with a lot of things, but there's a lot more than that. There's a lot more to our history than stuff that we remember, and so it's wonderful to be able to bring that back.
Yes, especially Saint Germain, man. I wish people would get in the violet flame to purify these negative energies and stuff they have. Like, not many people even know about Saint Germain.
And he's the what do you say, leader for the Aquarius age, Yeah.
The violet flame is Saint Germain's claim to fame.
Yeah, that's one of the most powerful ones, being able to transmute everything into purity and perfection. That's because what we have to do is we have to master all of the 7 rays and the 5 secret rays in order to complete our ascension.
Amen, bro.
Which that's the whole mind-baffling concept in its own to some extent, especially for the quote-unquote unawakened, is ascension itself, to, transcending the physical death process, to be able to die consciously as opposed to dying unconsciously. That's something, a very special thing, We've been once again, tying in all the topics, is that we've been having lifetimes upon lifetime training for this, and now it's finally like the big show, but it's fun. It's not something like it's not like a serious. It's a serious matter, but it's a fun, playful matter. It's being taken with grace and love and light, you know.
Hey, I have a question. Hello?
Go for it, bro. Go for your question.
Do you guys go to school or, yeah, do you guys go to school or work?
Who's this question towards? Everyone?
Yeah.
I mean, I can start off. I went to school for a couple years, community college, and I might go back for some more studies, but I just realized that there's, it's like it's the pursuit of knowledge external when there's a whole treasure trove of knowledge internal, and so it's kind of like I've decided to take the path of searching for the internal answers. And as for work, I am just about to get employed, I do believe, with a traditional job, but certainly have been looking at the untraditional employment for quite some time, and perhaps may continue on that path.
Okay, cool.
I guess I can go next. I have a similar story as Jordan. I had a prepaid college. I was going to college, and I was about a year and a half in, and I just felt exactly like he did, that there's such a deeper level of wisdom inside of us than that could ever be found in this exterior world. And the knowledge that they have built up here on this world is just so finite compared to the unlimited amounts of information you can get from inside of yourself. As far as employment, right now I work on repairing cell phones and technology. I try to bless every single piece of equipment because it's run off of crystals, and crystals have consciousness. So I try to also give the energy to the physical items, but also try to bless them and help people to understand that there is consciousness inside of all of our phones and our electronics and our computers, so be conscious of that.
Oh, cool. Dude, that's a good job you have. I'd say, like, keep up that career. That's really nice, actually. Like, in school or at work, do you guys feel like you get your energy drained?
Yeah, I do. I've worked a number of different jobs. I've been to college. For me with college, the fact that I have to pay so much money and am forced to work so slow on somebody else's predetermined schedule bothers me a lot. I like studying on my own. I don't need their piece of paper. I can learn everything through online courses that are free that have the same content. But when I am work, it depends on the environment, really. Like, if I am at a college, sometimes it's kind of invigorating. Sometimes it just drains the life out of me. Like, it feels like I am being drained. And with work, the reality is most people don't actually want to be there. They're really just wanting to go home. And so there's like a void in most workplaces that I've been to. And when you're there for hours at a time and you're hypersensitive to it, it can really wear on you. So I mean, right now I'm looking for more work because I moved out here and it's been kind of a crazy situation, but yeah, like, it really just depends on the environment. Sometimes in certain environments it really, like, kind of picks me up, it invigorates me, but in others I do feel drained.
Yeah, I got you. Listen. 'Cause, like, when I'm at school, and it's always been like this for me. It's always been like this since like 7th grade, I think, and it was middle school, and like I had no idea why, but I just felt tired and weak by the end of the day, and I felt like partially it was because of the people around me. And then, like, as I entered high school, I realized this grew more apparent, and I realized, like, it's like when I'm at school, my energy gets drained, and then, like, my willpower, like, it goes down, and everything about me goes down, and I just, like, it's hard to talk to people. I feel less secure, etc. And like, just now, I'm actually working on that, working on grounding and staying centered and stuff, etc. And
Yeah.
it's getting a lot better for me now, actually.
So basically, that's an indicator that you're an empath. And the journey to like developing your empath ability is to understand that it is a gift to be able to feel other people's energy fields, but you also have to understand that you don't have to. And to be able to develop that ability to be able to feel, but also be able to shield yourself from certain energies. And it's a long process of developing in yourself, you know?
Dude,
You
it's
know,
so
I was
hard.
actually just going to say that because I went through the same thing in school. I actually ended up dropping out of school in 10th grade because I didn't have control of my empath abilities, I guess you could say. And I learned very hard in kind of school of hard knocks to shield yourself, to release and let go and realize that what you are feeling, you're feeling for a reason. You're not just absorbing everything around you. What comes into your bubble of awareness, you're meant to perceive and be aware of in order to learn from. There's always a lesson behind it, you know? There's always some type of higher intelligence guiding what you're feeling.
Amen.
Okay.
Something else that is directly related to that, because empaths are, I'm highly sensitive empath, like it to a point where it's frustrating sometimes. Like I've been developing control over it much more than I did when I was younger. I've been really working on that and seeing a lot of progress, especially recently. But something I picked up along the way was that, particularly in schools and workplaces, you'll notice that most of them have the fluorescent lights.
Oh,
And I'm
God, I
telling
hate
you, those things are like poison for empaths.
Dude, I know,
Okay.
those things destroy me, dude.
They-
Dude, I always...
They're
Sorry,
very
go on.
hard to deal with. And the second thing is, no, my computer's dying. The second thing is microwave radiation. Anything like Wi-Fi, cell phones, cell towers, if you're near those things, or if you have them near you regularly, you should get some kind of protective device. Like I have a necklace that blocks out microwave frequencies. That really does make a difference. It doesn't.
Kyanite is really good for that.
It blocks out
Kyanite, you got black tourmaline, you got orgonite, you got shungite's a new one that's come out that's really good at blocking EMF waves.
See, I've actually got, this is specifically made for it. This right here, it's specifically made to block out microwave radiation.
I've seen
And I mean,
those.
it's not cheap, like it's, you know, buying a crystal would be cheaper, but I mean, this really does work. It really does make a difference that you can feel. You know, after a few days, you can feel it. It's sort of like it's radiation poisoning basically on a low level, and you can feel it, you know, kind of leaving your body finally as you get out of that environment, and it just creates kind of like a little bubble around you that kind of just wards off the radiation. And I bring that up just because empaths are typically, from what I've been able to tell, are hypersensitive to that, as well as other emotions and tensions, and environments like that. The radiation is a big thing that empaths have a problem with.
Oh, and for cleaning your energy field and letting go of all that you've kind of built up throughout the day in school, going into nature is perfect. It always helps me better than any crystal ever has. That's just me personally, though. I'll walk outside and I'll hug a tree, or I'll just meditate underneath a tree, and it not only restores me, but brings me further. Sorry, throat chakra.
Hey, Zakaria, that's what I do. Like, I have a tree, and, like, I call her Tara, and, like, she lives by a lake that I live close to, and, like, I just go up to her, and I just spend, like, 2 hours or an hour there, and I would just hug the tree, or I would sit around it, and, like, naturally, I would get my energy, like, restored and rejuvenated. And, like, I started doing this when I was in high school because, like, I just felt like, you know what, I'm just going to say screw the world, I'm just going to go take a walk. And then I've noticed that, like, while I was out in nature, like, my energy's become rejuvenated slowly, and, like, I start to become more in the present moment. and it's such an amazing feeling, dude. Like it's awesome. Yeah.
Amen.
Marnie's speaker
Yeah, I
or
understand.
microphone isn't working, so I'm kind of talking for her right now too. She wanted to say that like with empaths and stuff like that, it's that we like recognize the way that we're being affected, that we're all affected. It's more about the fact that we're able to recognize what we are perceiving. So as an empath, we're aware of that, but that it's actually happening to everyone in those situations, but we're just conscious of it.
Exactly. Raising our consciousness to be able to
Very well
see deeper things that are happening to us. And once we have that perception, then we actually are affected by it on a deeper level. So what we believe is what we receive on a certain level.
Hey, can I like share something real quick? It's pretty cool. So like when I was like this was like 9th or 10th grade. There's something that there's something like I like messed around with the energies like of being an empath, and I had no idea what it was, but I just called it energy manipulation, and like basically I maximized I like played around with the teachers, and I maximized the amount of one certain emotion like anger or joy.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
And like actions or words affect it, and like I did like kind of like I did it for like a few months, but then after a while like it kind of felt wrong, I guess. Like I don't know, I felt like I had to ascend past that and try to not do that stuff. I don't know, it doesn't feel right.
Well,
Anyway.
see, the thing with that is that like because I experimented with the same thing around the same age, and I started realizing that I have a gift at being able to influence environments, and I realized that when I realized it mainly more through negative emotions, like because they were stronger than the positive emotions in my life, so I would see it more greatly at that time. And I started noticing that I had a gift for influencing the environment because I could project an emotion. And I mean, it was crazy because I would project this emotion and an entire classroom would just erupt in front of me just because I consciously projected it. Like out of nowhere, it just erupts. And so I discovered that, and I did get to that same point where I kind of felt like it was wrong to I felt like I was manipulating things.
Yeah.
And, I didn't want to feel that way. It felt wrong. But something I've realized since then is that is part of our nature as creators. We are meant to influence things, to direct things. I think part of that mental complex that develops, it develops from the sense that you're kind of getting like what's coming to mind is getting an upper hand on other people. Like they can't do the same thing, so it feels unfair. But the point is to realize that and to use it for benefit. Like to use it in a way that helps other people. Kind of get to that level themselves in a positive way, not in a negative way.
Yeah, I actually have made a video about this same thing you're talking about, and I titled it Power. Basically, what's happening is, like I said, we're incorporating more light into our body. This light, the more we get, the higher our consciousness gets. And the higher our consciousness gets, the more of our soul is being able to be incorporated into our body. The balance in the center is your heart. So your heart is the seat of the soul. So as your heart field grows and as your consciousness raises, the electromagnetic field that is created from the heart gets wider and wider. So the thoughts that you have are able to be manifested in reality much more powerful depending on the level of how big your heart field is.
Yeah, I got you.
And also that increases the amount that you can receive at distance as well.
Exactly.
And you can even do that. Something I found is you can actually I have certain terms that I use for it. Like, I call like your general field size. I call it the static field. It's sort of like at rest state and range of this thing, the strength of this heart field, but at times I find that I can greatly extend it, but I can't sustain it when it's extended. It'll kind of reduce back to static, and sometimes it gets diminished, and I have to kind of pick myself back up.
Exactly.
Just like any kind of mentality,
Yeah, the
you know,
law of
sometimes you're
conservation
on
of
point.
energy is coming to play.
What?
I said the law of conservation of energy is coming to play when what he's talking about.
Yeah, and the point is to raise your average, you know, your general, you know.
But also we need to remember that we have each chakra is a consciousness, and each chakra has its own body. We have 7 different energy bodies vibrating at different frequencies, occupying the same space. So if you're in your lower chakras, you're in the feminine, you're in the emotion. If you're in the higher chakras, you're in the masculine, you're in the logical, mental aspects on a certain level. But when you balance both of those, masculine and feminine, you come into the heart, that's where the true power is, to go onto your field to influence the area around you.
Cool.
Amen.
Yeah, Marnie's saying that she's had experiences with that as well, where, you know, speaking of the you know, influencing environments, you know, she's used it beneficially, like, you know, with family situations. There were some negative family situations, and she, you know, extended and projected a beneficial sense, and, you know, the situation resolved. It changed, you know, course to a more positive one. So I think that's very important.
I do
is
that actually a
behind
lot
it.
in my family.
What was that?
I said, what Marnie was saying, I have to do that a lot with my family. I call it holding the light, because a lot of my family members are very fog-headed, I guess you could say. They're like walking around sleeping robots. So when they get into arguments, they like to piss each other off. And I just sit there in the background and project the intent energy, and a lot of the time, I've actually watched my family members just change the subject randomly without even knowing they did it, or forget what they were talking about. And one time, my sister's eyes dilated because I was really sending intent to her to stop talking. Her eyes dilated, she went blank-faced, turned around, walked out the room, and then looked at me and said, "Wait, what was I saying?" And then forgot what she was doing, and then went onto the computer and started playing video games.
Oh, hey, Zakaria. Are you in high school?
Currently, I am in the process of getting my GED, yes.
Oh, cool. Dang.
Why?
Alright, what else should we talk about?
You know, one of the most important things we can do is set up this tube of light. I'm gonna send a little link here to an image. You can see it as showing the image of the I am presence, which I don't know if you've seen this at all, but it's got the lower physical self, which we're all quite familiar with, and then surrounding inside the violet flame, and then surrounding that is the tube of light. And that's the most important thing, because talking about like Wi-Fi and electromagnetic waves and things like that, we can block those out naturally if we just have a charged tube of light. And that's charged through conscious intention, being aware of it, as well daily invocations. And then the picture that I linked is in the chat box if you guys would like. You can just also search I am presence and you'll find it. But you've got the Holy Christ self above you, and that's one of the major things is that, you know, Jesus the Christ was talking about the Christ consciousness. You know, not the what is it? The confusion I'd like to sort out, you know, with the mainstream society is that there's not, you know, it's not as much as Jesus himself was a savior, but as the Christ consciousness is a savior, the Christ self is the savior, the intermediary between the highest self, the I am presence, and the lower self, the physical self. As we clear the karma, as we clear the debris, as we prepare ourselves for the ascension in the light.
Amen.
So many labels in that, though.
Well, labels, they help in some ways. The important thing is not to get caught up in the labels themselves. What they are is they're just symbols. That's all labels are. All concepts are symbols. Every idea you have, every concept, like bottle, it doesn't exist. It's only a concept. And, you know, the bottle is real. It's very real. It's right here, and I know it's real, but it's just a concept. This is formed. What holds this bottle together is a concept. So you could get caught up in the reality of this, or you can realize that there's 99 point so many nines empty space in the atoms that make this up. And, you know, so the symbols never end. There will always be another symbol, another thing to get caught up in. It's all it's meant for is communication. The symbols are what I think, you know, they're kind of like a placeholder for where there is not full oneness. Like if all of us had full awareness of our oneness, we wouldn't need any concepts or symbols because we wouldn't need the language. But in our situation, we make use of those of that language of thought. So yeah, there are a lot of concepts in everything, and they're just as infinite as the infinite potentiality of, you know, the infinite oneness. I mean, it's never going to end with symbols and concepts. So yeah, there is a balance, being aware of them, using them for what they're for, but not letting your mind get caught up in the concepts.
Mm-hmm. Tools and techniques are very powerful and very easy, and allows transmission of information very, a lot easier and things like that, especially with like Reiki and stuff like that. But the true master transcends those tools and is able to use his intuition, and the tools only go so far. It's about achieving a state greater than the tools themselves.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I feel like, being in the heart is that balance between the masculine and feminine. Now, if we become overly masculine, we're so focused on the mental aspects, and the mind expands everything. Like, if we focus on something for a long period of time, it will expand, and that bottle could be called a vessel. That bottle could be called 20 different things if you really go into that deeper meaning of it. But also, if you're living in the heart, you're not having to define everything with labels. You're just saying, okay, in the heart field, this person perceives it as being called a bottle. I will call it a bottle so we can resonate and talk about the same things. Even though we can go at it and say, no, I think it's this, or you think it's this. But then that's all the mind creating separation from everything instead of collapsing it in the heart and bringing it all into one.
Yeah, definitely, because, like, and I mean, you can actually prove that. You can actually prove that that is true, because if I hold this up and we both are looking at the same thing, and I say, this is a bottle, or you say this is a bottle, we understand that. Now, if I pull it away and we're not looking at it, and I say bottle, what do you think? You have the bottle in your mind. We both have the bottle in our mind.
But isn't this a bottle too?
It is, and that's you're a human, I'm a human. We're also not human, and we're also not a human person, and yet we're one. So it's important to remember that, because it's an infinite amount of finite things that are all connected. If they're all connected, they're all one, but they're also separate. So it's infinite, but it's also finite. So it's really interesting.
Exactly, but like I said, the way to simply define that for our consciousness to be able to bring it into one simple understanding is we have 7 different energy bodies vibrating at different frequencies, occupying the same exact space. So every single chakra is a different level of consciousness that this reality can be perceived through. If we have somebody that's in the root chakra in a survival, they're not even going to care about a freaking bottle at all. They're not like, I don't care about this definition. I'm in survival mode. Like, and you have somebody in the sacral thing, like, oh, that bottle it feels like, they're going to be, what I'm saying, on the create. So every single human is at a different level of consciousness, in a different frequency, and perceiving the reality from a slightly different level.
Yeah, and that's the difference, is the perception.
And-
That's all.
So could one say that by being in the... Oh, sorry for interjecting. Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, it's all good. You can go.
Oh, okay. So by taking everything that was just said by Mika and you, Jack, could we say that what Jordan was mentioning as the Christ consciousness could be when we're embodying and being aware and perceiving all of the chakras at once as one whole, and not as just the heart chakra or just the throat chakra or just the different levels, and we're perceiving them as a whole frequency in which we can vibrate along with?
Well, that's kind of what I'm talking about when I say the heart, because the heart is the neutral polarity between the masculine and feminine. So when you go and you live in your heart and you come from the heart consciousness, you see all the aspects of the higher chakras if somebody's in those, but you can also see, without judgment at all, of the lower chakras too. Now, if somebody's in survival mode and they're freaking out and you're in your heart, you know, oh, they're freaking out. But if you're in your mind, you're like, look at this person freaking out. Like, so the only way to be able to not have any judgment is to get into that Christ consciousness, the heart center, the balance of the polarities, that meaning you're not having any judgment of where they're at. You're just looking at it from a neutral position, you know?
Yes, I understand.
And speaking of the Christ consciousness thing, let me see. Marnie was saying Jesus is a symbol of the human experience and the connection that we have to God within ourselves rather than being the literal link, as in recognition of our own link with God in that sense, and our ability to purify ourselves and be saved through that. We are all son of God and son of man, all things that Jesus called himself we are. He is the personification of our connection with God. Separation allows us to recognize our oneness. We have literally come into this experiential reality in order to become aware of the parts of the one whole. The process of understanding the self is on a macro scale, the actual action of existence.
Amen. And as Buddha said, there's a million paths to ascension. Make sure you pick one with love. So the way from my perception, this is just my perception, so everybody can have a different perception. I'm okay with that too. But my perception is Christ said he was going to come back in the sky. Now, for my level of consciousness, being able to connect to the Christ consciousness grid that we're all a part of, that we've all been working to build with all of our light tunnels from our souls, bringing in the higher vibrational light into this world, it's creating this grid. And so it's like everybody, when they connect to that, it gives them a pathway to be able to connect to their own soul. So that's just my perception on the grid and the Christ consciousness and stuff. Anybody else?
I'm feeling and listening. I agree with everything that has been said. I have no comment.
Wow, that's rare. Dang, we're all like-minded. This is awesome.
Yeah, there was a time when there was one Christ, you know, and I mean, now is the time for many Christs, you know, all of us to embrace our Christhood.
And that's what the message was. I mean, he said, all these things I've done and you will do greater. He's also said, you know, like in the Bible it records him as praying to God and saying, let all of them be like me. You know, and in a mundane sense, someone could think, you know, oh, well, that's egotistical. But the reality is he had such that awareness, that consciousness, he wanted other people to experience it. And that's really the whole point. And it says over and over again. I think it was Paul said in Romans, he mentioned something along the lines of, do you not know that you are called to be sons of God? Like, you know, all of us. You know, it's not just a Messiah. It's a universal message. You know, the living word. It's people. You know, it's this consciousness within life. You know, things like that. And it was. You know, there have been a number of different people who have come to Earth and taught and explained this, and you know, they're all really saying the same thing. You know, they're all trying to get the same message, which is it's inside of you. You need to expand. You know, it's awareness. It is expanding your consciousness, and you do that through love. You know, if you don't have love, then it's not going to expand. You know, it's just not. Otherwise, all you're doing is expanding your thoughts and concepts. But those are finite and not really existent in the grand scheme of things. So, you know, that same message, you know, it's the living word, and logos is the word that translates to word. Logos is a living, it's a consciousness. You know, it's a word, it's a mind, you know. So, you know, saying that we are all the same as that logos incarnate, and that we are called to be like that. Not that we aren't already, but that we need to realize that we are, and through the realization we become it. You know, this is like in Dochen Buddhism, it's like, you know, they say there is nothing to change, but if you don't realize this, then tomorrow you won't be changed. You know, it's like you're already there, but you have to realize it in order to have it apply, in order to actually expand it out. It's like and it's this. You know, all these analogies connect. Like, it's the seed. You are a seed. You're gonna stay in that little shell, but if you don't, if you expand, you're gonna turn into a tree. You know, but you can stay in that seed for as long as you want. It's really not doing you any good. You know, all of these things are really, it's that same thing. It's infinite number of finite concepts that are all connected, and that's the element of the logos. It is all things, you know, and it's connecting to that we become that, you know, that Christ consciousness. You know, and I mean, I find it kind of funny because I don't know what. You know, I think all of us generally have the same kind of, like, I guess you could call it religious beliefs, and they could vary from person to person in here, but, you know, I find it funny that the word Christian actually means little Christ, or Christ-like. It was they were a little version of the Christ that people knew about. You know, the people who followed in his footsteps were called little Christs. And I think, you know, as time passed, it kind of got distorted, but that's generally the idea. Is, you know, we start off as small Christ consciousnesses, and we grow. You know, and over time, because we are living in linear, but it's in realizing that we're not linear that we can actually get the benefit of the linear. Like, because if you're actually aware of this, then you can actually go to those places in time where you're already a full-grown tree, and you can download the you and the consciousness that is fully developed into yourself at this point and have it benefit you. So you can actually learn from your fully developed, fully aware self. And I think that this is kind of the method and function of how all wisdom and knowledge is held within a person, because it's all there to begin with. But then we go through this growth period, you know. So I don't know. I'm going to end up going in circles in that analogy because it's kind of cyclical in nature. So I'll just stop there.
I've noticed most of the growth that has occurred in my life has been from actually deprogramming the programming that I received as a young child.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to the whole education thing, because the history, the word itself is his story, you know. It's been the winner gets to write this story, and a lot of it's been distorted or just isn't as it seems, you know. Let alone the parts of history that have been completely demolished, you know. Such as like with the Library of Alexandria, you know, that took a big chunk of our relative history. You know, they say that if all the kids nowadays were taught that the Roman Empire ruled until like the 19th century, what would happen is the kids would grow up, become archaeologists, at least some of them do, and start digging in the ground and actually find physical evidence that the Roman Empire did rule until the 19th century. And we all know that the Roman Empire did not rule until the 19th century. So, but that's just an example of how flexible reality is, because all we're doing is shifting through parallel realities at billions of times per second. And it's a matter of, because that's one of the things is there's a lot of things where it's like, well, how do you fix all the problems with the world? And it's like, as backwards as it sounds, just shift to a reality in which the problems never existed. Taking a gradual step by step by step. But I feel as though it always comes from within, like making that change from within to shift and see the world outside reflect that change, but you can't go to the outside world and try to make it change because it won't change. It has to come from within.
Yes, I agree with you, brother. Yesterday I was smart and I tried to change the world. Today I'm wise and I'm changing myself. I feel you, brother.
And
can I go into like
person changes themselves,
okay.
The world will change.
Exactly. Amen.
On that, like what you were talking about, Jordan, with the changing it to where the problems, as if the problems never happen. In a way I agree, in a way I disagree, because you see, those problems are also part of the infinite spectrum of possibility, and they're happening for a reason. Like, the problems are essentially what are motivating us to realize the aspects of ourselves. Because, I mean, if you were just perfect to begin with, you wouldn't know what it was like to be imperfect. So becoming imperfect so that you realize your perfection is what makes you appreciate both imperfection and perfection. And I think in this, the way those problems are is kind of the purpose of the problem. It's for humanity to experience its consciousness in this way. Not that they should be there, but that they could be there, and they did, and they're being experienced, so that now we can move back to where those problems aren't a problem anymore. Back to totality, back to wholeness and oneness and perfection, where the problems aren't necessary anymore. I think of it more as moving to a place where the problems aren't necessary. If they're not necessary, they won't be there. But not to make it as if they never happened, because that would be ignorant in my mind. And by ignorant, I mean like, people often think of the word ignorant meaning like not knowing, but to me, it's like ignoring. It's an active state of ignoring, because I mean the root word for ignorance is ignore. So it's like actively like blocking your eyes from something. It's like, I don't want to look at that reality. So I think it's more of like using it to our advantage for why it's happening, and kind of learning from it, because there must be a reason why this the universal consciousness has needed these problems that we've experienced. And that's a hard thing to grasp, because people don't want to think things like that. We want it to be all happy and like, oh, the problems don't need to exist at all, and we can just flip reality. And in a way, yeah, I guess that is kind of in our power as, universal beings. But I think that kind of like overlooks the point of it. So,
right.
Yeah, anyway.
Now, I just want to go into a deeper kind of emphasis on the same thing you're talking about. We have to look at karma as magnetics. Magnetics is basically polarity. If we have two opposite polarities on a magnetics like idea, the opposite poles come together and they stick. Okay? Mm-hmm. Now, in your energetic field of your aura, you will have certain karmic energies that are magnetics that you will attract into your life. And these are soul lessons that you need to expand your consciousness and vibration in this reality. And as you are clearing this energy, it's also helping the collective consciousness too. And you. It's like a double-edged sword,
And just something to tag on to that. Polarity is also, it only exists because duality exists. Now, if we transcend that duality,
exactly,
there's no more polarity.
Yep.
You know, so that also is a big thing to keep in mind, and that's kind of like that's sort of like the you know, we've got like issues and concepts and things that we look at kind of down here, and then we got like the important stuff, but that's one of the like few things that are up top that are the key to a lot of this. That's where a lot of it trickles down, is the problem with duality and polarity and what it means to transcend that. And the benefit of duality and the benefit of transcending duality. And, you know, keeping those in mind as well kind of helps make sense of a lot of stuff more.
Huh? What were you saying? I said that Ed was in there and Daddy was asleep.
Oh, Marnie, you can be heard now.
Seems to me like if you're asking somebody to relocate when they're comfortably watching a movie, the least you could do is, you know, check to see if he's asleep and if Edward's in there.
But people are talking to me.
Hey, Marnie. We can hear you. Your audio works.
Are you joking?
No,
No,
we
it just turned on.
No.
Like
Wow, that's bothersome.
about a minute ago.
That's the universe, right? It's always pushing us.
Yeah, I'm actually going to have to go in a few minutes because we're going to eat. So just giving a warning now, I'm going to be dipping out in a few minutes.
Cool. Well, it's good to connect, brother. Like, before, I know you're not going right now, but like, your insight is awesome, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. And Marnie invited me, so I didn't even know about it. Like, I had actually received an invitation, and I didn't even see it until she reminded me about it just like a couple hours ago, and I was like, what? So.
Would be cool is to have this semi-regularly with a group of people discussing the deeper and deeper and deeper topics. That's a
We should
potential
schedule
probability.
another one of these afterwards.
Alright, I
Jordan?
got like a question kind of off topic. How do I get it to go back to where it puts the person that's speaking? I clicked on somebody's
Click on it
picture.
again. The one with the white box around it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, just to throw out another topic subject is the chakra system. You know, like, and about clearing disinfo. You know, all the disinformation that's surrounding a lot of things is that the chakra system is not Roy G. Biv. I know every single chakra book out there and every single chakra teacher says so, but hear me out. Each of them are associated with different god rays, different god qualities. And you have to master the 7 rays, which are associated with the 7 chakras. This is Descended Master Teachings. You can search it up on I'll send a link, just because it's a lot easier. But when you look at it, it makes a lot more sense. Like the crown chakra is gold. Hold on, let me find it. Because if you think about it, the sun itself is a transmitter of information. When we do sun gazing, we're not just doing it just to look at the sun and blind our eyes, you know? We're downloading information, having a conversation with the sun. And I don't know, hold on. And I mean, it causes a little bit of cognitive dissonance at first, but certainly, you know, going with it and trying it out, you may find it works better. And once again, it's all whatever works for you. But I mean, one other thing is like the threefold flame, which the threefold flame is of God, wisdom, power, and love, all tied into one, and that's inside the sacred space of your heart. And those flame-plumed colors are associated with gold as wisdom, blue as power, and pink as love. And I mean, as we know, the gold for the crown chakra, and then the blue for the throat chakra, because the power flows through the throat. And then pink for the heart chakra, because now, one other thing is the reason that it makes sense is because when we do Valentine's Day, we're not sending out green cards. That makes no sense at all. We're sending out pink cards. I'll send a little link right here.
All right, guys, I gotta head out.
All right,
All
see
right,
you, man.
namaste.
Namaste,
All right. Peace.
Peace.
This link. It's in the chat box if you'd like. And that gives you the chakra colors. And I mean, that's just one of the things I'd like to slash through is the Roy G. Biv disinformation. It's in every single piece of art and stuff like that. But working with this, I found it to be a lot more congruent.
Yeah, each chakra has a higher level of advanced color frequency. That's the higher chakras above your head, which is the fifth dimensional frequency. The fifth dimensional chakras actually have different colors. Like the third dimensional chakras have a certain color, and then like the higher chakras above that are still the same. It's kind of like an overlay thing, you know? So I feel what you're saying. I got you.
And they're colors that we can't even see yet. You know, they're like, I mean, one of them's like it's like a turquoise, like a teal color, but mixed with silver and white. I mean, that's just trying to comprehend it within our third dimensional mind. You know.
Amen. Marnie, we can hear you. What's up?
Is it still working?
Yes, it's working good.
That's good. I don't really say much anyway, so.
It's all good.
And another thing that we can do is during the dream state, we can attend different sessions. We download information during a dream state, but because it's a lot more easier to access a lot of things in the etheric realm during our dream state, as opposed to our physical activities. Even meditation. Meditation brings us a lot closer. But during dream state, it's a lot easier. So we can intend to go places while we fall asleep at night and receive information. Even, you know, we can do that unconsciously too.
Amen.
One of which is the temples at Luxor with Ascended Master Serapis Bey. He's usually the initiator for the ascension process. You can go to the temple and there's like a book and stuff that you kind of read out of as you prepare on the path.
Thank you. Zachariah, what's up, dude?
Yeah, thank you. That was like telepathy because I mentally just asked, somebody mention me, what's going on? That was great. What is the topic of conversation? Sorry, my internet kept fading in and out.
Whatever you want it to be.
Whatever I want it to be. Oh, God,
I guess Jordan was kind of saying that we can go deeper into some stuff, so we're kind of just floating around to some deeper knowledge that we've recently ran into, you know.
Oh.
He was talking about the higher chakra levels. How once you get to fifth dimensional frequency, you can actually activate more light, and you can see different colors that other people can't perceive. And this is going to be the new updated color system of the chakras for the future.
Actually, I have some information pertaining to that I was thinking about recently. I was born able to perceive different spectrums of light than the average person. The doctors always called me colorblind. They said that I was fourth stage colorblind. But I've always been able to just shift my perspective slightly and perceive the same colors as everyone else, and then go back to what I call normal vision, and then I can perceive colors that others don't even know of and I can't describe.
Yeah. Dude, I think this is a great subject to really go into the understanding that we only can see a very slight band of frequency called visible light that our eyes perceive, when there is such a huge range that we can't see it. And that's where the veil is, basically. Humans are only able to see that perception of those colors, and that's why we say, oh, look at this crystal, it's green, it must be heart chakra. It really does work like that, though. Everything we see in that color is meant for us to associate with that vibrational frequency of that color from our perception range at that time, from that perception. It's crazy.
And that's why colors have healing powers, and that's why vocalizations have color. Like the wind has color to me. Or you speaking right now, when you got more energetic and more excited about what you were saying, you became more yellow in color to me.
Yeah, so that's the solar plexus chakra that you're able to be able to see coming from my personal power that I was putting out into my aura because I was focusing on that energy center as I'm putting that power out there. You see?
Exactly. I just had a complete thought and it left. It's gone.
No.
Never mind.
It'll come back. Okay, I want to go into something I've been thinking about for a little while as we've been talking. I just got a download the other day. I was looking at a picture on Facebook about somatics and how they had a turtle shell, and they were actually creating the sound waves that created the exact pattern of a turtle shell. And it brought me to this deep, deep level of like where it says, "And God spoke." Well, if you think about speaking, is a metaphor for us being able to understand that our throat actually creates vibrations in this reality that creates words. Certain vibrational tones can actually energetically structure different things. So if you would vibrate the entire universe at a certain tone, or it was ohm, I guess, but it will actually create different structures. Now, if you look at the tones as like your chakras, where you can go, oh, each different one is going to be a different structure. So we're going from a third-dimensional vibration to a fifth-dimensional, higher, faster vibration where everything's going to kind of change internally, and we're going to perceive it differently, but other people are still going to see it from that third-dimensional perspective, which is fine, too, without judgment. You know?
I'm just curious, do you guys get weird vibrations in your body every day?
Depends.
What?
Oh. I get like these vibrations, and I can like control it, but more or less it happens like every 5 seconds or every 5 minutes. Sometimes every hour. If I remember it, then it comes. But like if I forget about it, well, I don't know. But like if I have like a strong emotion, then this vibration like kind of runs like my back or like my arm or my leg or wherever, and like it like started like 5 years ago, and like it's warm, and it like makes me twitch sometimes, but like
Yeah.
it started when I got into something called chi energy, and I started making chi balls, and I kept doing this like all day long, and then like all of a sudden my whole body just became aware, like more like sensitive to chi.
Yeah,
Or-
so what's actually happening is, like we talked about, we're bringing more light into our physical body. When you're running chi, you're actually pulling this light through your body.
Yeah.
And once you get more advanced at pulling this energy through your body, there's going to be different areas of your body that need to be upgraded to be able to handle that level of light and frequency. So these vibrations are actually breaking up the dense, dark energy inside of your physical vessel to be able to release it. And that heat is actually almost like heat evaporates water. It's evaporating that negative energy out of the body.
Okay, cool. So
It's like electricity because it's like cold but hot, right? It's yeah.
my best friend, like he's a straight up indigo, like he has ADHD and he's psychic.
Me
But
too.
like for him, nice. But like for him, like he doesn't feel warm vibrations. Instead he feels like something that's shocking and like more cold electricity, kind of like it's cold, and it's like he said it feels like electricity.
Yeah, that's what happens to me.
Yeah, that's so cool. Oh, and like, wait, this is something random, but like Bryce, like, oh wait, Bryce is my best friend, sorry, but he opened his third eye like 2 years ago, and then he told me something, like he said, when his third eye opened, like he can look into the spiritual realm and he hears voices and stuff, and like what sucks now is his parents are medicating him because he told his parents, so that sucks. Like he's gonna realize soon that medications aren't helpful, and they're not of the highest support for his ascension path. Yeah,
Sorry,
go on.
go ahead.
No, it's-
Meditation is the new medication to release our internal frustrations.
Yeah, yeah, that's true actually. Okay, so anyway, he said like while he was in the spiritual realm, he told me this one thing, but I had no idea what it means. and he told me this a long time ago. He said like this one thing he said that what is the easiest thing you can take from someone without doing anything?
No.
And he said memory, and like that kind of makes sense. But what does that mean to you guys?
Well, as an indigo, their primary chakra the indigos function from is the third eye. So for him, it would be memories because he's so advanced from that chakra. Now, other people have abilities in their throat. They can hear other people's thoughts and other people's, like angels. And so it just depends basically on the main chakra that you're seeing this world from.
Wait, I have a question. So it's true that an indigo's like, because like every time I look at Bryce and every time I think of him, I immediately feel blue, and like it might be his aura that's blue, or like he said his favorite, like he wears a lot of blue, and like it's weird now, like is like I'm asking you, is it true that in indigo's like powers, like primary powers, are like the third eye?
Yeah, pretty much. That's why it's called indigos, because it's the consciousness frequency that they're perceiving the reality from in that chakra. Now, let's look at Earth. Earth is ascending from the third dimension, third density, which is the solar plexus chakra of competition. And if you look at the aurora borealis, it went from yellow, now it's green. So what's happening is Earth is birthing a new reality, which is based upon the heart. So every single human being on Earth is going to go from the consciousness level of the solar plexus to the consciousness level of the heart frequency. Now, the indigos are at the frequency of the third eye, which is a few steps. So that's a lot of times when there's big changes on Earth, a lot of indigos get sent here as volunteers to come help align mentally the people on the planet to be able to take all these huge levels of things that are happening and to try to bring it into more of a simplified mental structure so people can grasp these things in a simple way instead of making it so complex. So it's like a process.
So my friend Indigo, Bryce, so basically he's here to try to simplify everything that's going on.
Well, I can't put labels on what other people's missions are, but he's from the consciousness vibration of the third eye chakra, meaning he probably lived on a... Go ahead.
That's what he focuses on.
Exactly. But see, even for me, I'm Indigo. He was just seeing a yellow aura. So whatever you focus on in the chakra you're living from in that moment, like if I go into survival and I'm threatened for my life, my aura will turn red. So whatever consciousness you're in, that's what your aura becomes, that color, because that's the dominant energy body that steps up. Now, indigos just primarily function from the third eye.
I have a question, like I'm on my ascension path right now, and like I'm just now starting to ground and root myself, etc. And like a few weeks ago, I got this insane energetic upgrade, and like all of a sudden, I could connect to my higher self, and I can ground. Like all I did was I said I will connect to my higher self now, and then like I just feel like energies in my crown chakra buzzing, and I feel like my higher self is with me at that time, and like I can ground a lot easier. I'm more confident. But like that's so strange because like what's strange about it right now is like I still don't know. Like I know very soon I'll have an awakening, but I don't know who I am. Like a lot of people told me, well, one guy told me I'm an earth angel, and another guy told me I'm an elemental, and this woman told me I was like an indigo or something, but I'm not sure. Like,
well, I spent a long time trying to figure out like who I was and what my mission was supposed to be here.
Yeah.
And that's not like I would like talk to people and I'd be like, how did you find out who you were supposed to be? Like, did you have dreams or whatever? Or I'd ask people that were like that could read people, and I'd be like, so what do you see for me? That's so unnecessary.
Amen.
Like, nothing has told me what I am. Nothing has told me what I am. I've not had any dreams that have said you're supposed to do this, but I know what I know. And I don't see a specific thing that I'm supposed to do, but I know why I'm here, and that just comes to you naturally. And it's not like I've always thought there's supposed to be something like you're supposed to teach people or you're gonna save all the animals or something like that, because that's what I'm passionate about.
Yeah.
But there's not a specific thing that I'm supposed to do. Like there's nothing that I didn't have a dream that said you're supposed to do this thing. or
Yeah.
nobody was like, I see this for you.
You're right. You're exactly
I know
right.
I'm here,
Like,
and right now I'm here to be here, and in the future I'll be doing why I'll be figuring out what I'm doing while I'm doing it.
yeah, and that's what I feel. Like, you're exactly right. I'm with you, and like I just like, cause I know if it's meant to be, it's meant to be, and if I'm to awaken, then I will awaken, and I know who I am. Like, I'm not gonna rush or force anything. Like, I stopped doing that, and like, I mean, it helps whatever people tell me because that's probably meant to happen in my life, and I can use that. But like later on, I'm just gonna, if it's meant to be, then I'll figure out who I am. And like, but like
You
one thing,
already
like,
know who you are because you're just you.
yeah,
It's in
you're
you.
right. You're right. You're
Yeah,
right.
we know what we need to know when we need to know it, not a moment before or after.
Boom!
And the source of all answers, you just turn upwards to your I am presence, the I am that I am, and allow the wisdom to flow down within you, you know? And most importantly is just allow everything. Like, don't put any blocks to it, you know?
Yeah.
Thank you, Jordan. Dude, that's like on point.
Dang, I think like, dang, that's awesome. Like, I'm like around with people who like understand me. I don't know, I feel great.
Well, it's like, I think it's like Lao Tzu said, you could, if you, it's like conquering, I'm gonna mess this one up. Basically, if you can conquer a whole entire army, the whole world, everything outside of yourself, and you're still not as strong as if you conquer yourself. So once you fully understand yourself, you understand everyone.
Yep.
Because we're all one.
Yeah, you're right.
So don't listen to people that try to tell you you're this or you're that or you're indigo. Or like, if you fully believe that and you feel that and you've had your own meditation and you've connected to your own inner self and it's been kind of shown to you like that, that's when you believe it. But nobody can tell anybody their path.
And even
That's
the
all
whole
it's done.
Starseed Indigo thing, if you identify with that concept, then you can identify with that concept. Like, we're all from different planets, right? Even if it wasn't true that aliens were real, and even if it wasn't true that different dimensions existed, and even if it wasn't true that we went other places in our dreams or that we had different connections to different places, whatever it was, we all came from one source. Even if you don't believe that, God created everyone. Everything that exists, we're all part of that. So there's not like I'm from the Pleiades. I'm from the 7th star of Andromeda. I'm Syrian. If you identify with that, if you have connections to that, and you have downloads from your past, whatever it is, then you identify with that because that's significant to you. But you don't have to identify with it. And you don't. If you want to identify with being a starseed, you don't have to have a specific thing. Like I don't. You know?
Yeah. So, like, there's some level of wisdom that I want to share with you guys right now. The Syrians are called the Blue Star people, right? Well, if you start to understand the deeper level of what the sun actually does, it sends energy of consciousness. It sends light, which is information, which is wisdom, which is consciousness. Mm-hmm. But the sun actually sends out all the colors. But the highest amount of color it's sending out is yellow. Solar plexus energy, you understand? So people that have lived around stars that are indigo color are primarily from the indigo ray because they've been on planets that have been showered by indigo stars for such a long period of time that that's the level that they associate with. So when you say indigo, that just means that they've had the most amount of lifetimes on like a blue star or an indigo star frequency. It's that simple.
Dang.
So Zachariah, what's up, bro? Good to have you back.
Thank you. And again, I was just doing what I was doing earlier, sitting here, nodding, agreeing with everything that's said because it's literally every thought I've ever had, just never articulated.
Awesome. We're in good company.
I'm feeling like really buzzy right now. I don't know about you guys, but wicked temperature changes in my body. I don't feel physical when I'm not physical.
So I just want to share this little trigger with you guys. Do you guys remember when you were a kid and you would fall asleep with your head on the pillow, but then wake up with your feet on the pillow? Does that happen to any of you guys?
Yeah.
Or perhaps waking up on the sofa is another one, but you know you don't sleepwalk. Those were times when you were brought aboard a UFO for various reasons.
What?
I
Particularly,
actually have conscious memory of that. Yeah. Go on.
particularly with the hybridization project, the hybrid children, where the Zeta Reticuli, I don't know if you're familiar with the Zeta Reticuli, they are a species of extraterrestrials that lived on a parallel Earth, and they were very technologically oriented. And they got so very technologically oriented and mentally oriented that they lost the ability to reproduce. So they kind of had a round table and they discussed, hey, what do we do, you know? Because we can't perpetuate our species, we can't perpetuate our culture anymore. We've lost the ability to do that. So one of the people there were like, hey, let's go find a parallel reality of Earth, such as this one, and make some soul contracts with the people there. You know, once again, this was all permission. You know, this is you had permission, you gave permission. This wasn't you know, the thing to there's no such thing as like the not often, at least, the fear-based abduction theories, where they come in and snatch you up in the night. It's because you chose to be it's a preferred detainment as opposed to abduction. But we're created the next race of human beings to live on the planet called Homo galacticus. And the World Trust, and
Sorry,
I mean, that's just a special program, you know, to be able to create the next generation of human beings that live on the Earth, because we're Homo sapiens now, and Homo galacticus actually have triple-strand DNA, which contain much more energy and stuff, and they're going to be living down on the Earth. Some of them will, but that was a very important, project that we're a part of. And but there was more things too that we've been aboard the ships too. They just come in, check in, monitor us, things like that. You know, make sure everything's all right, because they're our family. You know.
Can I interject before we go to another subject? I wanted to talk about I did a video on YouTube called Homo Spiritus, the New Humans. I got a bunch of downloads that said it was Homo Spiritus, but Homo Galacticus, it's all just labels. Like, it's going to turn out to be whatever it's going to be. There's no need to mentally argue. Like, you could call it this. There's no, from the heart, I love it. Like, call it Homo Galacticus, call it whatever. But I made a video called Homo Spiritus, and it actually got picked up. Have you guys heard of N5D?
Yeah.
Well, it got picked up by N5D, and they did a radio interview with me on that subject. So I got to download a bunch of stuff like you're talking about. And the new upgraded human beings, I was actually able to get downloads to understand how this is actually happening in our physical body. We're going from 666, the number of man, which is 6 electrons, 6 protons, and 6 neutrons, which is the basis of carbon, and we're going to a 661, where basically we're losing 5 neutrons in our atomic structure from the carbon that creates our physical body.
To silicon, right?
No, it's like Metatron is Enoch in the Bible, and he's holding up Metatron's cube, which is the 661 configuration. So that's just my perception. So I had to interject on that, but go ahead on your subject.
If I may interject before you continue, Jordan, my apologies. I didn't hear most of what you said because for some reason you kept cutting in and out for me. I only heard about the hybridization program, and then it went all static. But what Jack is speaking about, I also have been receiving downloads about, and they're saying I put in quotes because it's just a feeling or a voice that I have in my head, is we're going from a physical plane of perception and existence into a plasmic state of being, where we're actually ascending our vibration into that of you could call it a super gaseous state. And that is why we're losing the 5 neutrons, essentially, because we're becoming lighter, we're becoming less dense. And that is allowing us to merge with reality, and that is going to allow us to really perceive the alternate storylines. And I say storylines with emphasis, because when we speak of the Greys, or when we speak of, say, like I mentioned earlier, Yael, these are all storylines. They're alternate realities of perception that are coexisting with ours, so we can choose like Marnie was talking about earlier, to identify with them, and we can choose for them to hold power over us and so that they influence us, or we can choose to merge with them, become one with them, and so that they become powerless over us, and then we just are. Our heart vibration, our collective unified frequency expands outwards and it expresses itself as it needs to.
Amen.
Now,
Wait.
I didn't hear what you said, Jordan, so I'm sorry, by the way. You can please continue.
Oh, it's fine. My microphone sometimes chops in and out. Hopefully it's a little bit better now.
So were there more people here before I came?
There's a few people that came and went.
Yeah, probably not that interested in this stuff. Sad.
It's all good, man. Everybody's supposed to be focused on exactly what they're supposed to be focused on in that moment to help them advance, and some people are at different conscious frequencies, and that's cool. You know, everybody's on different levels dealing with different devils.
Right, they're always in their own now.
Yeah.
Ane halai kala turu tutoy talau polukau atelate. Sorry.
It's like light language.
Yeah, it just kind of came through. I was thinking about the Andromedans, and then one of them flashed in front of my eyes, and then I started speaking.
Awesome. Yeah, I just got some downloads of light language from the how to call in angels from the 7th dimension. Like when you vibrate with your voice, these frequencies of the star language, it's like a language they can hear on that dimension. And like it's E-Nu Ra, E-Nu Ra, E-Nu Ra Ze. And you do it like a song if you want to channel angels, like E-Nu Ra, E-Nu Ra, E-Nu Ra Ze. But you got to fully put your heart into it.
You just put me into a trance saying that.
Right? It does.
Yeah,
man.
dang.
It's a 7th dimensional light language for the angels.
Alright, can I get a full understanding on this whole light perception? I'm kind of new to this.
Light language is a configuration of all the different languages that have been split apart. When in the Bible, like it says, they split apart the languages so they couldn't understand each other. Basically, there was a language that the entire earth spoke.
Would you like me to read that passage? Because I'm really reading the Bible right now in class. Right? Dude, like, okay, my mom just called me like a second ago, called down the stairs, right? And she was like, how are you talking to these people right now? Because you have like 3 days to turn this in. I have to read the entire Bible in 3 days because I procrastinated for like 2 weeks. It's the Old Testament, but I procrastinated for like 2 weeks. So, yeah, I'm still at the beginning of Genesis. Isn't that great?
Wow. Good luck, Marnie.
I mean, it's cool because I really want to. I just have a problem with procrastination. I'm great at it.
Have you guys read the Quran?
Huh?
Have you guys read the Quran?
I'd like to. I haven't.
I would love to.
I mean, all the different... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I just met this guy from Pakistan, and he's Muslim or whatnot, and he's telling me all about it, and he's very preachy or whatnot, but what he's telling me is the Quran is the only holy book in this world that has never been changed.
Is that true? Is that
I
possible?
believe so. Yes. Think about it this way. You know how many different versions of the Bible is? New King James.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's been so many different people who have rewritten it.
And it's stupid. The Quran in every translation is the direct translation from Allah. And it's the direct translation from Urdu.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying. It's like so tough because when I started researching the Bible a lot and I started understanding the original language that it was translated from, there's certain words that like can't be directly translated. So it's like they had to kind of pick, like if it's like
passage.
Yeah. What's the passage, Marnie?
I don't know what it is. My teacher. I'm in a world religions class. My teacher was talking. There's a certain passage that like it cannot be interpreted in a specific way because it could go like most of it when you're translating something you have to choose because there's never one exact word in most cases. So, but there's this one phrase that is like it could span from being like literally just somebody talking about something and referring to a different book of the Bible or Jesus saying something about who he is. That you know, it's like there's literally like there in most things that are translated, there's no way to know if that's exactly what it was saying. And also the fact that the language barrier and difference, I mean, we don't know if what they meant, like, I mean, like people that take the Bible literally, it's so hard for me to comprehend why you would take all of that so literally and how you're able to do that, because you don't know what these people, everything they said could have been allegory, and they could have meant it in a literal way anyway, and it's still been allegory for us here, you know?
Yeah, I have kind of a way to explain this if you don't mind me interjecting. If you look at the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, right?
I really wanted to look at that.
That can be read from like 50 different levels of consciousness and have different meanings at every single level, but it's the same exact word. So that's kind of how all this religious stuff and the words they pick, and that's why it's so tricky whenever it's been translated.
Right.
To be able to get that different, because it's just, I don't know. I'm gonna stop there.
So
if I may interject, oh sorry, Jordan, go ahead.
I don't know. I got this pulled up, you know, because we were in a debate like some time ago, and I was, I pulled up the true translation. You know how the people say that the Bible bans gayness, which it absolutely does not. It's just a mistranslation of the Hebrew. Because if you go back, I just pulled up this webpage of this guy, and he basically translated it directly from Hebrew back into English, as opposed to the translation to mistranslation to translation that has been and that is the main so for example the thou shalt not lay with mankind as womankind, it is abomination. That's from the KJV, but the correct translation is as with a male thou shalt not lie down in a woman's bed, it is an abomination. That's just meaning that says that two men should not lay down in a woman's bed culturally because a woman's bed is her own, you know. As opposed to banning sexuality, it's saying that the women have their own space, and I respect that during
Jordan,
that time.
The Bible was used and mistranslated on purpose to be used as a means of control.
Absolutely.
Control the populace.
Exactly.
Okay, and I've heard this statement from various people that say the Christian religion was made simply so people could be hypocritical.
That's a very vague and broad statement, though.
It is. I can say that, definitely.
That can be said about a lot of things.
Well, like Benjamin, I really like how the conversation that you brought up with the Quran and how it really spawned a really deep conversation within all of us. So thank you for sharing that, dude. That's like on point.
And if we may tag back to his original question about the light language, just real quick, we're all talking here about mistranslations in the Bible and in the Quran and holy text. Well, that's what light language is for. It's to avoid is that mistranslation, because it's the vibrational signature. It bypasses the logical brain and enters the heart, so you can feel the intent instead of having to try to understand it.
Exactly. Dude, well said. You should make a video on that. That's awesome.
Actually, I'm going to after this. Thank you for the idea.
All right. Perfect. Nobody talks about that. Like, people are just starting to get to that level to download light language from their higher self and that higher dimension. But, like, it's still in a very beginning phase for people to understand. So, like, that's awesome.
I've been speaking, not interpreting, I've been channeling light language, you could say, since I was born. I used to speak it to my mother before, English, and then she taught me Hebrew, and then she taught me English.
Awesome.
Are you not from America?
Well, my mother was born in Texas, but she grew up in Israel.
Oh, okay.
I was born in Bennington, Vermont, so I am from America.
I can speak Hebrew, I just don't know what I'm saying, because I was raised Jewish. I can read it.
You see, I have forgotten how to read it and speak it. I know some words, and I know the alphabet, like I know the characters, but I can't translate it yet. I'm trying to teach myself again.
I have no idea what I'm saying if I say anything.
Fair enough. So what were we talking about, Benjamin?
Oh, we were talking about the Quran. And the thing just popped in my head. The Muslims believe, you know how in Christianity Christians believe strictly that Jesus was the only prophet. Well, it's not like that, but a lot of people perceive it as he's the only prophet and they only worship him. But in Islam, they do mainly focus on Muhammad, but also they recognize every other prophet as almost equal to Muhammad, as in how I've seen it and experienced it.
If we can go back to your previous statement, in the Bible there were multiple prophets. I think Jesus or Yahshua was just ostracized. He was worshipped.
Yes, definitely.
You know, because there was Abraham, there was Moses, just to name two. The burning bush, if I am correct, was that Moses?
Yes.
Yes. And Zechariah, the prophet that would be in the tree, who spoke of the remembrance of God. So yes.
But you don't see people going around and being like,
most of Christianity has become dogmatic and controlled, so most people don't understand that because they don't have the conscious awareness to actually look into it.
Most Christians focus more on the New Testament, which is you know, that doesn't have like Moses and all that's going on. It's not the history. It's not the history. It's like, you know.
It was even after the time that Jesus was living, so I don't see how it can be very accurate.
This is how I say it. Jesus came in here from the fifth dimensional consciousness, or even higher, and he tried to share things in the third dimensional world that people were living in to help raise their vibration and frequency. But you have had spiritual teachers that have come into every single culture, Buddha, and every single soul group. They prefer to incarnate into certain geographical areas that have the certain cultures. So Jesus was like one of the only ones that they really made like a whole religion out of it. They said, oh, these teachings are so important, we need to write it down. And then it took a life of its own, and Christianity kind of was created from the teachings, but they tried to make it into like a law. Like, if you want to get to heaven, here's the steps you can take to achieve it, you know?
Can I read you what I sent this to V earlier to read, but he like got off before. And as we were talking about Christ consciousness and kind of like the return and everything, and I was like, it's so funny that our idea of his return is so structured. Like, it's strange to me to think that we assume he's going to return as himself. We are his return. The individual prophets and teachers of various cultures did what we have come to do. It's just that we've come on a larger scale to reach many through our numbers, rather than our individual greatness, because part of our message is that we are greater as a part of a whole.
I was thinking that exactly earlier when we were speaking about it. That's amazing.
Yes.
And then when we were talking about the like awareness thing and how we already know everything that we're trying to learn. Like all of the information that we're looking for is within ourselves, and all we have to do is like find that.
Right. It's all about remembering.
Yeah. And it was like an ancient Greece that they were aware that the soul moved through a process in contrast to the concept. Can't speak, okay. In contrast to the concept of reincarnation, more that the soul animated and reanimated different beings through time, and it was infinite. All knowledge was within each soul, and he forgot as he was reanimated into a new being. Socrates' method was ironic because he did not teach. By bringing out the knowledge of ignorance, his dialogues would allow people to realize they didn't know, and from that point all they could do was learn. To bring out the knowledge from within oneself, one must recognize that he has been unaware before.
Amen.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a question. Alright, so like, I've noticed like I've noticed like if it's meant to if it, oh my god, right.
No, it's okay, we love you.
Yes, we love you.
Oh, gee, thanks.
We support you on however long it takes you to speak your words, so take your time. There's no need.
Alright. If it's meant to be, it will be. And like, we've had soul contracts before we were born, like that people will fire us up to help us remember who we are, or like people will make us feel bad so we can learn lessons, etc. Anyway, like all those things happen at a certain place and time. So like, but like we have free will, like, and
It's 11:11, guys. Oh.
Maybe where you are.
I don't know. I just looked down. I don't know why.
I literally looked as it changed.
It's 10:10 here.
Ooh, 10-10 completion.
Brian,
10-11
as you were
completion
saying-
awakening.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So like, anyway,
Sorry, Brian.
it's all good. So like, are things written in stone or are they?
Well, nothing's set in stone.
Everything, we got free will, so we can complete the soul contracts, or we can null the soul contracts and make some new soul contracts. It's all flexible.
It's a paradox.
Granted, before incarnation, we set up a few milestones, a few kind of key themes that we wanted to explore, and a few soul contracts and many soul contracts.
Yes.
But those are all, we can. Whoa.
Bless you.
Sour Patch
Bless
Kids.
you, brother.
We can. Everything's all flexible, up to change.
A great analogy that the Arcturians gave me actually about a year ago is we are the painters of our picture. We wrote a script before we came here, but we have the pencil in hand. We can erase the script and write a new one, or we can choose to edit it as we wish.
Yeah, it's the paradox of the like free will whole thing. And destiny and all that.
You know, destiny is true, but only if you believe it to be so. It's only if you identify with it.
And I guess I'm
towards it. There are infinite destinies, and it just depends what you like. You start out from one point.
Exactly.
There's the entire the infinity of possibilities. Every probability that there is, infinite probability paths that you have around you. Those are all your destiny, and you choose which path to be on and which destiny to choose. They're all set because it's infinite.
Yeah, and I gotta add something to that we have eternity to keep moving and changing and growing as spirits and as beings. So the universe has unlimited time. If it takes somebody 100,000 years to ascend, that's fine. It doesn't matter how many lessons or how many times you have to repeat stuff. Or time is an illusion. So however long you need is the amount of time you're going to have. So just everybody could just relax and just realize that we're all in the midst of change. We're shifting constantly, and it's a beautiful thing.
And Brian,
Yeah, what's
it's
up?
all about resonance and frequency. It's all about the frequency that you emit. The universe is going to respond to whatever you internally are feeling, thinking, acting upon. So let's say you're going down a river and there's turbulence, okay? This river can be said as your consciousness. This turbulence can be a challenge ahead in your physical life. You have the conscious decision to get off the raft and go somewhere else, or you have the conscious decision and the vibrational intent to stay in the raft and stick through it and learn from whatever comes afterwards. You know what I'm trying to say?
Wait, can you say that one more time, please? Sorry.
No, it's okay, I understand. I'll say it in a different way. Whatever you're emitting into the universe is going to give back to you.
Okay. I understand.
It's the law of attraction, basically. Think about it on the level of, if you're angry and you're pissed off and you go into a store and you're like, hey, what's going on? They're going to respond to that frequency you're at and be like, nothing, what's up with you? But if you go in there and you're like, hey, how's it going? They're going to be like, this guy might be a little kooky, but hey, how you doing? Like, hi. So that's kind of what it is. The universe responds to it, and so do other people. So we're all part of the universe.
Yeah, okay. I see, yeah. I've noticed I remember I had some time I was playing video games, and this happens here and there, but more or less now I can control it. And let's say me and this guy are playing and we're on our last life and we're fighting against each other, and all of a sudden I'm scared. I have this thought, what if I somehow fail and lose? And that thought attracts spirit, and because of that I happen to lose. And
yes, that's a perfect example.
Nice.
Yeah, right. And
Perfect example.
and here lately, and I still face those things, but here lately, I've been facing them, and I still have problems learning to let go of fear in all aspects, in school, at family. I've had a traumatic family problem a year ago, but I'm letting go, and I'm I'm like more aware now, and letting go of more fear. And even when I'm playing video games, I know that it's part of my assumption, because like when I'm playing this game, like when I'm playing Super Smash Brothers, I'm like pro. I'm like really good at this game, but like I have like fear, and I think to myself, wow, what if I lose, or what if I fail? And like I like know like and like I can see how like whenever I try to like initiate an attack, then like I get scared and I hesitate and I just go back to hiding or something. So like I don't know, but like now I'm learning to let go of it. Like one thing that helps me is I say to myself I just tell myself to quiet the mind and to slowly let go of the thoughts, because I've noticed the fears that I'm attracting is from the negative thoughts that I'm making. So I just try to quiet my mind, and so it's helping. Yeah.
All right.
Perfect.
Yeah, totally. Think about it from like a level of masculine and feminine. The masculine is like the sun. The sun is putting out light. Light is thought, which is electricity, okay? So any thoughts you have are being put out. Now think about the feminine is emotion is a black hole. Is sucking and attracting, okay? So all the feelings that you have are being pulled in, and the feeling, if you have a feeling of fear, it could give you an understanding that there's a fearful thing happening. But if you have a thought of fear, you're putting that out there. So you can either be receiving an energy around you of that, or you could be creating it and putting it out there, depending on if you're in a feminine or a masculine mode at that moment.
It's like both. It's like belief and anticipation. If you're like anticipating and paranoid that some shit's gonna happen to you, you're not gonna do it. You're not gonna do whatever it would be, like fears.
Yeah.
You're like constantly fearing something. You're not gonna like go do something to face it if you're like completely sure that you're not gonna be okay. But if you're believing that something is gonna happen to you, then even just being where you are, you're not okay because you're paranoid constantly. You know?
All right. May I say one thing about fear?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think. And I was actually in a Bible study group the other day, and they were talking about taming the tongue. Fear and various emotions derive from the words you say, and the words you say affect everyone. Say you're smoking weed, and your family doesn't approve of it. The way that they feel about it also affects you, and all your actions. So watch your actions and watch your words. Because everything that affects you, and especially in a family orientation, everything that affects your family and all your close friends affects you in an even deeper way.
Yes. So we're creating our own reality, but we're also co-creating with other creators also. Now, when you have a collective agreement and the collective consciousness that this cup right here is solid, it becomes solid because of all these creators are focusing that same thought form to create that actually happening. Now, this is where curses can happen. You tell somebody, I smoke weed, and they're like, then they're putting all this negative energy from their thought and their judgment, and they're actually cursing your life because they're judging that that's a negative thing from their own mind. Yeah. So that's why Jesus said, have no judgment. Because as soon as you're having judgment, you're helping to create the reality, good or bad.
Oh, I have something to say, and like, yeah, okay, this is kind of random, but like, when I'm at school, like, and I think I used to like be this way, and then I was just because I'm on the path of ascension, and I'm aware, so, and I'm a light worker, so I'm more aware than most people. But anyway, I used to like when I was unawakened, like I used to be like everyone else. Like, this is kind of off topic, but anyway, like, even when I look at the students in my school now, like, they like have this, like, because I'm an empath and like I can feel like what other people are feeling, like they like give in to authority, and like they have this subconscious fear, and it's unbeknownst to them, and like they like feel this fear. Yeah, it's social conditioning, it's programming, but like I'm not programmed that way. Like I completely, I already like, I'm not even worried about like authority and stuff. Like I can like, if I want, like I'm like fearless, and I'm becoming more fearless now, and like like this fearlessness of mine is gonna like, it's
The
gonna
goal
like
is
help.
not to become fearless, but to transcend fear and realize that it
Right.
is assisting you.
Yes.
Nice, exactly.
Okay.
Yes, but you have to keep fear in mind.
Fear
Because
is a tool.
Yeah. It allows you to discern. Discernment's more important than judgment.
if you're completely
Exactly.
fearless of somebody above you, it won't help you.
Mm-hmm.
And
Like-
also, Brian, oh, sorry, Benjamin, didn't mean to interject. Keep going. I didn't hear you.
Like police. If you're completely fearless of police and you're doing something illegal and they pull you over, you think nothing's gonna happen, maybe. But that's not true. Okay, I just lost my train of thought.
No, you're good, man.
I
It's
knew
like
that.
when you're getting pulled over and like you're projecting fear outside from your thoughts, they're gonna be able to pick up on that from their emotions.
Yeah.
If you're completely like not even worried about them, to a certain level, you could become crazy. Like you're not even fearful when they're coming down on you. So it's like both sides of it. You can create it, or you can have conquered that level of fear, which is a tool to teach you, and then it no longer is controlling you.
But even being fearless, they'll still think there's something going on. You have to be right in the
Mhm.
middle.
Yeah.
I understand like,
Oh,
like,
and can I mention something, Brian?
Yeah.
When you said that you're on the path of ascension and that you're a light worker and that you're and of those things that you said, the way you were saying it almost made it seem as though that other people somehow aren't light workers and that you are. Like there's something special about us.
They're
individuals.
unaware. They can remain unaware.
But
They're
it's their
neglectful.
choice. Everybody's
Yeah.
a light worker. But it's
Exactly,
their
so-
choice.
Just to be aware or not. And like
So
it's like if I'm in school and I see a bunch of people around me, I see their potential, right?
Yes. See,
They
that's
have
what I'm
potential
saying.
to be
I
doing
see.
more than I am, but they're just sitting in a class doing nothing. And if I listen to them having some weird, ignorant conversation, I'm thinking to myself, why are they doing this when they're like people starving on the streets? Like, do something about it. If we were all doing something about it together, we'd actually be able to do something. But I'm the only one in this freaking class of like 25 people that even is thinking about that.
And
Yeah,
see,
there's,
that's
like-
my exact thought process.
But they can choose to be aware of it or not. It doesn't mean they're below me in their understanding. It just means they haven't flipped that switch of I'm going to do something about this right now because this is not okay in my opinion.
Yes, and that's what I was saying. And the way that Brian worded it, it made it seem as though that's what he was saying. It may not have been. But I'm just saying everything that you say, how you articulate yourself, how you structure your sentences, it all matters.
Yeah, it's like,
Attention is
hey,
more in my opinion.
it's like this. Hold on, let me interject for a second. It's like this. Hey, how you doing? Or, hey, how you doing? I mean, it's the same exact words, but it's just said from a different way, so you can read into the feminine side a little deeper. Ashley!
You need to have a full understanding of the situation and the scenario before you say anything.
Right. I mean, a lot of
Yeah,
people have a
exactly.
very hard time expressing, and my thing is that I'm very good at perceiving what people mean rather than what they say, whereas a lot of people are more they're more tuned into the energetic frequencies that somebody is speaking at and like what the emotions are behind what they're saying. And since I'm able to see like through what the like expression of it to see their intentions, I personally believe that intentions are more important, but other people will definitely
As
see
do
the
I.
energy behind it's more important because that's where they're working from.
Yeah. What I try to share with people that I've just recently advanced through is to say, what we focus on expands. Everybody knows that. So instead of us focusing on the problem that doesn't have a solution, we should focus on the solution to that problem and then send our thought form on the solution. And if we don't have a solution, then don't even think about it. Don't even have any judgment. Don't put any of that energy out there, you know?
I suppose.
That's my opinion.
Unless you're on like a learning plane.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't like the idea of people, of like, you know, a lot of people who don't want to focus on the bad because when you focus on it, it creates it. But that to me is ignorance because that's to ignore that the problem is there just because there's not a solution. And if you do that, the problem will expand itself.
Yeah, well, it's basically about if you have a problem or a negative thing in your. Oh, did I cut you off? I'm sorry.
No.
But it's like I feel like it's if there's a problem in your own life that you can fix and you have a solution, then work on it. But what I see from my perception, even though you can have a different perception, that's fine. I'm not trying to disagree. But if we look at the problem and we just focus on the problem, we're going to get more of the problem. Until we actually, it's like Einstein said, we cannot solve a problem from the same level of consciousness that it was created. So it's like,
why don't we just perceive it as not a problem anymore, but
well, because it is
experience?
It's like, okay, like
But only
if
if you
you're
perceive
able
it
to
to.
accept that the problem is what it is, like the meat industry, I'm not going to focus on it and be like, all these cows are being slaughtered and killed all the time, and it's your fault, and because you're eating it, and all of this. Because while I do perceive that that's true, and I'm very upset about it, and I do share information about it, and I do want to do something about it, I mean, I get annoying at times, and I'll look back and I'll be like, why was I even doing that? That's not going to solve anything. That's just pissing people off. But when I'm in a better state of mind, I'm aware of that. I'm accepting of it, while I'm not letting it control these negative emotions. Because when something's upsetting, it's bringing out negative emotions in you. If you're like, yes, the meat industry thing is happening, it's really upsetting me, I need to do something about it, but I can't do it from this point of anger and resentment.
Let's put it on a simpler level. Emit positivity, but understand negativity.
boom, boom.
I was thinking.
I like
That's
that.
What I was thinking.
That sums it all up, dude.
That was great, Benjamin.
That's what's up, bro.
As we expand consciousness, it's not like all of a sudden negativity is going to go away. We're actually going to perceive more negativity. you know?
Yes.
Yes.
One of the challenges I've had is like I'm a vegetarian myself, and I've been going through this process. But sitting down with people eating a steak right next to me while I'm eating a salad, and they're not screwing with me about what I'm eating, and I'm not screwing with them about what they're eating. We're without any judgment of each other. Now, this is where I'm trying to say the heart is the real reality to say everybody can do whatever everybody's doing, and that's fine. I'm going to do what I'm led to do from my own self, and I'm going to be confident in that. But whatever other people do, that's totally fine, too, as long as they're not harming me or...
You don't have to spread the awareness, because people, if you are changing what you don't like about yourself, and if you're becoming more of your true self, people will recognize that in you, even if it's on a subconscious level, and they will change themselves.
The mantra of this evening. Yesterday I was smart. I tried to change the world. Today I'm wise, and I'm changing myself.
And you know, it's not you be the example by being the example, not pointing, you know, trying to force other people to you know, change. You change yourself, and then other people say, "Wow, that's cool. I'm gonna try that myself." And then they you know.
Amen. Yep. Everybody wants a sample once we become an example.
Damn.
Oh.
Really?
Hey guys, it's 10:30. Do you guys want to meditate and I can lead it? Like I want to play guitar.
It's up to who's the moderator? Jordan.
I assume.
It's up to Jordan, I think.
I don't care. Yeah, I mean, if that's what you guys want, I mean.
Yeah, let's
Do
decide.
you guys do you have words to put on it, or?
No, it's just acoustic.
How about we talk to Ashley for a second? Like, we haven't even heard from
For
her.
it.
What's up, Ashley?
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm pretty sure, like, this was my, like, idea, I think. Was it
Yep.
my idea? Yes, it was.
Yeah, I remember the comment section.
Yes, it was definitely my idea, so this is awesome. I'm glad everybody's coming together like this. This is great.
Can we do this every week?
Yes! Let's make this, like, a weekly thing. This is awesome.
Perfect.
The energy is just awesome. It's great.
Amen.
Amen.
Where's Zachariah? He left. No.
Oh no.
And Michelle's in here.
Michelle, like, it said that Michelle has joined, but I think she's having, like, microphone issues or something, so it said Michelle is in here.
Oh, we just heard her.
Hey, it's
Michelle,
all
I'm
right.
here. I'm here.
We're all on our own divine timing.
Yeah.
Are you here, Michelle?
I'm just listening. I'm bored.
Star sister.
Rawr.
Yeah, star sister.
Well, at least you can hear me, so.
Yes,
Yep.
we can see your galaxy though. Like,
Yeah,
your
that's me right there.
Yes.
Awesome. What galaxy is that?
I think that might be an artistic rendition of a galaxy. I'm not quite sure if that's an actual galaxy.
Awesome.
Zachariah, hi Zach.
What's up?
Ow!
Look at that. Bro, you look high as fuck.
I'm not. My eyes
You look high as fuck.
actually chink like that. That's great.
You're so high
That's a
vibration.
compliment.
Vibratory, yeah. I was just
So
gonna say
high
that.
vibration.
The energies are just cray right now. I love the energies right now. It's awesome.
Dude, I think I'm just gonna smoke some weed.
Oh, lucky you.
Live.
Babylon put me on probation.
I don't have any, or I would be. Oh well. I'll have psilocybin cubensis in a couple days, so it's all good.
Sweet!
Yeah, I'm growing my
Bro, all I see is like flashing faces. I'm gonna have like an epileptic seizure right now. Seeing, like,
Psilocybin?
everyone's
happening.
That was
flashing
like
on
dubstep. It was like epileptic seizures.
We just need some dubstep music in the background.
You guys are also awesome. I love all of you. Let's just say that. I love everyone. You guys are awesome.
Somebody turn on a strobe light.
We love you too!
It's amazing!
So what were we talking about
I
before?
don't even know.
I think Benjamin was talking about doing a collective meditation or leading it or something. I'm not really sure what's going on.
Yeah, my energy is just too crazy for meditation right now. I'm sorry.
So you're trying to ground. Okay,
You
she's
drink,
already
shut
been
up.
meditating. She's trying to ground out.
I'm in a
Uh,
constant state
yeah.
of meditation, even in my waking state. So
Me too, I'm getting there.
Nah, you be
You just
drinking,
breathe it in.
man. You be
Yeah,
drinking.
Michelle will agree with me.
Yeah,
but meditation is
I need a glass of wine. No.
I got wine. Come on over.
I got wine too. I got 3 bottles.
Drink it.
Well, I was, but now I'm talking to you people, so I can't get too drunk.
What? What? What's the difference, man? Be where you are, and we gotta accept you, and that's our challenge, not yours. No
Is that
judgment.
Jack? Is it Jack the one that's talking?
Indigo Jack!
Yeah, Jack! Let's go!
Wow!
That's awesome!
What the fuck?
Like Michelle, me, Michelle, and Ashley have some crazy ass energy when we're chatting sometimes. We're just like,
Yeah.
You, oh my
ah! This is what I'm like when I'm posting. Ah! It's
God,
weird.
Spider-Man memes like all the way.
But then I can also go to this very chill, somber Indigo Jack
Yes,
and be like,
exactly.
hello everybody,
exactly.
how are you doing today? I'm doing fine, that's very nice.
Wow.
Okay, Zach
Just-
is back. Zach is back.
Yeah. Just a lesson for people, the Andromedans from the Andromedan Galaxy. What it's like there is everybody's so excited about everything. We like
Yeah, I
drive
can
really
see that.
fast. It's freaking. But when we come to this, reality, we gotta tone ourselves down and be like, "Hello, everybody.
Okay.
How are you doing today? It's nice to meet you. Wonderful Saturday evening at 11:33."
Oh my god, like, I just realized that, like, I think that I am from, like, obviously, like, I believe, like, I'm Pleiadian, but I also have, like, Andromeda. Like, I've always been drawn to Andromeda. Like, I seriously think, like, that's a big part of who I am, is Andromeda.
You got a lot of Pleiadian energy.
Yes, Pleiadian,
Yeah,
but Andromeda as well. Definitely
I know.
more Pleiadian than Andromeda, but I don't know. I've always been drawn to Andromeda, so that's just like, I don't know.
As we're evolving and raising our vibration into the higher being called Homo Galacticus, if you wish to call it that, we are now finding the deeper origins of our soul and where it comes from in an awakening process that helps us to see deeper into who we are.
Yes, Homo Galacticus. That's the laugh. Yeah, funny.
I call it Homo spiritus, but I like Homo Galacticus better.
How do you find out where you're from?
It's in your
You guys are
DNA.
awesome. You guys
Exactly.
I want to be able to access and understand like how I know where I'm from.
Light language activations can vibrate your DNA into a higher frequency of perception, allowing you to view those memories. However, practices like Buddhist meditation, solar charging, and crystal charging work great.
Dude, I haven't even
All
got
right.
to that level.
I'm gonna do an activation for all of you right now from the crown chakra. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Do it, Jack!
It's just a tone. All right, calm yourself for just a second. Okay, everybody.
That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, you're great.
Fuck.
So he steps away.
Look at Zach. Ew.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that's gonna connect you with your soul right there. It's like creating the. Anyways, whatever.
That just jumbled my brain.
Thingy with the other thingy. That's what it's
It harmonizes your hemispheres to open your crown chakra through a sound vibration.
Yeah, it's like the like when you're meditating, it's like like the whole.
It's the sound of the universe, supposedly.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
like that vibration frequency. It's like I don't know. It just I totally get it. Yeah. It's just frequency.
The Om is the same thing that I did, but the Om is more in the heart. I did the crown frequency.
Whoa. What about the oh my god?
Oh
god.
Dude, I haven't even got to that level. Oh my god. I haven't even got to the level where I can get images when I meditate. I'm trying to.
You don't have to.
You're
You don't
so
have to.
funny.
Benjamin,
Okay.
Benjamin, they don't have to come as images. With me, they came as feelings first, just an intuitive sense of knowing.
Yes.
Well, everybody has a preference. Everybody has a
Yeah,
preference for the ability. Some people are good at feeling. Some people are good at hearing. Clear audience. Clear sentience is feeling. Clairvoyant, which is seeing. Everybody has the different ability. So in the very beginning, they're going to use your strong point, whatever you're best at to communicate with you. So Zachariah was a natural feeler. I was a natural hearer. Everybody, you can say what your primary.
Yeah, I'm a natural feeler. Like I feel. Like that's my thing. Is I feel.
I
and
hear-
I hear.
I
Alright,
hear
Jordan.
music.
Jordan,
hear
what's your preferred?
Yeah, it's usually feelings.
I feel like feelings are, I'm not going to say first, but the most prominent among people because it's the strongest sense that we have. It's the biomagnetic connection to everything.
Mm-hmm.
I feel feelings, but when I feel the feelings, it's more like musical notes. And
Yeah, the frequency.
with that comes music. I can literally hear like a person singing, but it's not in my language.
No, that's light language. Or some other type of language.
Is there?
What about you, Marnie?
I feel.
You feel? Awesome.
Ja feel.
What about you, Benjamin? What's yours again? You said you.
He hears singing.
Hearing.
Yeah.
I
Hearing.
feel you, bro. I feel you, bro.
What about you, Michelle?
Yeah, I'm actually pretty sensitive. Usually when I receive like energetic transmissions, they're very intellectual. I usually revert to more of the intellectual activities. I'm pretty hypersensitive, so I can get upset easily. So I try not to excite myself too much in that way. So I don't know. I like being very neutral and stoic.
Yeah, the heart. We were kind of talking about that earlier. The balance of the masculine and feminine.
Yeah.
Balance between the forces of seen, Forster genes, crystalline.
Ooh, I like that.
Oh,
What?
sorry, I made my own rap about the Greys and just been singing it.
Oh, let's hear it. Let's hear it,
No.
dude.
No.
Oh, he's like not ready to bring it to public. Yeah.
Dude, you should rap it over one of my tracks.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh, you make
The
tracks?
only person here who has heard this rap is Michelle. I sent it to her. a while back.
Oh, Michelle is so special. Like,
Yes,
Michelle
Jack.
is like awesome.
Aww.
Right, sister.
Yeah, Jack, I'm a producer.
Awesome.
That's amazing. That's awesome. How old are you, Benjamin?
17.
Nice.
Oh, he's the
17.
baby.
Let me send you.
17 going on 70. He's so wise beyond his age.
Totally.
Dude, I'm gonna send you guys my SoundCloud thing.
All right.
I don't know.
So I get a
just like-
question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brendan.
We haven't answered.
It's
No,
nothing.
No, so I get a question. Like, this says live. Where is this gonna go? Is this gonna be a YouTube video? Like, is this? Where is this?
Yeah,
I
there's
think
a
it's,
YouTube.
To space.
Going to.
Yes! Let's like try to figure out how to send this into space. Like that
Yeah.
would be amazing. Like,
Well,
That's
it
what
already
the internet
going
is.
into space. It's
Yeah.
radio frequencies.
It's
already
Yeah.
there.
It's
They're
present-
listening.
It's presented on YouTube and it's also like live on the Google Plus page.
Mhm.
awesome.
Yeah.
These
It's sort of
dreadful
lame.
humans putting
I
out
have a
all of
question.
their information all over the world. Sorry, I had to say that. Go ahead.
It was fun. I have a question for everyone. So,
Yes.
I'm assuming that everyone here is a hybrid of some type. I know I am. I know Michelle is.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not.
So, have you guys ever experienced what I like to call peaking, when the extraterrestrials or whoever it is that you are a hybrid of, it peeks through your senses for a little bit? Well, they kind of like take
Yeah.
part in your experience.
It happens to me a lot, actually.
Yeah, same with me.
Okay, can you like describe that a little bit more, Zach? Like, what do you mean?
You'll be doing something and you'll just have an intuitive sense that somebody else is looking through your eyes, or you'll have to backtrack.
Yeah.
Like you'll have commentary to what you're looking at or listening to. Like it's not you doing it, but somebody else.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
once you guys get your third eye opened, you'll be able to see all the higher dimensional energies, and you can see your higher selves. You can take a light cord from your throat, make like a imaginary anchor, and throw it up into the higher dimension. It turns the comm on, so they can actually hear the music you're listening to. So they're just looking down, seeing you like dancing. They're like, "What is this guy dancing to?" Well, you can turn that and like throw it up there. It's just a thought form, but you throw it up there, and then they can hear it. So it's almost like you're giving your free will them permission to view. But if you're part of a hybridization program, they don't need permission because you've already signed those contracts before you've incarnated.
Right, and I mean that's the fun part for these other guys is that they get to kind of experience it through our lens, you know, get to kind of see it, you know, via a little television screen.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a great way to say that, Jordan.
Speaking of, there's I mean people all over, but for example, there's a school in China. Well, I don't know exactly what it is, but they've got people, the blind people, they can't see, but they can see out of their fingers. They can see out of like body parts and stuff. What they do is they go into this room with their mind, and in this room is a bunch of television screens. It looks like, and they can zoom into each individual one. So one turns into 3D physical reality, one turns into 5D physical reality, one turns into the, you know, all the other galaxies and stuff like that. And they're able to zoom around the cosmos because they've tapped into that room, that control room. And stuff, and I just had one of my friends just recently. He explained to me like he's like talking about these television screens and stuff, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, dude, like you went there, you know? So someplace that we can all travel to and experience.
Who else feels like can hear energy? Like, is it just me? Like, I feel like I can hear energy.
I can see the wind. I can
frequency.
hear it. I can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not alone on that. Like, that's just.
Of
something-
course, you're never alone. Is that a candle, Jack?
Palo Santo. It's like sage, but it's from the ancient Incans. They use this in ceremonies to purify. It's the same thing as sage, but it's like a piece of wood.
Oh.
It's cheaper than sage, and it seems to work better.
So it's like sage is purifying the negative energy.
So here's what
makes it light, and then that wood brings in positive energy. So you see they
No, no,
both
no.
work differently.
No. Let's look at sage is purifying the negative energy, and let's look at sweetgrass, which is supposedly the hair of the earth from the Native Americans. That brings in the positive energies. This,
Yes,
like you said,
sweetgrass.
does
Yes.
both. This does both. It brings in positive and it gets rid of negative. So it's like, it's basically dependent upon what you're utilizing it for. Like, when you can go deeper, it's an indigo thing, you can go deeper into the level of it and understand that scientists have discovered that whenever it rains, there's negative ions that are actually released from the atmosphere that purify negative energy. So sage does the same exact thing as, like, the rain, because it releases negative ions also.
I'm thinking of salt rocks for some reason.
Yeah, I just took a salt bath of Himalayan pink salt.
Himalayan pink salt is the shit. Like that's.
I have a salt rock. Yes.
Yeah, Michelle licks her salt rock.
Delicious.
She taught me how to lick it.
I need those ions, you know.
You have to make sure that stuff is legit.
It is.
There's a Himalayan salt
I
lamp
tested it.
at Walmart near me for $15. Yeah, that's real.
Jordan, I love you, brother.
I'm sorry that we got off so. Fuck it, never mind.
That was awesome.
Is that light language?
No, that was Zach language. I was going to apologize for getting off topic.
And I want to apologize to Jordan, but I think he got what I meant when I said, I love him. Sorry for interrupting you, brother.
What? Cody? Oh, hi.
So
My
are you
brother walked in
burning-
and just went.
So
walked
what
out.
exactly are you burning, Jack?
Palo Santo.
Okay,
Incan sage.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like
boy.
sage and sweetgrass mixed together in one.
Okay, so it's just like a combination of like awesomeness.
It was derived from the Incans, the high-level priests and the Incans, like when they were at the fifth dimensional consciousness, when they had like all the, it's almost like Atlantis, Lemuria kind of stuff, but they would use this during ceremonies to release negative energies or entities in an area and also bring in the positive spirits, kind of like what Jordan was saying.
Gotcha.
Do you think it is, it is feasible, do you think it actually happened that a lot of the plants, like say, I don't know, cannabis, on our planet actually came from higher dimensional consciousness and we lowered them down into this frequency so that we could use them physically?
Right, the Pleiadians seeded cannabis on our planet.
Yeah, I knew that.
As a
They
powerful-
told me that when I was younger. They showed me their huge farms.
And as well, like the mushroom consciousness. Well, the cannabis itself is the vibration of the imagination layer, which is the link between our physical brain and our higher mind. And so it serves as like a gateway, a little portal.
So
I've always thought that.
So you're saying that the mushrooms is a manifestation of a vibration of your imagination?
Ancient
I like
consciousness
that.
is what I
That
refer
was
to it
good.
as.
That was really good.
Love you, Jordan.
I love everyone.
I love everyone too.
I have a question.
No, you
Go
can't.
ahead.
No.
What's up? Who's got a question?
Zach.
I think he froze.
Oh, I
up.
think he froze.
Oh man. Yeah, he
He'll
looks so
probably have to
stoned.
come back.
He's meditating. It's okay.
Oh, he went interdimensional for a second.
Okay, yeah, Zachariah. Like, yeah, okay, now he's back. He's back.
Yay!
As a different person. What? There's two of him.
He's still frozen on my screen.
Yeah, he's frozen. And
Whoa, it's two different people?
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
He split his lower self and his higher self. He's like...
Oh, I've had this happen where like the hangout just closes by itself and then it reopens. It's kind of weird.
Hey, I like your coffee cup, Jack.
Apples.
Apples.
Yeah. I used to drink apple juice from it.
Apples and bananas.
Where's my sister? Where's my sister?
Oh, the Angelic
What?
Collective has just joined us, Benjamin. How you doing?
Oh.
Michelle.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, homie?
She's just like in the background.
I'm just chilling.
Hey, I have a question.
Hello, Jeeves. Who's it? Brian, go for it, bro.
Wait. So I already asked it, but like, to the new guys, you guys get weird vibrations in your body every day?
Didn't we go over this already?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, every damn day. Yes, every day.
Like, does it happen like every 5 seconds?
I don't know about every 5 seconds, but
If I know.
On and off.
Exactly. Like, do you mean just waves of what you could perceive as lower negative emotions, or?
Like, I think it's like chi. Like, I can like control it, and like if I forget about it.
Oh, okay.
He's probably having a Kundalini. He's probably having a Kundalini
Yeah.
awakening.
Oh, the Kundalini awakening is amazing. Oh, it's so
Yeah,
powerful.
it like tingles up your butthole.
Yeah.
See it later or something.
Wow.
No, that's slightly different feeling.
That was funny as hell.
Hey.
Yeah, I actually just read about all that, like Kundalini stuff, like all the Kundalini yoga and like energy. It's crazy.
Now think about the Kundalini is the divine feminine energy raising up through your lower chakras to meet in the heart, and then the higher energy from your soul comes down to your heart. So you're becoming the divine being that's pulling the higher level energies from Earth, and it's pulling the higher level energy from your soul, and then once it comes up and does all this tingling, then it gets all up into your heart, and you got to go through the top and the bottom. So it's just a process, and it takes time, and sometimes it's painful, sometimes it's wonderful, and sometimes it's
Because the
whatever.
Kundalini, isn't that like right in the certain chakra area? Like it's pretty obvious when you feel it. It's, you know.
Yeah, it's just the root chakra coming up, and the
but
physical
it's
manifestation
part.
of the root chakra is the anus. That
Yeah.
releases the negative energy out of your body into the earth, so the plants can eat it.
And then you just orgasm out of your pineal gland.
There you go. Yeah, that's a funny way to say it. I love that. Oh, awesome!
What the fuck?
That was cool. Public applause.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Suddenly there was like 100 people for some
I'm
reason.
starting to smell
Cheering.
like a pig.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
Who's messing
Jack,
with
good
control
job.
board? Google Effects.
Is that Google Effects?
Yeah, it's Google
It's
Effects.
fucking hilarious.
I wasn't sure if that was Benjamin or Jordan.
I don't know.
Who did
No,
that?
well, now we know.
We'll never know.
We're getting crazy. I love this energy.
yeah, the energy is just out of control right now. But it's awesome.
I really, for some reason, want to do a Reiki session with all of you. Like, just connect energies and just shoot into the atmosphere and go somewhere.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what's really cool? Is
Jack.
taking everyone.
I'm raking all of you mother effers right now.
Right?
Benjamin, what were you saying?
You know what's really fun is taking everyone and meditating all at once. There was actually
love doing that.
another group that did this, and essentially meeting on all the same plane, like say very large, like a desert or something, meeting in a desert and touching. I don't know what it was.
What touching?
I like being in a dry
Is
desert.
this like the Kundalini awakening? Balls.
This whole conversation has gotten very sexual.
Will there be cacti in the
We're
desert?
starting to get somewhere here.
We're just living in our sacral right now. It's okay, guys. No judgment. We're all collecting together.
I think Zachariah froze up again.
Nope, he's there. He's there.
Nope. I'm here.
Yeah, he's just kind of like, whatever.
I'm trying to be serious. It's not working.
Good luck.
You got too many people going against your seriousness. It's not gonna happen. Just flow with it, brother. We're all collectively creating this.
There's actually a meditation
Sorry, Ashley.
to launch the Kundalini awakening.
Oh, there's many.
I found one, a good one.
Awesome. Post it, bro.
I just did.
Dang,
Well-
awesome. Ashley, what were you saying? Before I rudely interrupted.
I have no clue what I was about to say.
It'll come back.
It always does.
And in a different mind, we already knew what you were gonna say.
Ah.
There you go. There you go.
Where's Zachariah?
Oh man.
He goes in and out. But I think he's back. That was good.
Oh my god, you have the best sound effects.
You have them too.
Whoa.
Well, I don't know how to use those.
There's a sidebar.
Okay.
Like, there's extras. We can all use Scoot and Doodle, or we can draw together. We can even watch Google simultaneously. I mean YouTube.
Is that you, Benjamin?
Doing what?
Is that you?
Is it? You already know the answer.
You're all cray.
Cray cray.
Cray cray. I love our tribe. Our tribe is awesome, though.
Aho.
Aho.
Aho? What does that mean, Zachariah?
Ho ho ho.
I don't know,
It's
actually.
Christmas time.
Aho is a Native American Lakota word that comes from their actual language that means so be it. It's like amen. It's their way they end their, like, I've been around the Native Americans, like, that's how they end, like, their prayer. They'll be like, aho.
I don't know. That
Who
actually
else
just
has
came to me
pee
one
right
day in
now?
my
I have to
meditation.
pee.
No?
Just wondering.
I don't think we're that connected.
Party break.
But actually, Jack, when I was doing a meditation and remembering my life as a Hopi Native American, that is when I learned the word aho. So that makes a lot of sense. I just figured it was some type of made-up word.
What's the word for prime creator? That's the only other one I know.
God.
Jaw.
Tunkasha.
Tonkasha.
I think there's many words for Prime Creator. In many different...
No, I'm just talking about the Native American language of Lakota.
Isn't the prime creator God or something?
Yahweh.
Source.
Yeah, the source. Source. Yeah.
Source.
Yes.
Wait. We are our own creator.
We are. We are all one.
I have some input on this. Okay. And since we're all created in God's image like Source, he wanted to experience himself. Think about our cells that make up our body as we're like cells of Earth. So we're like little consciousnesses that make up Earth. So all the little cells have consciousness too. So everything in the entire universe is the body of the Source. And all the different organs and the atoms that spin, and it's like the galaxies, and it's like basically
Microcosm.
we are an atom on the tongue of God right now talking. Hello guys.
Am I visible?
You are visible.
Oh, perfect. Perfecto. So Tonkasha.
Yeah. Jordan. What's up,
Prime
brother?
Creator.
Jordan's quiet.
Oh, he's muted, or?
Yeah. I think he mutes because the sound.
My microphone is like so very
Sensitive?
intense. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I mute it. But I mean, created in God's image, we gotta also remember that our creation story, that where our existence is because of the Anunnaki, with the genetic alterations and things like that, So that's where the whole created in the image is, because we were created in their own image. You know, we created from their DNA, from their manipulation. Now, it's crazy because going back to, you know, source all the way back from, you know, because creation creates creation creates creation. You know, just like the hybridization project, that's the next step, you know? I don't know.
Yes, I agree.
I agree, but I don't resonate with the told story of the Anunnaki. I don't know why. I just feel that it's happened differently.
I can explain it. The Indigo
Please
guy.
do.
Okay, here's what's up. The Carians are the bird race that's the parent race of the reptilians, okay? And the felines are the parent race of humans, okay?
See, that's what I remember.
Yeah, so basically the Carians created the reptilians to play the dark side, or the feminine, or whatever you want to say, the feeling side of it, the divine feminine. And then we were created to do the light side as humans. But now it's much more complex than that. But on a simplistic level, the felines were totally done with their universal game, and they created us on Earth. But the Carians, which is the parent race of the reptilians, came in after that, and they kind of messed around with things. But I don't want to get it too muddy. The simplistic thing you can say is the Carians, birds, Anunnaki are the bird race. They're the parent race of reptilians from a higher dimensional, like, levels up. You see what I'm saying? Like, whenever you go from dimensions, like, third density is a physical human, fourth density is like semi-physical, right? But you can keep going up the densities until you become actually a planet, like Earth. Earth would be, I think, it's like 8th density. So we're all going to become that over long periods of time, but then you just become like a collective group of souls, and you're not actually individual, like a physical body with cells that make you up, you know? Sorry if that was too long-winded. This is free. I will be performing tomorrow, and it's $5 entrance. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Wait.
New York's hottest new club.
The Indigo Club!
It reminds me of Bill Hader on Saturday Night Live. New York's hottest new club is... You guys know what I'm talking about?
No.
Nope. But I feel your energy. It's good, so that's all that counts.
Is it? Is it really?
From the heart, yes. From the mind, nope.
That wasn't supposed to be analyzed. That was rhetorical.
Why would you even ask a rhetorical question? If there's
Okay,
no
now
answer,
see, I can't
there's no need
answer
to
that
do
because that was a rhetorical
I'm
question.
just playing. I'm just playing. I'm just messing with you.
I know, so was I. But anyways, yeah, the story that you were talking about, the Anunnaki, whenever I read up on it, I never resonate with what information is displayed. I always have different memories and different feelings, and honestly, I just feel like it's a storyline anyways. We were created. That's it.
Yeah, I'll hook you up. I'll hook you up. Right now, I'm gonna post it to the group.
Okay, sweet, thanks.
Yeah,
Okay, do you want the Carians, or do you want the reptilians, or the felines? There's one for every, like... I'll just give
how about
you...
all of them?
Yes.
All of them? That's a lot of info. Okay. I'll just do the
I have a lot of
Carians to start out.
Keep in mind you can't access too much information all at once.
I can read 2 pages in a book at the same time.
Oh, okay, fine. But I mean, accessing too much, it can be a bad.
I know what you meant. I was just...
Whoa.
I don't know if you guys can actually see the link.
Okay.
No, it's
No, I see a lot of info though, and I'm gonna read it.
Yeah, let's just read it.
Oh,
I'm
never
gonna
mind.
see.
It disappeared.
I'm gonna see if you can like actually read this right here. Can you guys access this? This is from my group. That's the link
There's
to it.
the messenger box right here.
Hmm.
See if I can click on that.
Content unavailable.
Mine
Yeah,
says
that's what I figured.
mine
Okay, I'll
says
just do the
R at Thar Booty ain't nowhere to be found.
I'll just post the whole thing and like paste it. Okay, anyways, go for it. Whoever wants to New subject.
So this Earth is a galactic seed planet, meaning that it's creating life, like all the templates and stuff, and it can create other planets and other universes and things like that. Our DNA contains all the star codes to be able to access all the other planets. That's why it's so very valuable. They want, I mean, that's why everybody's focused on this planet right now is Earth's ascension, the light returning back into Source, and especially like the Galactic Council and things like that. We've been long awaiting that return.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like the humans template is one of the most diverse platforms that souls can incarnate into in the entire universe. So whenever people actually say, what's happening on Earth is going to affect the entire universe, and we're like, what? That's what they mean. Because there's such a diverse group of souls that are incarnating on the Earth plane, and there's such a rapid change happening on Earth, it's going to affect many different galaxies and dimensions and realities. And I am hearing a lot of feedback from somebody. I don't know who it is.
Same here. And that's also why nuclear war. That's also why nuclear war has been abolished and is abolished, and we can't do it because the thing is that if you blast a nuke, which happened with Hiroshima and Nagasaki, you blast a nuke, it not only affects the 3D physical reality, but also all the other dimensions that are laying on top of it and sends ripples and shockwaves that affect the entire cosmos. So when we recklessly dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, people were freaked out. I mean, spiritual, like the spirits, as opposed to, as well, the people on Earth too. But they sent a little call. They were like, hey, we need volunteers. We need people down here on Earth. Because we were taking the same path that we took before that led to our destruction and demise and all these great utopian societies that are mainly fables now in our collective consciousness. But we're very, very real and very, very true. And I mean, we made the turn. Like, there's the thing is that how there's like Star Trek and stuff, and the Star Trek, they got the main theme is the Prime Directive, where they're like, the Prime Directive is where civilizations cannot affect other developing civilizations, and that's true. That's 100% true. That's a bona fide law. Like, you can't affect a growing civilization. They've done it too many times, and it's messed up. But the only thing that they can affect us with is if we do like a planetary destruction. So because that's going to affect the entire cosmos. So that's why we cannot nuke ourselves. Like, literally, like they will destroy the nukes before they happen.
Yep. Amen, brother. Very well said. Hold on, where's the clap thing? Who has the clap thing?
It's kind of weird doing it after you ask
sorry.
to do it.
But Jordan, dude, that was awesome. Like, we needed that round of applause. That was freaking like. Much respect, brother.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay,
But
cool.
it shows that you're muted, like selectively.
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't mute myself. Oh,
It's
did
muting
you just
and
send all that
unmuting.
information, Jack?
Holy.
Dude, this is just too much, dude. Like, I don't actually have a link that you guys can access. It's my group. I'll add you guys all to my group. It's in files, dude. It's like, there's like every single species from the Starseed perspective downloaded through Spirit. Like you get to understand all of them and where they came from, how they came to be, what effect they've had on humans. Like, there's even one on humans. Like, it's awesome. But I can just add you guys to this group if you want.
Please.
Yes,
And one
do
thing
that.
also,
Please.
I want to
is-
see if it resonates with my memories.
one thing as well is that this isn't the first generation of advanced intelligence to live on this planet.
Oh no.
We've had several that have lived on this planet and gone extinct. Before the dinosaurs. Well, one thing also, this is a teleporting planet. This planet teleports not only on its own, But as well, if the people are in unity consciousness, they can control where the planet teleports. Now, the thing is that once again, this planet decided to be a galactic seed planet, so of course it's got huge value. So there were people manipulating it and actually teleporting it, which actually hurt the planet. In fact, it got teleported outside of the universe once. But back into this universe finally, until they put it where it is now inside the solar system and put a little ring around it, basically protecting it. And that's why we've had, which December 21st, 2012, was the lifting of the ban. Basically, every extraterrestrial race was not allowed to interact with the humans because we needed to develop again.
Yes.
But as of December 21st, 2012, that official ban has been lifted. But it's not like ships will be landing right now, you know. I mean, there are some on the planet, but they're not going to just like start, you know, like War of the World kind of idea, because we still have to develop ourselves and reach a higher vibration and be more in tune with our true selves in order for contact to occur.
No, the only ships that have been seen, the only ships that have been seen recently are from Inner Earth. Sadly.
Jordan, like, dude.
Well,
that was
Inner
awesome.
Earth isn't hollow. Like, or well, okay, I'm sorry, I gotta clear that up. Earth is hollow on another dimension. Earth isn't hollow on this dimension.
That's what I've been
The
telling
Inner Earth
everyone.
people, the Agartha people, are just in higher dimensions of existence.
Exactly. Where there's
That's
no
exactly
darkness,
what I was.
it's pure light constantly.
Yes, but you can
Oh.
access the Inner Earth. There are certain access points to Inner Earth where people not even, you know,
Yes.
on the higher dimension can access it.
But you have to go up the escalator of energy to where certain people have blockages in their energy body. They can't reach that frequency. It'll actually hurt them or blow parts out, so they need a healing before they can actually do that. But you're right, there are portals where you can go into Inner Earth, but not everybody is going to be able to find it.
For
And not everybody is going to be attracted to it, and certain people, it would be harmful if they went through it.
For
And
example,
some of it's not even in their life plan. So
one of the main points is in Egypt, and there's so many people living in Egypt, but not many can access it, and nobody really talks about it.
Yep, true.
Same with
And
the North Pole.
once again, the integration begins
Admirable.
first of right.
Go ahead.
The integration begins first off in the dream state. You begin to travel there during your dream state and experience teachings and things like that and bring that into the physical reality. Now, most of the time you won't exactly remember it, but the thing is that here's how you do remember it. Is you'll go throughout your day and you'll have experiences where you'll be talking to somebody or something, or you'll be reading something, and all of a sudden you're just like, hey, that sounds familiar. I think I've heard that before, you know? Because you picked up that information on the dream state. Like, for example, tonight, we met before during dream state. Somewhere along the line, we arranged all of this for a different topic.
I had a dream about it a couple nights ago, actually. I remember that.
Awesome. Yeah, can I share a dream real quick?
Yeah.
I totally resonate with what Jordan was saying, like 100%.
Same,
Like,
100%.
Like, I had a dream with Tyrese Gibson, like, about 3-4 nights ago, and he gave me a hard time, dude. Like, he was helping to balance my throat chakra. Like, I was talking too much. And he, like, totally straight up was like, dude, you just cut me off. Like, and I'm like, I look up to this dude as a spirit, and he just, so it helped, like, balance me. And, like, I haven't been able to tell anybody, like, the real story because it's just kind of weird, but yeah, I just want to share a dream. Sorry, like, off subject, but.
Hey, what's up, man?
Carteth. Yeah, I actually had a dream about Inner Earth where I was there. I was I entered, and it was the beginning, right as I entered, and a very tall man with a long beard, you could say he looked like a wizard. He greeted me with a pie, and it was something, the taste was so divine, you couldn't find it anywhere else. I went
Like ambrosia.
Yes, I went to his house, and the house is like a very small on the outside. You go inside, and it's massive. It's just beautiful and massive. Say, for example, beautiful like the Taj Mahal. And I exit the door, and I wake up. It's crazy. It's amazing.
I've had a very similar dream to that. I have dreams, I could say they're intermittent, where one day I'll be in a solar system, the next day I'll be in Earth. It's like I'm a scout almost. I travel.
Mm-hmm.
And my first experience with Inner Earth was just like that. I actually was on the North Pole for some reason, and I walk over to this huge magnetic vortex, and an old man greets me. And he walks over to me, and he doesn't hand me a pie, but he does give me a gift. He gave me a gift of gold. And he says, this gift is your key to, and he didn't call it Inner Earth either. He said it in some foreign language, which I can't articulate with these vocal cords. But he said, this is your key to entering this realm again. He said, whenever you feel like entering this realm, you must call upon this gift, and you must eat it.
Wow.
So
I think
it's very odd.
I believe it's the same man that comes to visit everyone once you arrive. He gives everyone their own divine gift for that person.
Now, if it's everyone, and this is the dream state, and if it's this one man, could you say that this man is really the collective consciousness of Inner Earth expressing itself to us?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And keep in
And
mind,
as well, he's an aspect of your own self. You're a figment of your imagination, so to speak.
Hey guys, I'm
very
leaving.
real.
Good night. Good night.
Night.
Who's saying goodnight?
Brian, you just
Oh,
left.
Brian. Okay.
But also at the same time, that Inner Earth is very dream state-like, and I think Jordan said it's not very. What did you say, Jordan?
I don't know, but has anybody gotten used to bilocation, being at two places at once, or trilocation?
Yes.
No, not yet.
Yes. Like remote viewing?
Yeah, kind of. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're taking your consciousness out of your physical body and transporting it to a different place and being able to perceive. That's just remote viewing, right?
You mean like you're staying in one place and you're just visiting another place?
Like astral traveling, right? Like.
Just consciously.
Oh, dude, yeah,
Right,
I've gone to.
right.
I've been to
But
Cairo.
Once we actually fully transmute our body into carbon-7, we're going to be able to bilocate our physical bodies, but they're not fully caught up to the higher dimensional. Like when you said you went to the inner Earth, it was like a dream world because it's semi-physical. It's not fully non-physical, but it's not fully physical. It's semi-physical, like dream state. Like when we go to sleep at night, we're entering in the void between third dimension and fifth dimension. That's where we're preparing ourselves for fifth dimensional instantaneous reality, where as soon as we have a thought, it happens right away. People are not ready for that, so it's a slow process for them to grow their consciousness and get to a level where they understand their thoughts and they're fully conscious of every thought they're having.
Like our DNA, we're running off about 33% of our full DNA. Which, I mean, if you want to tie it into numerology, we've got 1111, which is, if you want to, this is all you can put whatever definition you want in it, but master builder number for third dimension. 22 is master builder number for fourth dimension.
I'm 11 life path.
Number for fifth dimension. And notice that there isn't any 44 yet, because we haven't yet developed enough to be able to attach a definition to that. But yeah, we're running off of 33% of our DNA, which once we get up to like, I can't even imagine, running off full DNA. That's going to be amazing.
Yeah, dude.
Most of it's dormant, and unfortunately, science today says it's junk DNA, which has many religions, but many of our understanding is that there is no mistakes in creation. It's all there for a purpose, and it's like a RAM disk, so to speak. It's like a hard drive, a storage space of memory.
I was just thinking that.
So you guys think about when the Anunnaki changed the genetic structure, because what it did is it limited our consciousness, and it took a large portion of our consciousness and put it into the subconscious. So they were able to limit the levels of light, which is information, that we can access in one moment that we're in.
Oh, so a little bit more about the Anunnaki. They were looking for monatomic gold, which that's a powerful tool for the light body. They wanted to supplement the light body, and the Earth was plentiful of it. So a team was dispatched down to the Earth to be able to harvest this. And they got down there and they started doing it. And they're like, this is too much work for us. So they decided to be lazy. And they found a species called the primate of the day. And they took that species and they modified it to create the Homo sapiens, which that's what we know of today. And that's what we live as today. But one thing that's interesting is that the species that didn't receive the genetic modification, the primates that didn't receive the genetic modification, evolved and ascended with the Earth frequency naturally, and they're what we know as Sasquatch, Bigfoot. They are able to shift dimensions and do not exist all the time in third dimension except for a couple times to get a grainy photograph. But that's what we would have been had we not received the genetic modification from the Anunnaki. Now, they weren't exactly rulers, or they weren't exactly like trying to dominate us. They were trying to create a task force and team, but they did reduce our capabilities in a sense.
Exactly.
That makes complete sense.
That is exactly what
Yeah,
I
that
told
makes
as well.
that makes sense. Good job. That's something I can understand.
What's funny is I've actually had an encounter with these Sasquatch beings one day in the woods. I live in upstate New York, and there's been actually quite a few sightings in this area of Rensselaer County that I'm in. And one day in summer, I just happened to turn around and I saw one walking away from me, and it did exactly as you described. It shifted in frequency, and then since I had my third eye open at the time, I watched it like jump in and out of realities, and then it just disappeared.
Awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, it was with a friend.
And that's where we're going. That's where we're going. We're going to be able to bilocate our physical bodies once we fully get integrating the carbon-7 in our physical
Has
bodies.
anybody experienced a Pleiadian biolocating near them?
Okay, repeat that,
Yes.
Zach.
I said, has anybody experienced a Pleiadian? I say Pleiadian because that was my experience, like right next to me, biolocated physically. But have any of you ever experienced any being biolocate?
You mean like somebody come next to you?
Yeah, like I was in my bed and I was just sitting there and I heard, "Hey, I'm here," and then saw a Pleiadian appear in my room, physically there, and then just disappeared again.
I've never seen somebody.
I have not experienced that yet, but I feel like it's coming. Like I feel like I'm getting to that point, but I have not experienced that yet. So
Yeah, for me, I have not experienced where they change their vibration down to third density, where they become physical. I've had like encounters where they stay at the higher dimensional frequency and they're like glowing, like it's light, like they're just like a light thing. You know, they can, even those beings can lower to third dimension and be like, hey, just like you, how you doing? You know?
I've been touched by a higher being. Like, yeah, for example, while I was sleeping, like Zachariah said. Or, I mean, not sleeping, but laying down.
I've had that experience too, where I've been channeled. Like I'm channeling, like as I'm waking up, I'm channeling a message, or like, and I feel like I've had that experience. So.
And
it was like right before Halloween, and I received a little download, a little hug from my hybrid children. They came down and kind of grasped me and stuff like that. And that they informed me right now that it was a form of bilocation. So that's where I apply with that.
Nice.
You know, actually, what's funny is my experience with the Pleiadian bilocation had to do with the hybridization program as well. For me, they were taking DNA to make hybrid children that none had been created yet.
Yeah, you bet.
Right. I remember, I'm sitting on a table, and they've got all these tubes, these big tubes and stuff with all these fetuses and stuff. I mean, it was a beautiful sight.
Yeah,
I mean, they got this lady, she's standing there holding the children. She's the caretaker and stuff. She just put off this big, like, efflorescent, just warm radiance that just surrounded everything. I mean, the kids loved her, They treated them so very well, And they're just so smart.
Yeah, there are Earth angels, actually, that have incarnated from the 7th dimension in physical bodies.
I believe I'm an Earth Angel right here. Yes, right
Yes.
here.
Yes.
I know I have had experience in the 7th dimension and came into this reality from a higher dimensional plane of existence, but I cannot say exactly where from.
Yeah, I came from the 5th dimension in Andromeda, and basically I just went through a 7th dimensional angelic initiation. And I can explain to you guys how this works. This is cool. I know it's live and stuff, but I don't care. I've had appearances of physical beings that represented people that I've hated in this lifetime. And they've come to me, and I thought it was actually them, but it was a slightly different human. Looked exactly like them. If they were overweight, it was just like they were overweight. They're the same problems or same issues of people that I've had problems with, and I had to help them randomly in public. Like, the last one was this like overweight woman that represented like my ex-girlfriend, and she like had problems with her car, and she was just like totally destitute and needed help. And I failed that mission. I didn't help. And then I got the higher level angels, spirits coming in and talking to me saying, listen, you failed this. You'll have another opportunity. You always have opportunities, but you're actually going through this process. So be aware next time in that moment that everybody can go through these things. It's like a test, but it's an angelic 7th dimensional initiation. Then you're able to heal from like a higher level. It's like actually one of your higher selves. It's like connecting with you.
Yeah.
That's
I agree with that.
That is really profound.
I believe I'm an Earth Angel. I just resonate with that.
believe we all
I feel
are.
that.
Well, my mom's an Earth Angel. My mom's an Earth Angel. That's the only reason I think I was able to really pick up a lot from my childhood. You know,
Same with me, my mom. I have no words for that except for yeah.
Yeah. Amen, brother. Aho. I feel our hearts pounding right now. This is good.
So in order to have more contact with extraterrestrials, if that's your goal, if that's your desire, the thing is you got to remember the contact that you've already had. It's kind of paradoxical. But, I mean, one thing's for sure is that everybody here has had some form of extraterrestrial contact inside these bodies through soul contract agreements before incarnation. They're just something that you feel, something that you become aware of. And the thing is that we can differentiate between memories and imaginations, because imaginations are kind of fuzzy. They're kind of fuzzy, and you have to kind of work with imagination first at the beginning, kind of dream up something and kind of picture that and play with that. But then eventually it'll crystallize, and it'll form into a crystal clear picture that you see.
Refrigerator.
I can't hear.
There's one in the refrigerator.
Amen.
Something about a refrigerator.
Jordan, how can you tell if it's a memory and not just a imagination?
By the clarity of it, how clear it appears. Because the memories will feel, well, the thing is, okay, so one thing also is that with subconscious, it's not subconscious like a submarine, like digging down, because this is the lowest you can go, so to speak. It's up. You know, you want to search into your higher mind. You always want to search subconsciously is upwards. And that's where you'll find all the answers. Because if you dig down, you're just digging down into cement. You're just digging out because the thoughts are the lowest part. You got to dig up into your oversoul. You know what I'm saying? But like as you're sifting around, playing with different ideas, eventually something will crystallize, something will solidify, something will manifest. And you'll hear, or you'll see, or you'll feel something, and it just clicks correctly.
See, for me personally, experienced that. I never experienced that clarity, that that crystal clear picture. Everything is always fuzzy for me, especially memories, because the grays, the zetas, I had experiences because of my soul contract when I was younger where they suppressed my memories on purpose. So I had to go through feeling. I had to figure out what was what just based on the energy that it emitted. And for me, it started to be a color. If it was a pinkish color, it was a Pleiadian memory. If it was a yellow color, it was an Earth memory. You know what I mean?
Nice. And one of my sayings, there can be no healing without feeling.
Well, and also to understand and reciprocate these memories, to get them back, you have to organize your, per se, file system of your brain.
Yes.
And be able to, you know, access that certain file in that directory at that time.
Dude, clap for
That's kind of figuring out how to your own personal method for like, actually applying your own intuition in a way that like your brain can. That's like also, hi, I'm back. But that's kind of what we were talking about earlier with the concepts and how they can be beneficial. That's a way of making it, like using concepts in a beneficial way to like kind of stabilize your own experience with intuition, which is cool. I didn't think about doing it in colors. Like for me, it's kind of a similar thing, but instead of colors, it's more like, I want to say a frequency, but not in the sense that you think. It's more like a repetitious pattern, like think Morse code or something. I can recognize the pattern of the blips.
Wow, that's a really unique way of doing it. That's amazing.
I haven't met anyone else who uses it that way, like who sees it that way. Because like when I look at people's auras and stuff, like I don't see colors at all. But I see these, it looks like these hyperdimensional lines and stuff that arc out, and like I can see the shapes of the lines and their frequencies, and I know that. But I can't really explain it.
That's actually how I see it too. It's like magnetic ley lines, I call it.
Yeah, it's similar to, like, that's probably the best way you could describe it.
Yeah, because that's how I started to see it. I actually correct myself. Because first I started to feel it, then I started to see it in that way. Now I can just, it's almost like it's flexible. I can see it however I want to. It'll come naturally in a certain state, and that'll just be like bland, and I'll just know what it is. I can hear the color, or I can hear the intent, but it's flexible.
Yeah, because essentially what you're seeing is just different manifestation forms of energy. So you can like switch your mental eye filters to see it in different ways, Because I mean, essentially everything, when you really get down to it, is the same force. It's the same element, just different frequencies of it.
I completely agree with you. And that's the same realization that I've come to quite recently.
It's some cool stuff. I really like the, like you said, the seeing it in the like sense of ley lines, because I mean it adds a whole different like dimension to like being able to. This is kind of redundant to say this, but to being able to see it, like instead of seeing colors or having it as a feeling, you can look at it and you see it's like art. It's like you've got these lines and these shapes and everything, and you could see they have a life of their own. Like, it's really wild.
Like, right?
Really
I just
texture.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I only said one thing.
No, you're good. I was just like, he said a word that I was thinking, Mika, like right when I was thinking it. Just like, very cool story. Yeah.
Regarding the energy, or what you guys were just talking about, for me, I feel like I can see auras and energy of objects. Like anything I look at, I feel like I can see the energy and aura of it, even if it's not something like it's something not human. I can still see the energy and aura.
Well, everything has energy. Everything has consciousness.
Are you an earth sign?
Yes.
Me too. That's what it's like. We can connect as an earth sign. You have a deeper level to be able to connect with physical objects.
Yes, exactly. And that's what I see. Like I see, like constantly, I'm seeing auras and the energy of things.
Me too. Yeah.
Like it's just.
Can I provide a theory for that? Because
no.
When I was really, really young, like 7, 8 years old, I first began to see the auras around objects, not living creatures. The objects around living creatures would appear as ley lines, like I said.
Yeah.
But a lot of objects, it would be just like she's describing, just like a stagnant aura. And I feel that around living creatures, the potential for creation is so vast that our brain can't really comprehend what's going on. So we see it as a ley line or just as a faded image. While an object, a physical object, is very steadfast. I mean, that's how we perceive it to be. It's very structured. So we perceive the aura to be very
passive.
Yeah, passive. That's a great word. Thank you.
Yeah, and remember how we were talking about like the different chakras and the different elements that are attached to those chakras, and like let's say you have the earth sign. The earth sign is connected to the root chakra, which is the physical reality. So the second chakra up, which is your sacral, that's water. That's where your bladder is right there. You know what I'm saying? The third chakra is your solar plexus. That element is fire, meaning it's like you burn up all the food you eat, you burn up any negative energy. It's like that's your power center, your will center. It's like the fire burning. And anyways, so then you go up to the green. That's air. Once you fully develop the heart energy, you can manipulate air like an avatar. So, like each sign, like let's say you're an air sign. Are you an air sign?
Actually, all three of my signs are fire signs. But
so you're a fire sign.
Element that I can manipulate, yeah.
So it's like we're based upon the day we were born and how everything lined up in the energetics of that exact moment, whatever. Like it's given us certain different connections that have helped our soul connect into this reality to connect more with like the abilities and stuff we have in that chakra. Like I'm an indigo from the indigo ray, but I'm an earth sign. So like when she was talking about this earth energy of seeing the auras on physical objects, I totally was able to connect to that and understand how I was able to connect to that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I see that all the time, and I always wonder about it. And like, am I the only one? Like, because I've always wondered about it. Like, I see the aura and energy of like objects everywhere around me, and it's just like crazy. Like, and I couldn't understand it, but like now I know. Like you see it too, and you understand what I'm talking about. So.
Yeah, and like Zachary was saying, it also is the beginning stage to develop the higher level to read auras.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
See, what's weird about my experience is like, just like he was saying, you know, it started off one way and then kind of developed. Like, for me, it started off as a feeling, and then it developed into something more like, as far as I can tell, when it comes to seeing energies and stuff, I'm essentially colorblind. Like, I can't distinguish color in energy. Everything is in grayscale to me. So I never really benefited from these, reading checking the colors of energy. So I guess that kind of heightened my development in this ley line kind of idea. Like, I see magnetism. Like, when I would look at physical objects and see these, like, you could get almost that ghost image around it of the energy. It was always this gray. It looked like this aether, but it had no color. I couldn't sense anything from that. It was I don't know. They're in one of the bags. I'll find them.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
My name's Kyle.
Sorry. Anyway, it's basically like.
Kyle, what's up, bro?
My dad said to ask if you've tried squinting to see it better.
Oh.
Cool.
Would that actually work?
Not for
I know you were being sarcastic, but I'm thinking about that. I'm sorry.
That never helped me. But like when I think that like with the way that because my own brain has like weird quirks. Like it only functions certain ways, and like it's almost always abstract. So like when I developed being able to sense and see these energies, I kind of developed much more of this understanding of the ley lines and stuff. And so like now compared to before, when I would get this ghost image and see these like you know how if you hold up a bat's wing and put a light behind it, it looks like you got this translucent and then this slightly thicker translucent.
Like opaque.
It looked like that, but in like energy form. But then all right. So, but
I think we're having some connection issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, latency
like,
is probably really high. I mean,
after that, when it developed, it turned much more into. I'm trying to think of a good thing to relate it to. Like, have you ever seen those computer generated tesseracts that are like 3-dimensional and will like morph in on themselves to show you what a tesseract is supposed to look like.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that, but with, I mean, ridiculous amounts of lines. Like, and you can focus in like how you can with a microscope. You could focus into like major lines or see all the minor lines, and it's really wild. So, and I haven't really met anyone else who sees it the same way as I
that's
do.
how I
That's why I'm
perceive it,
telling you
too.
guys about it, because I'm curious to hear your input from it.
Me, I personally, that's how I see energy now. Well, like I told you earlier, now I can see it in any way that I want. I can see it as regular aura, steadfast, passive. I can see it as just opaque white ghost energy, or I can see it as ley lines. It depends on the vibration that I am perceiving it at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't actually see energy. I more hear it from voices, and even when I do see it, it comes from somebody's mouth. And it's just very weird. It's like the vibrations resonate with my ears, and you can feel the energy, and in all different forms.
That is an amazing ability.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
It really is.
Yeah, it is.
Do you,
What?
do you sing or play instruments?
Yeah, I'm a musician.
Okay, yeah, because I got that immediate impression when you said you hear the energy. I was immediately thinking a musician because it just it just clicked.
Any of you guys have you ever experienced an overseer?
In what sense? What do you mean?
Yeah, I was thinking.
Okay. Every once in a while, when I'm just around, I see this man. It's very vague. And he's just walking past me. I can see he has an aura. It's kind of goldish, very divine-like. He just walks past my vision. And that's all I see. And some colors follow him, and he's gone. And he's just watching
I got
over
the
me.
word protector in my mind when you were
Yes.
talking about this. I heard protector.
That's a good example. And he's just watching, making sure I'm doing the right thing. And every time I see him, I'm thinking, well, what's going on? Why is he just he's just checking out how I'm going, what's going on? You know, I don't really know much about it.
Do you have a deceased family member that was close to you?
No, but not really any close. There are many distant ones that I wish
Well,
were close.
distant could mean close. I mean, you're obviously close now to this being, but you could have met this person once and just felt a connection to them.
I never met this person.
Do you think it could be an ancestral guardian or something of that nature?
Because I feel
Someone you
something
never would have
ancestral
met, but-
related to you.
Otherworldly.
Because I do know that sometimes people will.
My dad said it could be an otherworldly being.
At one point, I thought it was Jah. You know, just God in himself. There's many.
Our perception is the inception of our life's direction.
Oh, that again.
I had to bring it back full circle. Sorry.
It's not seeing is believing. It's believing is seeing.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
We can't perceive what we're not the vibration of. You know.
There you go.
Yeah.
You attract what you
Damn
are.
straight.
Yeah.
What was that? That was
But Benjamin, is he still here?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear you. Sorry. I heard a whole bunch of laughing.
Reverberation. That's why I put it in the comments.
So, speaking of a guardian like that, I have they usually show up in my dreams or like just weird times. Like it's always when I'm alone and like, you know, I'm not like out and about anywhere. It never happens when I'm out and about anywhere. It's always in like it's always when I'm having this kind of like personal quiet time kind of situation, you know, and I'll just become aware of this presence, you know, and like I have a couple of guardians, and they're kind of like spirit totems or spirit guides, or however you want to think about it. But I have a feeling like one of them is an ancestral guardian, and my idea, I haven't really gotten much information about it, but my idea is that a blood relative from, and it feels Native American, and I'm part Cherokee. So I have a feeling like, sometimes people they'll make a vow to like their children and their children's children and stuff like that. So I'm wondering if sometimes guardians could actually be your own blood relatives, only not like diagonal. They're literally up just before you, like direct down the line. So that popped into my head when you brought that up.
So Kyle, what's up, bro? Like, nice to have you with us, man. How's it going? What's up with you?
Good. I just came back from the movies. What's up with you?
Not much, man. Just chilling, having a little group conversation here. So we didn't really introduce you, like, or bring you in, like most people, but so.
I'm just kind of listening. I don't know, like, when to, jump in and stuff.
Whatever you want.
Yep.
I don't want to, like, interrupt anybody.
Well, like, typically you can, if you, this is just the way I think about it, is I listen and then I, like, wait for that 1 to 2 second pause.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start talking, and then it's funny because then like 3 people start talking at the same time, and you're like,
because we're all waiting for that 1 to 2 second pause.
Going with the ancestral family and things like that, a lot of our experiences aboard these ships and on these UFOs and stuff are our family from the civilizations that we once lived in, if you want to look at it from a linear perspective, because we exist there while we exist here. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing also, is that these memories will come up when you're ready to process them, and process them with love, because the War of the Worlds idea and ideology is a bunch of bullshit. It's a hoax, is a scam. Because think about it. If a society wanted to attack Earth, they would have done it already. Because the logic would be attack them while they're weak.
I always say that.
Amen.
Say that.
Yeah.
The ones that we have to watch out about is our own self. We got to purify our own
we're our own worst enemy.
Yeah, and I like how you talked. Yeah, I liked earlier how you talked about the quarantine being lifted at 2012. You didn't see all of them come in right away and, hey, how's it going? Even though it's lifted. So it's almost like we got to get ourselves purified. We got to get ourselves in order before we can even come in contact with some of these higher beings.
Well, the thing is, we've had training wheels on for so long.
That's a great way to put it.
And they live.
Sorry. It was actually to you, Jordan. I was just gonna say, when you said like things from the past, we're also there, and they could be in the past. They could also be from the future.
Right.
So I throw in
from that linear perspective. It's all now, all different parallel realities of this now.
Yes.
Hi, other me.
That's exactly the point. That is exactly.
Yeah.
Hello, nice to meet myself.
Here's an interesting thing. In my past life, I think I visualized this. Before I came here, or it could have been, I'm going somewhere else in the future. But once I was jumping off a cliff, like, for example, I think I was at Victoria Falls in Africa, in Zimbabwe. I was there, and I jumped off, and I ascended to a different plane. Essentially, people in this world would think I was committing suicide. Essentially, it was, but it was from my higher mind.
Nice.
I have many experiences similar to that. And I word it in that way because it's very vague.
Well, the butterfly never knew, or the caterpillar never knew it was going to become the butterfly when it went into the cocoon. Mm-hmm. So you could see the changing of all these energies as death from a certain perspective. But when it comes out, it's still alive. It's a butterfly. Yeah. So from the higher mind, like he's saying, it's probably just a gateway to kill yourself or to die from a physical perspective to be able to step into that next level. You know what I'm saying? You see where I'm going with this?
And as well, there is no such thing as death. Now, there is one thing such as death, and that's ultimate death, where you go ahead and throw yourself back into non-existence. That happens very, very rarely. But the thing that us humans fear as death is only a transition. It's only an illusion. When we return back to war of ourselves, return back to where we once came from before we incarnated. Because the thing with incarnation is that it's all free will. We chose our parents. We chose exactly when and where to incarnate. Or worked as a team and had it chosen, I don't want to say for us, but as a group decision. Kind of sometimes people are like, well, I really don't care, and so kind of like a team kind of goes in and looks around and finds the optimal place. But most of the time, everybody already knows exactly where they want to go. And then incarnate. Oh, that's the thing, is that these extraterrestrials are living in so much more in tune with their true self. I mean, they are their higher mind most of the time. Some of these civilizations, some of them aren't as well, but for all intents and purposes, most of them are living much more in tune than we are. And so if they were to land on this planet, their auras are much more intense, much more powerful because they're more in tune. And what would it do? Yes. You would draw up all of the subconscious fears that we hold in the darkness and purge that up into a massive volcanic explosion. And so for our own safety...
I wish I had a button to click, like a like button to everything you say.
Dude, totally, Jordan. Yeah, I'm with it.
For our own safety, they keep distance.
And that in my mind, what popped into my head right then was the correlation of the idea of the fear of God. Because and that just struck me. That idea of the fear of God. What if it was just really misunderstood? And that what you just said is the actual reason that it is so powerful, and that all these things, and there are multiple references to this about how, wickedness cannot stand. Wicked, the word wicked comes from the word wick, which means twist. That's how they make wicks, is they twist them. So it means twisted. So if you've got twisted things in your mind that are not in alignment, then those would not be able to stand, and they would surface immediately, and it would be catastrophic for your psyche, really, if you think about it.
And we were kind of talking about that earlier whenever we were saying that the person had the buzzing. Basically, their energy body is being upgraded to be able to encounter, like Jordan was saying, these higher dimensional beings that are vibrating on a much higher level of frequency, and it's almost like they look like they're light. They're like they're just glowing, right? But if we come in contact with them, it's going to bring every subconscious or every dark thing that's inside of us out. And they're going to go almost insane because they're not able to get to that fifth dimensional frequency. So they're still locked into the lower consciousness. So it's almost like unlocking them before they're ready. So that's why the law of attraction exists, and that's why they can't just come down and be around everybody, because it'll bring out everything. And it's a process of us to be able to work on ourselves.
Yeah, that also brings up another point. Sorry, Mika.
That's all right. I was just going to say real quick that that's like pushing the baby bird out of the nest before it's ready to fly.
If an egg is broken from an internal source, it's wonderful. If it's broken from an external source, it dies.
Yeah.
Perfect analogies. And what I was going to say is you seem to notice that all of the extraterrestrial encounters happen when people are children because they don't have all of that baggage, so they can come in contact with these beings, and they can resonate at that frequency. Yes.
Exactly, Marnie. Marnie, what were you saying?
It's like the structures. I mean, that's why children are the best philosophers, because that's before the structures of society, not even just westernized society, any society in general that's role is to condition a person or a being. There's a structure that's placed on that person, and that person can't necessarily see through that.
Before they're given like a base mindset?
What?
Before they're given like a base mindset?
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's the principle of conditioning, is those mindsets that get taught. Also, you brought up the butterfly earlier, and I'm a Scorpio, so I'm all about transformation. That is my thing.
It's a fire sign.
Well,
right?
Scorpion's a water sign.
It's a water sign, so it's flowing.
I was born on the cusp of revolution, which is equally Scorpio and Sagittarius. It's right where they meet, so it's water and fire.
Okay, so it's steamy.
It's paradox, really. It's a paradox. It's depth, and yet it's, you know, active and in motion. But I've always I'm actually writing. I've written numerous things on the metamorphosis and stuff, because that's what Scorpio is. One of its aspects, one of its symbols is death. Not death as in the end of something, but as in the beginning of something else. It's the transformation.
Mm-hmm.
And I just came across this. I just came across this the other day, and it's a poem in one of these books I'm reading. It's really interesting. He put a poem in here by G. Eustace Owen, and it's called A Butterfly. And what we were talking about is, like, I think you guys will like this. It's not all that long, but it's really like impacting. So I'll read it real quick. And it's exactly what we were talking about put into this metaphor. A butterfly rested upon a flower, gay was he and light as a flake, and there he met a caterpillar, sobbing as though his heart would break. It hurt the happy butterfly to see a caterpillar cry. Said he, "Whatever is the matter, and may I help in any way?" "I've lost my brother," wept the other. "He's been unwell for many a day. Now I discover, sad to tell, he's only a dead and empty shell." "Unhappy grub, be done with weeping. Your sickly brother is not dead. His body's stronger and no longer crawls like a worm, but flies instead. He dances through the sunny hours and drinks sweet nectar from the flowers. Away, away, deceitful villain, go to the winds where you belong. I won't be grieving at your leaving, so take away your lying tongue. Am I a foolish slug or snail to swallow such a fairy tale? I'll prove my words, you unbeliever. Now listen well and look at me. I am none other than your brother, alive and well and fancy free. Soon you'll be with me in the skies among the flirting butterflies. Ah, cried the mournful caterpillar, 'tis clear I must be seeing things. You're only a spectre, sipping nectar, flicking your ornamental wings, and talking nonsense by the yard. I will not hear another word." The butterfly gave up his struggle. "I have," he said, "no more to say." He spread his splendid wings and ascended into the air and flew away, and while he fluttered far and wide, the caterpillar sat and cried. You know, that's exactly what we were talking about.
That is, like, dead on.
Yeah. You know? Like...
So basically, we're in the cocoon, and people that don't understand are still caterpillars.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't
I'm
have
glad you said cocoon and not butterfly, because that's really important. You know, because we're not really butterflies yet.
Well, there are fifth-dimensional people that are butterflies here. I've met them, and they're already there.
But you can't have that full understanding of the butterfly until you've ascended.
Exactly.
And we're still in the cocoon.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about it. If we weren't talking about it, it'd already be done. Like, we're just mentally pulling it into our reality.
You know what I just realized? You know, for a long time I thought the universe was just plain insane, and now I realize that I'm right. Because, you see, what do insane people do? Well, the universe is psychopathically insane because it's sitting alone for so long, and it goes, you know what? I want a friend. And it splits itself into many parts and goes, hey, let's talk to ourselves. And thus, here we are. You know, and, like, we're literally the universe developing its own form of schizophrenia so that we can talk to each other in separate forms.
Now,
like, you know,
the greatest thing to me is to think about the fact that, like, we are so, okay, like, we're just little aspects of the universe, right? But we've created these little scenarios, like we have, like, families, and we let people bother us. Like, we literally created, like a friend or a mom or something to, like, bother us and we have ourselves to deal with. Like, how funny. Like, that's so cute.
Now, saying that the universe is insane would be implying that this conversation has happened before.
Well,
Which
it
it
has. And it's going
Because-
to happen
okay.
again, and it's already happening.
Well, are you saying that because the definition of insanity is repeating repeating something over and over and expecting different results? Yes.
But you know what's crazy is the universe sets up the reality here. So therefore, I mean, we can see that the same thing doesn't happen, even though we're doing the same thing. So in an insane person's mind, would it actually repeat, or would they experience different things each time and think it's a different thing?
Okay, let me stop us right here, because I had a buddy that was classified as schizophrenic, and basically I worked with him and helped and counseled him to be able to get to this level, to be able to connect the multiple streams of different versions of reality that's all happening at once. It was confusing for him. He had a hard time because he was able to experience such a wide range of view from his third eye chakra, so it actually became like insanity. Like, he would see thousands of different choices for one thing, and it was just too much for him to handle. So I tried to help him get to that frequency to understand that, like, when you collapse that field as the conscious person that's watching it, that's when it becomes solid. So there are multiple outcomes, and it is a totally, insane thing. Like the universe is. It's so many different ways and like things that repeat. But whatever is perfect is what you're doing right now.
I don't think it's so insane that this, that this conversation would have happened at the same time, in the same place, in the same universe, on the same planet. I think this universe is insane to the point where everything has happened, but it's happened in a different place.
And
well, everything is existing on itself. So can't you say that everything is existing in the same place?
Right.
But in a different place?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, space is just an illusion.
Yeah.
There is no actual separation of space. That's one of the core corners of the Maya, of the illusion is the illusion of space. Then you have the illusion of time, and you got the illusion of separation, things like that, in their different forms, and when you realize that is just an illusion, then you can see that. And it is insane. I mean, it's insane when you realize that, and all the things that implies that are too much to even mention. And then to be able to comprehend that and like accept it exactly as it is, and to know that this moment right now and these words coming out of my mouth are happening right now, and when I stop speaking, they won't be speaking anymore. And yet they're speaking for eternity, and they're also speaking in all these other places that both do and do not exist.
And they've never
things
been
that
spoken?
do not exist are things. Like it boggles your conscious physical mind when you really like start to process all that it implies, and if you aren't at the frequency that allows you to cope with that, then it can start to really freak you out.
You know what you need to know exactly when you need to know it.
Yeah.
Which brings up the question, if that were the case, and if a being did come down and all these fears were dropped up and basically made us explode, would we need it then? If we could not handle it, do we need it? Or so like kind of like a Schrodinger's cat thing. Like, would it die, or because it was happening, it would?
Schrodinger's cat.
But if that were to happen, would it be because we could, or would we die if we weren't ready, or would that force us to be ready? What exactly does that mean?
So if we want to go into the quantum field and understand, you can go to you could call it Dr. Quantum and Flatland, and you can have this slit. I don't know how to simplify. Okay, so when it comes to understanding the different possible outcomes, this is what I was talking about, the conscious being that's watching it. It's whenever they would take a photon of light and they would shoot it through the double slit experiment. You know what I'm saying? Do you guys know what I'm talking about here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it changes based upon us looking at the field.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of looking at all the possible outcomes, whenever you look at one, it actually creates the vibration that you're supposed to see in that moment.
That's some pretty intense stuff too.
The ramifications of that observation
Nice.
are
nice,
mind-blowing.
Nice rhyme.
Thank you. I'm a Heim, therefore I rhyme. It's in my No, but in all seriousness, the thoughts, I can't word this, I can't articulate this properly. You know what I'm trying to say, though, I hope. If we were to really, truly believe, and I do, the whole entire species, humanity, of what you just said, our whole entire reality would dissolve completely. Like, we would see buildings just collapse. We would see mountains shrink, tides rise. Our whole reality would melt. It would be like the whole species took LSD.
Yeah, pretty much.
To put it simply. And what I was getting to is, I think that's what we're working up to right now with the ascension, with the global awakening, you can call it. I believe that is what is going on. We're all beginning to perceive our own unique reality at the same time. So it's going to create a mini bubble for each of us.
Have you guys seen the movie named Powder about the albino kid that has like super?
Yes, I
power?
love that movie.
That's one of the best movies ever. Now, you remember the end of it where he essentially frees himself by raising his frequency so high that he just turns into lightning and just he becomes everything. It's kind of like that, you know. But like something I've wondered about is, you know, if we because these ascended masters who have ascended and who have done these things like that, they seem to just go poof, you know, they just go poof, and then all of a sudden they're everywhere, and they have these, you know, super reality existences, and you know, but what does that mean? That when everyone experiences that we'll all just go poof into that? Does this reality crumble just because there's no one to observe it as it is?
No, I
or
believe,
does it just stay like, you know, a basement apartment that no one's in anymore?
That's
you
what
know?
I feel
See,
like.
what the universe is like water. Okay, you take a rock and you drop it in the water. There's displacement for a second, but the water will instantly fill in that hole and become equal again. So I feel that that's what would happen with what you're talking about. If we were to all poof ascend into that harmonized state of existence, the universe would put in something else to take its place. And it would happen so fast and so instant we wouldn't even see it. We wouldn't even know it.
And I think we can look at this as the cocoon, as the fifth-dimensional creation. We got to look at it from a perspective where there is still a 3D Earth and there's a 5D Earth, and over time they'll slowly kind of separate. But it's like there are both still existing, even if they're further away vibrationally. They're still both existing at the same time, meaning we can take our frequency from a fifth-dimensional energy and go down to a third-dimensional and connect with your heart to a person that's in that frequency, but then you can also lift your vibration to the other frequency. But if you lift your frequency too high, you're not going to be able to attract people that are the other frequency. So it's like people that are your family and stuff that are close to you, sometimes it's difficult to work when they're in a lower frequency and try to help them, but it's all about the heart and coming down to that exact frequency that they're at without any judgment and just living in that moment to be with them. And that's how it works for all these beings. Anybody that comes to you, your vibration's got to match. Like, you might have to come up or they might have to come down, but the heart matches everything. And that's how we communicate with people. That's what we're all doing right now. All of our hearts are synced to a certain level to be able to connect with each other.
Well, can you just like forget, like if you're ascended, can you just like drop levels basically? I don't know how else to say it.
It's difficult.
Yeah, that's what duality. That's what duality is. We lose our memory. Basically, we come into this school. It's an amnesia that we go through from the changing of our energy and genetics over what we talked about and stuff. We don't want to go into that whole thing again, but you come through a state of amnesia, and you're able to start from ground zero, like a seed that's in the soil that has to come through darkness, not knowing, until it gets to the light, knowing, and then it permeates that level, and then it starts to come in. But you have to be in the darkness before you can fully,
Because remember, the seed didn't just start in the ground. It was produced at the top of the tree. And
Exactly.
it had to be dropped to grow its.
And that's the fractals.
You know, yeah,
That's the fractals of the soul.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the draw of Earth. I mean, is the veil of forgetfulness? Because whoa, there's also the free will. Not a lot of planets have complete free will. We're one of the only planets. Few planets have 100% free will. So we're able to create our destinies 100%. Which I mean, also
free will?
it is a free will universe, but that's because of Earth. Because Earth took that initiative first.
Boom!
It's true. Earthlings, son, get used to it.
But if everything's coexisting and if everything's
Earthlings.
omnipresent, can't you say that it also is happening in every other reality as well? It's not just because of Earth, because of this consciousness, because without the omnipresent, the Earth wouldn't exist. So that wouldn't have happened.
I agree.
Well, see, the way that I think about it is there are infinite other realities, and every other planet in each different reality was their reality's Earth.
Right.
But it's not our Earth. It's a totally different planet, but they were the Earth of theirs. You see, so it's like, and that's why Earth is so
that's.
Earth
Well,
is
it's
so-
like I was. Sorry, Mika.
Yeah, it's good.
It's like I was talking about with our past lives. Like I've had a few when I lived on Earth at fifth dimensional frequency, when Earth was in that golden age frequency of the vibration it goes through the up and down. So Earth's gonna go back down. It's like an up and down wave thing. So what I was saying is like the 3 of the past lives in that fifth dimensional, and then some third dimensional lives. So you can kind of get just from that perspective a view that it does go up and down, and it's your soul. If it wants to experience a third dimensional reality, that's totally fine. There's no judgment. If it wants to experience a fifth dimensional, that's fine too. You know what I'm saying? It's not about what's better or worse, higher or lower. It's just about what you need at that time to experience what you need to help your soul grow and get the components it needs to fulfill itself on whatever journey it wants to be on.
Exactly, and you see, because it has to be that way. Because if it weren't, then you could say that the 7 primary chakras. If that weren't true, then you would say that the root chakra wasn't equal to the third eye chakra, which they're all an equal part of the whole.
Yeah, and if I can interject, it's like a rainbow. When people see the pure light photon have water become the prism for the light, and you see a rainbow, that's what it is. It's showing you all the different colors that come in a pure light photon from the sun. Even though we see the sun as yellow because the main color is yellow, it still can be split up into all its core parts. So you can't look at a rainbow and be like, damn, that light photon, that freaking, that bright color up there, I like that better than the other color. It doesn't matter what your preference or thought, that's just our mind. It all is perfect, and it's all a part of the one whole thing. So you can judge and look at each chakra and say, this is good, this is survival's bad. If you're in that frequency, I don't like you, I don't want to be around you. But it's all one. We can be any of these frequencies.
Yeah, one of the major things to break out of is that illusion of the illusion, the hierarchy illusion. There's no such thing as greater or lesser. And the only true power that we have is the power over ourselves, and that's where true power comes from. Is the power over ourselves. Now the thing is that the outer world the only way. Hold on, how do you phrase this?
Take your time, brother.
The illusion of power is because the outer world is manipulating you to use your own power to create that illusion. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Babylon has created
totally.
peer, and within that peer, they've created hierarchy. It's a terrible system of everything. I don't know.
And we live in a paradox reality. Everything is a paradox, and we used to be in unity consciousness where, as you were talking earlier, where everybody shares one reality. Now we've got like 1,000 different realities that everybody's mingling around with, and so it's kind of like the game is, I guess, to basically wrap it all up and put it into one again.
Then let's do it.
But each time we put it into 1, it's going to fall again into multiple into fractals. And then it's going to go back into 1, and it's going to fall again into multiple fractals. It's a cycle. It's a wave.
Well, it depends on if it needs to ascend or descend. Karma built up over time is a product of descension. So ascension is about relieving karma. So it's about it's the soul. If the soul needs to purify, it's going to go through descension. If it needs to purify, it's going to go through ascension. But if it needs to learn its lessons from all of its darkness that's been pulled over time, it will descend into the lower energies. But all of those are fine. There's no judgment over what it is. It's just cycles of time. You know?
Permanence is a misconception.
Exactly. Well said,
And
brother.
that's something that has bothered me quite a bit about a lot of these perspectives that many people in this sort of, I guess you could call it, ascension movement. I mean,
Spiritual community.
Yeah, they tend to associate lower frequency or lower vibration or density with evil. And I'm like, that is not the point. That's not the point at all.
If I could throw this out here, just a little redefinition for you. Evil.
Yeah.
As in energy veil, as in misqualified energy, as in like everybody's getting the same energy. As Prime's creators giving us all this energy and stuff, and we can use it for good or we can use it for evil. And we use it for evil is because we're misqualifying it. You can see it in our energy system. It's being diverted into a smaller,
I was reading a channeling from a Prime Creator, and Prime Creator said that evil is just a twist and a mix-up or a confusion based upon free will.
Wicked, remember? It's a wick. It's a twist.
Yeah, so it's just twisting the free will gift and turning it into something that's used for evil, which is still able to happen, but it just is what it is. There's no
But
judgment on it.
isn't evil just a perception? Because what is good for one
Well, here's what
bad to another?
I'll explain it to you. It's polarity. So a good guy and a bad guy both don't think each other is. They don't think they're the bad guy. The bad guy thinks he's a good guy, and you know what I'm saying? Both sides think they're good. So whenever you're meeting a bad guy, you're meeting the opposite polarity that just teaches you that there's an opposite side of yourself that you haven't dealt with to call him a bad guy in the first place.
Exactly.
So all evil is just a polarity of something that you haven't understood. You're not giving over your positive energy of acceptance towards the way that somebody's utilizing their free will gift.
Yeah.
That's some good stuff.
That's why I have no words.
Right?
Thanks, guys.
Very
back
much summed up.
in the day, the way the news used to be spread around was people would go and travel to their local park and gather up like thousands of people at a time and just discuss the local events. But nowadays we've got this mainstream media manipulating reality and posing this facade of saying, hey, this is what we want you to believe, and these are the stories that we want to show you, and perpetuating fear. And the reason is to try to create a unified reality once again, but with false pretenses.
Our perception is the inception of our life's direction. So what we feed our mind, we become in time. So they're trying to feed our mind certain things that are going to create the exact reality that they wish to have. So it's like, instead of following other people's schemes, we should follow our own dreams.
Exactly. And so, for example, whenever you hear anything about ISIS or ISIL or this war on terrorism and things like that, instead of being freaked out about it, instead utilize the violet flame, the violet transmuting flame, and cast the violet flame out to all that receive it.
I
In the
have,
sense of
I have a question for all of you. Now, a good statement for all of us on this chat would be, we are all at a similar state of understanding. All of this conversation that we are having, we have most likely already had with ourselves in our solitude. So we have all already examined these ideas many, many times. So basically, we in this chat room are just committing insanity, which is going back to earlier. And but other than that, there's thousands of people in this world that are not on the same, I guess you could say, level of understanding and awareness that we are. So what would you say to them to help them become more aware? Because we're talking about all of this, but as we're talking about all of this, there's thousands of children in Africa starving. There's thousands of animals being slaughtered. There's wars being fought over race. You know, there's still all of this experience going on in the world that we as the enlightened beings could be here to help alleviate.
They have to be ready. Like you can't like try to tell them something they're not ready to understand yet, because then they're not gonna like grasp the depth of it. There has to be like some kind of situation that makes them want to like either change or that they want to see a change in others.
And that's completely correct.
Yes.
But before we do any of this in other countries, we need to finalize our corrections in this country.
We have to be unified.
Sorry, go ahead.
I assume all of
So-
you are in America.
Sorry, go ahead.
We need to finalize and finish the steps to unifying this country and having everybody on the same plane before we can help fight hunger in other countries as Africa.
But
I agree.
Here's the thing that I've got to download from Spirit, and they said, Jack, we have never left a single soul behind in the entire history of the universe. Okay, do you know what that means? Like, it means people are choosing to be in a third-dimensional reality, and we have to honor that. We can't say, it's wonderful up here, you don't understand it. Let me pull you over here because this is what I think and I want from my perspective. It's going to be better for you. And it is a wonderful feeling to be in this higher fifth-dimensional frequency reality of you feel like you're just glowing, like it's amazing. But we want other people to experience this, so it's almost like we're forcing their free will. And this is the tough part about the free will reality we're in, is to accept that if people are in suffering, they're attracting that for a soul lesson that they need to have that experience.
And this is all true, and this is in my awareness, and this is how I live my life. I walk that light. I walk that understanding.
And that's really important, because like something that I was thinking as this got into it a few minutes ago was, you know, I think it was you, Kyle, that asked, you know, what would you say to those people? You know, and it's, while words can get points across, I really think it's much more about what can you live to those people.
See, exactly,
you know,
that's the answer that I wanted.
Much more of, because they can, you know, words are words, you know, but like when somebody is living in this suffering and they're going through these lessons, but when they see you walking out of that suffering, outside of it, when they see you flying around as the butterfly, then they're going to go, oh, maybe I need to make a cocoon, you know, and because they'll ask you about it. They're going to wonder what you are doing differently. And that's
Everybody wants a sample once you become an example. Keep going, Micah. I don't mean to interrupt, brother. I'm just throwing that in there.
No, it's all good. But like, yeah, it's really, because like something that this is the way I am. People can tell me all the bullshit they want, you know. They can tell me all that they think or whatever, and I take it for what it is a perspective, a thought coming to me verbally. It's a translation of thought. But whether or not it's first of all true and second of all applicable, or third of all actually has any effect or works for the benefit at all, has to be seen in practice, in application. You know, you walk it out, you do it, and it's not like you're, oh, I'm going to prove it to people. It's more so I'm going to show people that they can. That's our role in this. It's not just to, like, you know, and this is something I've had a hard time understanding, and I'm trying to get a better grasp of it, is it's not as much a screw this place, I'm leaving, I'm going up, peace, you know. It's more of this is a job, you know. This is a life. It's it's a purpose for being here, not just for my own experiences, but also well, I can't think of the word. Anyway, it's also for other people as well. You're living experiences for them just as much as you are for yourself, you know, because you're an example, but you're not just an example to be looked at. You know, it's this balance that's very hard to get in your own head and in your own perspective. It's the balance between the two.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
We find our inner wealth once we balance the love for others with a love for self.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta ask, man. Do you say these things like off the top of your head, or do you like have a list of memorized stuff that you just pump out? Because that's
every single thing that I say has come to me in a moment to help people, so I've remembered it. So I have created written down versions, and this is what I post on my Facebook every day. I'm not trying to like promote whatever, but you guys know me. If you're here, usually most of you guys, like Zachariah knows me. Like, this is what I post. I post the things that come to your receiver, your mind. You receive it. So I can't even say that these rhymes are from me. They could be from Saint Germain. He rhymes a lot. It could be from any other being that's a higher version of myself that's some, but it doesn't matter. It's just here in that moment to influence and help the people with what they need to hear that second, you know?
So I have a question for you. If your rhymes are coming from somebody else, then that rhyme's coming from somebody else and somebody else and somebody else. Where did it come from?
It comes from the 8th dimension. In the 8th dimension is where they actually create all the inventions that come to Earth. And it's not like I got this from somebody else. I got this from the 8th dimensional version of me.
No, I know, I understand. I was just making a facetious remark.
Oh, okay. I was lost on it. I'm sorry.
What came to my mind when you were saying that about coming from somebody else and somebody else and somebody else, you know, eventually there's no one else for it to come from, so you have the concept of everyone as one.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was getting at. Thank you.
Exactly. The collective consciousness, the Christ consciousness grid over top the entire world is what I'm pulling this from. Meaning every single one of you can access the same exact stuff that I'm doing.
Like, you know what it's like? It's like it's raining.
I do.
And it's like it's raining, and there are all of these raindrops. All of them are exactly the same raindrop, essentially. And you're going out and sticking your or snowflakes, for example, whatever. Each one is unique, but they're all a snowflake. It's all the same thing. It's ice. You know, it's water. It's frozen water. And you stick your tongue out and you catch a snowflake. Somebody else catches a snowflake, you know, that's not you. And you're getting the same thing from the same sky, but interpreted 2 different ways. And it's personal for both people, even though it's exactly the same thing. You know, that's kind of the vision that I had when it was being explained, is like, I saw like rain or something. It's this myriad of all its uniform ideas, concepts, mentalities, all these things raining down, and we just kind of like catch 1 or 2 of them as they come. And ultimately, you know, we don't realize that if we were at full capacity, we could just swallow the whole thing, all of them. But because we're small in our sense right now, we're running around catching these different things and going, oh, that's why, like, for example, Kyle, you could say something that I've already thought before, and it's the same exact thing, but you say it a certain way, you view it a certain way, and you translate that to me, and I'm like, holy crap, that's awesome. You know, and it comes from the same thing, you know, and that's awesome to me.
Yeah, it's basically about living in the heart. And when you're living in the heart, meaning you're connected to another person's heart, which is their soul. So you're saying things that come in on the receiver, you're like channeling information into your heart that exactly what they need. So it's like becoming the vessel, becoming the the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail was just a vessel that held whatever in it. We are all the Holy Grail, and we are able to hold whatever needs to be in us in that exact moment. But like Bruce Lee said, be like water. You're a Scorpio, so meaning you're a water sign. You understand that water flows, and you can have this crystal of, like you said, with the snow. Every single crystal is a different form. All the energy of water is different. Like everything can come into you and fill you up, but it can also be poured out. Start again.
If I could get back to what we were discussing before, I had a crazy thing that came up.
Go for it.
I think we were talking about unification. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The thing about unification and working on it, creating it throughout throughout Earth, baby steps. You gotta take it step by step. There's no way else out of it, especially in this society. I'm gonna get political with it. And, well, whatever you want to call it. You have to take very small steps. You can't just go into a conversation with somebody and be like, talk about galactic conferences. You can't just be like, oh, this is aliens and stuff. They'll be like, oh, dude, this kid's fucking crazy. Let's take him to a psych ward.
Exactly.
That goes back to when I was asking about how would you talk about this to other people.
Here's how
people around the
indirectly. You talk about it indirectly.
Here's how it works. Okay, it's the differentiation between the physical lower heart and the higher heart. The higher heart helps you communicate with communities and groups of people, your truth coming from your soul and being able to be spit out. Now, if you're one-on-one with somebody, that's when you go to the physical heart. That's when you connect with exactly what they need for them.
Okay, I have a great example, because before this, I knew Jordan for a while, and I thought he was just crazy, talking about all this stuff.
Crazy awesome.
Yeah, also that. But I thought he was crazy talking about all this stuff. And then he gave me a trigger. He was like, I'm going to say one word, and tell me how you feel about this. I think the word was Atlantis. And he was like, did you feel something? Did it resonate throughout your body? And I was like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. And he's like, you're one of us. And ever since then, I've just been kind of dawdling through everything. You have to give somebody triggers for them to understand.
But you also got to be careful of triggers.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you can trigger people and they will freaking explode on you, and you're like, sorry, I didn't know you had unresolved issues.
My technique,
I
call it a technique.
Yes.
When I go about my day-to-day life, of course, in the town I'm in the area that I'm in, I meet a lot of people who are choosing to be unaware, who are choosing to dabble in this society and in this life. And what I do is I emit a vibration that I know their psyche will pick up on, no matter what. Everybody's psyche picks up a vibration. They just filter it out. So I emit a vibration that is in their interest. And I'll let them be attracted to me. I'll just be standing there doing something, and I'll let them come to me, say, for assistance or for help with a math problem or something. And then I'll get in a conversation with them, and then I'll make eye contact. And as soon as I make eye contact, I'll download everything that I feel that they need to know into their heart chakra. And once I do that, they'll start asking me questions about it. And then I'll just keep eye contact while talking to them, and then I'll explain it in their words, so to speak. So I'll speak with them, and then I'll begin to raise the vocabulary so that they can understand.
Oh my gosh, you
attract it. That's the divine. When you attract it through your natural aura and people come to you, that's when you can help them the greatest. So a lot of people are trying to push out all this information. Like,
you got to be careful with your information, though. You push out too much information, or you download too much information, it can just go crazy.
You're right, and I have had that happen.
Amen.
But not also that, we are becoming technology. Instead of robots taking over, that's just some bullshit. We are becoming part of technology. So you have to be careful.
Dude, I love this. This is the finer minds of society working together right now to co-create a future that's awesome. Love all you guys.
Oh, there's actually a great
133.
I've been reading that I think you guys should find.
I got a book here I want to show you guys too after he's done.
I gotta remember the name of it. You share. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Boom.
Yes,
C.S. Lewis.
Tape letters.
Screw
Yeah.
tape letters, dude.
Yeah.
This is my girlfriend Cheyenne.
Hello.
Hi.
Aloha.
Okay, yeah, this book is called Digital Rapture: The Singularity Anthology. And it's a great book. It has very different, it's an anthology, so it has many different writings from famous authors. And it basically goes around talking about technology and how technology is becoming part of the human being itself.
Cool. The mental energy is like robots. It's like.
Well, yeah, we're being conditioned to be basically robots. We're sheep.
Exactly.
We aren't, but everybody else is.
Well, you guys know that if you look at everything, if you look at like the collections of galaxies, zoom out all the way and zoom in all the way. Look at the structures of rivers, of blood vessels, of everything. It looks a certain particular way, and if you look at, they've actually mapped the internet. Okay, they mapped the internet, and guess what it looks like? Exactly.
The nervous system.
Brain.
Exactly
A nervous
like
system, right?
Street.
Yeah!
It's a crude.
They take the same exact format. They look like a nervous system. It's all the same thing.
It's an
it's
attempt
all
to recreate the higher
fractals
mind.
operating as one whole.
Yeah. Dude, I love this conversation, guys.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
coming on next week. That's for sure.
We have to schedule another one of these.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I think it's already happened. We already know about it,
Oh, ha 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 ha.
So Kyle, what's up, bro? You've been kind of quiet, but you're awesome.
I don't know, just absorbing all the information, and I don't know, the topic moves so fast, I just can't really keep up.
Yeah, true.
We're all
Sorry. Yeah, we have been jumping around.
This
We're
is
all
the
like
one,
indigo
this
80.
is the one circumstance in life where having ADHD is a benefit. Okay.
I think
I
it's
don't know.
always beneficial.
I used to have ADHD when I was younger, but I just kind of tapered down and kind of more mellow.
Just smoking
Attention
weed.
dialed to higher dimensions. Attention dialed to higher dimensions.
Well, really, if you look at it from a deeper level, it's the pure feminine. The feminine is can see everything all at once. The masculine is so focused on one thing, you know what I'm saying, that they're driving their whole life on that whole thing. Well, the feminine is more about experiencing all this stuff. So it's like just two different, polarities.
It's like going to work and taking the practical route versus the scenic route.
There you go!
Oh, and speaking of which, her coming on
Excuse me,
actually reminded me about this. Just so you guys know, me and Marnie are together. That's my girlfriend. So.
Oh, cool.
I just wanted to let you guys know that.
Yeah, I felt that energy. I felt that energy before when you were her microphone was muted, and you were actually she was typing to you, and you were dictating some of the stuff that she needed to say. That, I picked up on that. Zachariah, I think you're muted, bro.
Yeah, she's Marnie's actually my twin flame. We're on the same mental level. We're exact equal opposites. We're basically the same person, but in the ways where I lean one way, she leans the other way, and we perfectly balance each other. And we've actually lately, and talking about polarity and stuff, it kind of applies, there are some things I'm more extreme in, I'm out of balance with, and she's out of balance in the opposite ways. In the same thing, but in the opposite direction. And so lately it's really been an experience spiritually, meeting my twin flame and getting with her and, everything like that, because it has really it's really expanded my understanding of what really balance actually means, because I'm having to shift things, and I need her help to do that. You don't just throw yourself the other direction because you're going to overcorrect. It's really a relationship.
The same thing happened to me when I met my twin flame too. Same exact situation.
It's
Obviously
amazing.
different variables, but yeah.
Yeah, so think about a single soul that's split into two different vibrational polarities, okay? And one of these souls decides to take all these different roads to advance themselves. And another aspect of the same soul, that's the masculine polarity, took all these other different avenues to advance itself. And over time, when they were ready to ascend, they came together and they shared both of their perspectives on that same vibrational frequency level, which was so life-changing in that moment for these two people that they're actually incorporating two different aspects of the same soul to create the twin flame, which is two flames of the same exact color of light, burning so vibrantly in this world that it can't help but metamorphosize anybody that comes in contact with these couples.
And that is what happens around me and Marnie. I'm telling you, dude, it's crazy. Like, and what's crazy is, like, I have a really big impact. Like, anyone who's open, like, I'll have a, like, strong impact on them, like, in a positive way. It's either that or it's really negative. Like, it's one of the two. But
exactly. I've learned that too.
But, like, and Marnie's the same way. Like, she just, like, radiates this out. But like us together, like it's like this, you know, when we start doing something, or when we're on this, like, okay, we know what we're doing, like, we usually don't even have to talk about it or explain it. Like, it's just like give each other a look or like say one word or something, and we're like, yep, and you know, and it just, like, it's exponential. Like, you can tell that, like, there are so many facets to that. Like, when you have that kind of relationship, it's really a cosmic thing, and it's really a blessing not only for you but for everyone around you, you know, because it's like it's so many things. I'm having a hard time like picking one thing to describe.
Can I interject for a second?
Go ahead.
I see a lot of people that are actually like, you know, whenever you're ready for a twin flame relationship, it's basically like both people are ready to go to the fifth dimensional frequency. So I see a lot of people mentally conceptualizing this idea and looking for something that they're not spiritually even ready to receive because they've seen other people talk about it from a mental pattern of seeing it. So, like, it's almost like not even really worth talking about it unless there's another person that's experiencing that same reality, because it just makes people kind of long for something that their soul is not even ready for. You know what I'm saying? So it's a difficult...
That's exactly what I found out. That realization, what you just said. Sorry for interjecting. I didn't.
No, you're fine, bro.
Need to be rude.
You're good.
Because I met so many people who were coming to me for intuitive advice, saying, "When am I going to meet my twin flame?" Or they had these preconceived ideas about what love should be, and I had to basically explain to them what you just said, that they're looking around them and outside of them for something that they have to attract within. And me...
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. And me personally, I'm only 17 years old, so I didn't think that I was ready for a twin flame relationship. I was doubting myself, and then I had dreams for a week about these angels coming to me saying that I'm going to meet my twin flame, that it's going to happen. And then, boom, it did. And I couldn't believe it. I was so dumbfounded. I was like, I'm 17 years old. I'm not old enough for that. You know, my physical mind was not able to grasp. So for me, it was the other way around than what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, and see, it's really hard because when people come to you and they're asking for that intuitive guidance, it's really hard for people to hear, like, because essentially what you're telling them is, forget about it, you're not ready. And you know, when you realize that, then you'll start to be ready. Like that, you know, it's like that's hard for a lot of people to hear, because people like this, they really clamor for this feel good vibe spirituality, and the reality is it is that when you've got the real thing.
Which is why I said to look for it within themselves.
Right,
first.
and that's the thing.
It wasn't a forget about it, you're not ready kind of thing. I mean, that is essentially what.
You're breaking up, Zachariah.
Yeah, I can't really hear anything.
I'm sorry. Go on, Mika.
But yeah, like, you know, okay, I'll give some of my experience with it. Like, I knew from a very young age, like when I was born, I knew about my twin flame. I knew she was here. I knew, like, you know, I mean, I never had to realize that the first memories that I have of what I remember when I was 2 years old. I remember sitting in a bathtub, and the earliest memory I have is thinking about my twin flame. I didn't think in that word, twin flame. I didn't think those words, but I had it in my mind. And and when I got older, I started having relationships and stuff, and I was essentially searching for that, and I wanted to believe it so bad that I treated them as if they were my twin flame, but I wasn't actually ready for that. So they weren't, and that was obvious. I was trying to clamor for it, and it wasn't until, I met Marnie over a little over a year ago, and I knew right away, within several moments. Within several moments of meeting her, I knew right away, and I met her online. But I knew. But
this is how it happened.
I wasn't ready, so it continued. I ran from it, thinking that she was the one running. I ran from it and convinced myself that she was the one who ran for a year. Almost a year.
Mustache, by the way, Kyle.
And it was ridiculous.
Yeah, totally right.
The same thing over and over again, and it wasn't until I really stopped looking externally. I mean, I'm talking about the moment I stopped looking at externally and I went inward and really began to love myself was when I then was able to not only give but receive love from my twin flame. And then, sure enough, boom, it all fell into place. Then suddenly clarity came, and I understood, and she understood, and it was
Have you guys heard Michael Bublé?
It happens similar to me, to be honest.
No.
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
If somebody else wants to talk, go ahead.
Just hold on one second, Zachariah. So have you guys heard Michael Bublé, Home? Okay, that's about him. His twin flame's on another planet somewhere else, and he's saying, I know you couldn't come, but... So next time you guys hear that song, it's a twin flame story where one of the twin flames did not incarnate on Earth. So go ahead, Zachariah, sorry. And Kyle, awesome,
no,
awesome
okay.
woof woof.
That's actually a great insight for me because I love that song. And I felt attracted to that song before I met my twin flame, and I haven't listened to it since, which is really funny. But for me, my experience is very similar to yours, Mika, as in my whole entire life, I always knew that there was another half of me, and that's exactly how I worded it. I used to tell my mom, there's another version of me on the other side of the world, and she'd always go, what? And I just somehow knew that it was another, I knew it was my soul. I always told her, well, it's a girl, she looks different than me, but she's me. And
there you go.
I never believed that I was going to meet her because she was on the other side of the world. I always told myself, no, it'll never happen, I'm not ready yet, it'll happen when it needs to. And I just forgot about it, to be honest. 15 years old, I stopped thinking about it completely. And I actually pushed the idea away. I convinced myself that twin flames didn't exist. And at that moment, at 16, I started to have dreams about this girl coming to me again. Because when I was younger, I used to have dreams of exactly what she looked like. But in my dreams, she was always running away from me, telling me to follow her. And I was always trying to chase her. But it was in one of those dreams where the more you run, the further away they get. And those dreams stopped coming. And then everything, I pushed it out of my life. And then once I pushed it out of my life, it snapped into place and everything happened.
What?
Yeah.
And I met her online too, and it was in a Divine Council meeting. I got online, and Shimatu wasn't online in a part of this group yet, and this psychic named Rhonda looks at me and says, oh my god, you're going to meet your twin flame. And I looked at her and said, I don't know if I believe that. And then she said, well, it's going to happen. And I said, okay. And I just kind of brushed it off. And then 5 minutes later, Shimatu enters, and then we lock eyes, and it was instant. I don't know how to explain it.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead. No,
Go ahead.
Kyle, I felt you were done. I just jumped in a little too early, sorry. Kyle,
okay.
So I feel your energy there. So, talk about you guys' relationship. I can read your aura. You're a very high-level soul in this reality, and you don't really speak much, but as your girl knows right here, I can read from her. She knows that you know what's up. You guys both have this thing. What do you guys feel about this twin flame energy?
I don't know. Like, from a really young age, I just had told, like, basically every girl that I had met and, like, had extended contact with, like, I love you, trying to, like, find, like, love from, like, a source that I didn't have it from. And so after a while, like, I just noticed that key trait in me that, like, I just basically was setting myself up to, like, hurt myself. And so when we first started, like, dating, it was around when I was like, I'm just gonna not say I love you, like, try as hard as I can to just not say it, and then, like, it just randomly came out, and
That was so funny.
I was like, oh, yeah, I didn't just say that, I mean, you know, kind of a maybe.
It's okay, I love you.
And trying to play it off, she didn't, like, immediately say it, but I was like, I can feel it, like, it wasn't a mistake when I said it, and that was, like, 3 years ago or something, and
Yeah,
basically, yeah, I feel like she's my twin
So-
flame.
we're best friends.
Best friends.
So you guys are like that genuine vibration where the thoughts came into your mind so many different times you never spoke it, and then it just accumulated to that certain divine level, and it just came out, and you didn't restrict it. You let it come out in a divine way, and it created that perfect energetic connection, and it's just like, it's what's up, you know?
So beautiful.
Something Mika said that, like, he sees, like, traits in her that, like, he sees in himself, like, or somebody said that, like, you look for what you, like, need on the inside or something like that, and I can see, like, traits in her that I see in myself that sometimes I, like, try to suppress, but then I, like, just understand, like, you can't just suppress some parts of you that you, like, perceive as bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like the opposite polarity.
And that's
Yeah,
how it is
so-
with Shimatu and I as well.
Yeah, go for it, brother.
No,
Talk about it, Zachariah. Oh, okay. Yeah, but it's like whenever we look at an opposite polarity, it brings out like problems in us because the opposite polarity is something that is the exact like difference of like we have a perception this is good, they're gonna say that's bad. So it's about really accepting both sides of the equation to realize that both sides are fundamentally the same thing, just split into two different perceptions. Yep.
Can I interject for a second?
Sure, brother.
With Shimatu and I noticed, well, we noticed together that we are exactly opposite. Like, literally everything, exact opposite. But at the same time, we're exactly the same. Like,
Yes, that's the craziest.
It's so mind-boggling.
When we go to Subway.
That's awesome. Okay, so Mika and Marnie, the twin flame couple here. What's up, guys? What's up, Marnie? Can we hear you?
Can you? Who's doing the sound cues?
I love it. I think it's Benjamin. I love
It's
it.
Benjamin.
Yeah. Well,
Those are awesome, man.
Yeah, dude. He's a producer. He produces awesomeness and emotions that come from our
He's
soul,
great.
and we all collectively go, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, and it happens like almost like before we even like express it. It's like right on.
It lightens it up every time. I love it. It's like we get so serious, and he's like, I love it.
So Marnie, I was telling them a little bit about my perspective on it, or in other words, your other perspective on it. So, kind of like talk about it a little bit in your own words, like just be like.
I'm not good at that.
What?
No, you do it.
No, because I talk too much, and you need to talk more.
There you go. Balance out your polarities here, twin flame energy. He talks so damn much. Maybe you can fill in some energy and like talk some more, and that will balance out your throat chakras through the masculine and feminine polarity just by being together.
That's how we are. She talks, like, all the time, and I'm just, like, quiet and droopy.
Yeah. Perfect. Exactly. Nice sound.
Will it go to you?
If you...
Okay, well, I told them a little bit about how, like, in our experience, like, I basically was looking for my twin flame externally, and it wasn't until I really accepted what I was looking for inside of me that everything came together for us. And how, like, I knew who you were, like, right away, but then I ended up running while having convinced myself that you were the one that was running, and so then I continued running and trying to justify it and always getting hurt by it. So give some of your perspective on, like, that experience, like what it was for you, basically.
Well, it was really weird because, like, before I met you, I was, like, asexual. I didn't want anything to do with relationships at all. Completely did not want anything to do with romance stuff. And that's just, like, not a thing that I wanted. And then, like, I knew who you were when I met you, but I didn't know, like, I mean, like, you literally knew who I was when you talked to me for the first time. And, like, I didn't know what any of that meant or anything. But, yeah, it was really weird. And then you ran, and I don't, first of all, there's all the fear. So there's, like, nothing that I don't want to run after you because I'm afraid of doing that. And also, I don't know what any of it means, you know? So after a while, you know, it was just kind of like me trying to convince myself that when you're ready, you'll be there. Like, I knew, but it was for you to figure out and come back or whatever. But that obviously is not, yeah, no.
Something
So then
interesting
what?
that I noticed, if I
sorry.
may interject.
Go ahead.
Marnie, you said that you were completely asexual, and Mika, on the other hand, was not.
Yeah, the
I
exact
noticed-
opposite, actually.
Yeah,
Hyper.
I noticed that with Shimatu and I as well. She's completely asexual. She actually dedicated herself to remaining celibate as long as she possibly could. And me, on the other hand, I was the promiscuous one, which is regrettable. But as soon as we came together, both of us became celibate, and we just haven't had that interest. And I noticed that seems to be...
You're breaking up again.
Hey, guys, could we open up Scootin' and do a mandala?
I aspire to have a beard like this someday.
What? Wait. So what's happening? Like,
I'm growing a beard. Working on it.
Mika, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, we got
They
you.
said something, but I didn't hear what it was.
Oh, do what?
I was saying that it's a common theme I'm noticing amongst twin flames, that one is asexual while one is very promiscuous.
Yep.
Well, you know, I don't know why I found that surprising. You know, if you think about it, I shouldn't have been surprised about that.
You weren't surprised, it just bothered you because why wouldn't it?
But yeah.
Do you guys want to start a mandala?
What is that?
Mandala?
Mandala, whatever you want to call it. Yes. Collective
How
thoughts.
would we do that? Okay.
Okay, on the side. Okay. Kyle.
Wait, do you already see that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude.
I'm trying to, like, have a conversation, and every time, like, sound from your end, I see this dude with, like, a levitating beard in front of his face, and it's really just too much for me to handle.
It's my goal someday.
On the left side of your screen, there'll be a little tab, and you can open up. There'll be like apps and stuff, and look through it, and you can find Scootin'
I
Doodle.
don't want your beard.
Oh, you can draw on people. I love that.
Yes.
When
I
I
see
was Googling
chat,
hanging out
share,
with
and showcase.
Nick, we were drawing light language together. That was
Let's
pretty-
do it.
Can we all
I'm
draw on the
my
same thing?
crappy iPhone.
Yes.
This is
Can you see this?
Wow. No, I don't want your beard.
I can see your doodles,
Get rid
but
of
I
that.
can't draw anything.
Yeah, I
Get
don't.
out of here.
This is not working.
No, I'm on a really crappy iPhone.
Ah, well, that's gonna be your problem.
Well, thanks.
Beard off.
I see the sympathy.
Light languages.
Feel the love.
What are you guys' experience with
What is this?
like speaking light languages and stuff? Like as I understand them. I never called them light languages. They were just like alien languages to me.
Dude,
Or
you know
at
what's
first
weird?
I thought they were like other dimensional languages, but
You know what's weird?
Hmm?
Do you know how I was going through the conversation the other day? Like our messages?
Yeah.
So there was that when you were first talking to me and you said what is this, like, does this mean anything to you?
Mhm.
So I was like reading over the conversation. That phrase was literally in my head yesterday. Like I was just like I was like looking in the refrigerator and that was just in my head and I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Decimology? Decimology? That phrase?
Sure.
The one is DESTHMARLRJII. That's how I spell it.
No, not that one.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I don't remember which one then. But anyway, yeah, like I've always been like I can speak like in these other languages that aren't Earth languages, and I can write them, but like I've never really like I've met like 2 people who can speak them like in a sense fluently like I can, but and they can understand it.
I can.
It's kind of loose, like it's kind of like interpreting a painting. Like you can pull multiple different things from one sentence. It's
That's
really
why
interesting.
I don't translate them. I feel them, because I've found the same thing when I met other beings who could speak and or write in these languages. There was always misinterpretation. I found there was always it was always subject to perspective. So
Yeah, well, see, the thing is, I don't think it's misinterpretation. I think there's just like, for example, when translating it, the phrase "deathmaraji," it means "I love you," but it means more than that. Like if someone were to interpret that, then
I wrote it down. You want me to tell you?
Sure. But like you could get several different meanings off that in English wouldn't relate to "I love you" at all. So it's like, but that's it's really about the intention behind what you're saying that can alter its own translation. And if somebody else is pulling a different potential from that pool of what you're speaking, then it could end up misinterpreted as it's really weird because we're trying to put something that's multi-dimensional, or higher dimensional into a lower dimension. So it's going to, like Carl Sagan said, it's going to lose a dimension of it.
Exactly. Which
so
is why
it be
we
confusing.
should feel them instead of try to translate them.
Yeah.
Because there's always going to be loss in information. There's always going to be a different perspective. So we should just open our hearts and feel the intent behind it.
Yeah, and I've even found that like when I write things down or when I say them, like I'll read them again later and get a different translation, even though I was the one that said it. Like,
exactly.
Because it
It's
means
because of the frequency.
for me at a different time.
Yeah, because at that time that you're writing it, you're existing at a certain frequency, and when you go back to it, you've changed. You're a completely different being. You're vibrating at a different frequency, so you're going to perceive it differently. As you said, you're going to pull different information from it.
Yeah, it's like the whole, if a man steps in a river and then the next day goes back and steps in the same river, is it still the same river or is he still the same man?
That's
it's
interesting.
Huh?
That is really interesting. I've
What
not
you just
heard
said,
that
that's
before.
interesting. Yeah.
But yeah, Marnie, what was the thing that you said that I wrote?
Active love, existential love, true knowing, oneness of being, deep connection, unrivaled importance, adoration, envelopment, and rapture beyond everything else, yet bringing in being with, beyond, while here, tandem highness, the highness, imagination of a thing, love, connected being, functions like namaste.
Now, was that all for one phrase?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was one translation. Like it's like you gotta like slash and add words together. You can't treat it like English or like human words work. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, we have to deprogram ourselves of all the structures of grammar that we think we know.
Right.
Yeah. So on this subject, like
Except that's hard when you're grammar Nazi.
It's so funny because I'll actually correct the grammar of the few people that I know who speak these same light languages that I do. Like, I'll actually, when they write them, I'll actually correct their grammar on it. Like, that's one of the most futile things that you could do, but I don't have a component. But yeah, so does anyone else here have any experience with, like, not with translating, but with understanding light languages or speaking them? Like,
I don't understand.
Someone speaks a light language,
but sometimes I feel like that I'm like, I'll just jibber jabber. I don't even know what else to say, but like, I'll just say words that I feel like there's meaning behind them, but I have like no understanding of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a soul language.
I think that's the beginning steps, is just blurting out these random things, you know.
Yeah, like when I first started getting access to it, it was like it was a real struggle. Like, it was very difficult for me to do this blabbering thing, and I think that's a form of what actual tongues is. Sometimes tongues is just people, you know, being ridiculous, but sometimes it's actually like it's a light language that their soul is trying to convey. But it was very difficult for me at first because I had it all in my head, but my mouth had no, like, I can speak English and it flaps, you know, it comes out. But when I start doing this, my conscious mind and my muscle memory didn't have the practice or the experience to be able to bring these things out. And now, I mean, after like I've like really gotten much more experience with it and much more practice in writing and listening to light languages, I mean, it can just come out, you know, like it flows completely freely.
Wait.
Like, and I don't consciously think about the words.
Can you
but
say
I
that again?
Feeling. Huh?
For some
Can you say
reason,
that
it sounded
again?
like I drive a
Probably
car.
not, because it literally just flew out of my mouth.
Dude,
Whatever it was that you said, for some reason I translated it as I drive a car. I don't know why. That's just what came into my mind. Like, instantly as you said it.
That's funny because right now I'm actually really in need of a car and getting my license back. I haven't driven for a few years because I have a license.
Awesome.
And I'm in desperate need of
That's
that.
awesome. That's awesome.
Good pickup, dude. I like that. That's love.
For me, my personal experience with light language, if nobody else wants to talk first, because I know I've done a lot of talking.
Can I try?
That was an open channel for other people to talk if they want.
Go ahead.
Oh, quick. Mhm.
Okay. My personal experience with the light language is I first started speaking it before I spoke any other language when I was younger. I wasn't in this body completely until I was 9 years old, so I was in and out doing a whole bunch of things in my other vessel before I came here. And while I was temporarily residing in this body, it was almost as if I didn't know English. I would just speak what I knew, and that was whatever language was natural to my soul at the time. And then as I got older, I repressed it because I thought it was just jibber jabber. I had no idea what it was. And I felt something important with it, but I just couldn't understand it. And then when I turned 13, I met another soul sibling, I guess you could say, of mine in this town that I live in, and she could also speak Pleiadian light language, and her and I would have full in-depth conversations with each other in Pleiadian, and nobody would know what we were talking about, but both her and I would know exactly what the other was saying. And we would do this in school as like code. We would just talk, and we got to the point where we could do it telepathically. Just look at her, like I could look at her, say something in Pleiadian, and she would wink at me and know exactly what I was saying. And one day we were walking down the street by a convenience store, and there was this man outside. And Monita, this girl, and I were speaking fluent Pleiadian to each other physically, and this man walks over to me and goes, "What language is that?" And I said, well, it's Pleiadian. And he said, I knew it wasn't a worldly language. I could tell. And I said, wait a second. You know who the Pleiadians are? And he was like, of course. And I just look at him like, whoa. What just happened? And ever since that day, I've always just been able to, I don't know how to word it. It comes and goes whenever I want it to, whenever it needs to. You know, I'll walk up to somebody random, it'll just, if it needs to come out, it'll come out. If it doesn't, I'll get like this kink in my throat, and nothing will happen. I bow to you, and you're gone.
And like that's the thing. Like Benjamin asked if I could repeat it, and like sometimes I can, but that's really only if I have like, huh?
What'd you say? You said he asked if you can pee.
No, if I could. No. He asked if I could repeat what I said in the light language, and the thing is sometimes I can. It's easier if I have if I've said, or if like things mean enough to me, or if I've said it enough times, or like meditated on that meaning, I can recall it and repeat it. But sometimes it'll change form a little bit. Like it'll change a little bit of form, but it'll be the same thing. And but other times I just blurt it out because like it's not always easy to repeat it exactly. It helps me to write it down. Like if I write what I'm saying out, then I can look at it and see it in a physical form in the text, and I'll be able to recall it and its various meanings later. But just speaking it, I have a very difficult time remembering the gum flapping sounds that make up language.
And something else I noticed, a lot of light language, like I'll be speaking light language, right? And I'll be saying 10 times more mentally than I am physically because our vocal cords just cannot produce the sounds necessary. And that really irritated me when I first started remembering how to do this, because I would want to convey something, and I would have this deep urge to convey a certain meaning, but it was almost as if I was giving them half-assed answers.
Yeah. Yeah, like it frustrates me that sometimes I can't just translate it and explain.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it really frustrates me that I not only can have a hard time repeating some of it sometimes, but like when people ask, what does that mean? I'm like, well, do you want an essay on that one sentence? You know, like, like if you don't already get it just by hearing it at that time, then let it go.
Yeah, exactly. I've also, like, the light languages that I've learned how to articulate, I try not to put a label to them. Like, I know a lot of people, like, even earlier I said it, Pleiadian light language. We just kind of resonated at that frequency, and we said, okay, well, the Pleiadians speak a similar language, so let's call it this. I found that a lot of the light languages, like, intermingle, if that makes sense. And not only do they intermingle, but when we're speaking them, I've noticed they provide emotion and feeling. Like when I speak light language, people say their face starts to burn, or they get cold chills, or something of the sort.
I relate it very similar. Like if you guys have played Skyrim, I related a lot to the Thu'um, how the words themselves are what they are expressing, and it's very similar to that in that sense. In fact, when that game came out and I realized what the concept of the dragon language was, I was like, dude, that's irritating. Because now when I talk about it, people are going to think I'm just copying some video game and I'm a ridiculous psychopathic nerd. You know? And, it totally takes away from what I'm actually trying to describe to them.
Yeah, same with me. When I first started playing Skyrim and I was researching the dragon language, I was... Actually, it was almost like a nerdgasm, because I was like, oh my god, I can do that. And I actually took the idea of using the words for power. Like, so now when I manipulate the wind or the elements, or if I'm moving water, I'll use light language to assist me in raising the frequency of the matter so that I can manipulate it easier.
Yeah, and I just made a correlation, a better analogy of explaining how light language functions is like, Okay, if any of you guys have experience or at least knowledge about how sigils work and how they're made, light languages are basically verbal sigils. Like sigils, how you make them, you take a phrase or something. It's something that it's sort of like a spell. You are manifesting something. It's a phrase of your manifestation that you're trying to make, and then you remove repeating letters and stuff, and then you take those remaining letters and you just create designs with them. The idea is so that the message passes past the barriers of your and into your subconscious, and therefore manifests much more easy.
What are
and
these
these light languages work kind of the same way, huh?
What are these
I
called?
said that earlier when I was talking to Jack. The light languages are to bypass the logical self and to enter the heart space.
Yeah, exactly.
So Benjamin, what were you asking?
What are these called?
The sigils?
Visigils?
No, sigils. S-I-G-I-L.
A sigil?
Yeah, sigils. It's a magical.
I don't know.
Is magic?
Yeah, it's part of magical.
Now that brings us on to the subject of magic. What is
Oh my God.
y'all's
Does that
opinion
mean-
of magic?
If you look at the middle of the sigil, it looks like it has a pentagram.
Pentagrams are amazing. I love them. Oh my
Okay, no.
And a cross. It has many.
Sigils are infinitely variable. Every single sigil is different.
Mhm.
Yeah, he said
So
you take out the repeating letters and you make them into a pattern, right?
Yeah, you make any pattern you want that out of those letters, but they have to all connect. And you can even make it work better. You actually modify the letters, so you can turn the letters like a C. You can turn a C or make it a circle. The idea is the intention you put in it, and then its function is to pass by your subconscious undetected, like not
While
registered.
still relaying the meaning behind the words.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm getting
Yeah.
the full meaning, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at this, just hitting me.
So think about the subconscious as your past experiences, even in this lifetime, where you've had certain people that have been in your life that have influenced you based upon their reality, and you took sometimes the things from your past that have happened in your reality, and you said, that's my reality. But really, we're all so unique and so beautiful in our own selves that it's like we're taking all these programs, and once we start to raise our vibration, we learn, okay, this isn't me. This thing that I'm doing, that I'm learning about, this isn't really me.
Yeah.
This is an aspect from something I've experienced that I thought was my truth, that thought is me. So it's like this whole ascension process is just like the crumbling away of untruth, you know?
Yeah.
That's like a lot of people, they go to college and they think they want to study this. Like, for example, my friend, he's like, oh, I want to be a music major. And then 1 year, he's like, he does school. He's like, no, I can't do this. This isn't my thing. I have to do psychology. Boom, it's like that, you know?
Yep.
So, Kyle, you started to say something a minute ago when we were talking about sigils. What were you going to say?
Like, knowing that there is, like, symbols with, like, power or whatever, does that mean that we have lost them, or,
No.
like, they're just hidden from us, or that they've, like, not had the same power that they used to because it changes?
Are you talking about,
Is anybody
magical
feeling
symbols?
the energy work that Jordan's doing? Because it's
Yes.
really tripping me out.
Dude, I am.
Sorry for
Seriously.
interjecting. I just
I'm
needed
totally-
to ask
yeah.
because I've felt it and it's really awesome.
I haven't been paying attention, but Kyle, so are you talking about like just magical symbols in general, or?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I can't even really think of any examples just because there's not really any besides like the pentagram that like any symbols that have like other influences behind them that I can think of.
Okay, a pentagram isn't a sigil. It's like there are many symbols that represent certain things. Sometimes they represent many different things, but those aren't sigils. Sigils are actually constructed by the letters of a message that you tell yourself, and other people can make like you can be affected by other people's sigils, okay, and not even know it. Because what happens is there's sigil work going on all the time, and it's not even sigils, okay? Like what it actually is, what the practice of doing sigils is to make use of one of the functions of our brains, which is sublimination. We will perceive, like like when you're watching a commercial, and you know they have a certain type of drink or whatever, and they show like a sexy woman with the drink. It's like, and then she winks at the guy. That's basically using the same method as sigil magic, only it's using it for a perverted means, in the sense of they're using sex to subliminally tell you that their product will produce similar results in your life. And our brain subconsciously perceives that message from it. Sigils are you taking that and flipping the script, and it's where you can then take control of your own subconscious and influence your own life on a subconscious level, not just a conscious level. That's what the method of sigils really is. Now,
So, like,
all the other
for-
magical
oh, sorry.
symbols, they have their own separate. Yes.
So, for example, Kyle, if you were to take a sigil for, let's say, happiness, right? And you were to put it on your mirror, and you represented this sigil with happiness, every time you would look at it, it would make you happy. And eventually that would become a permanent construct in your reality, and you wouldn't need the sigil anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the general idea.
Yeah, it's just a general. It was very vague, but yeah.
So something that you posted on Facebook, like last week, Zachariah, was like the Sri Yantra or whatever.
Oh, yes.
Like, I looked a little bit more into that, and like instantly had like an effect from it. Like, I was very like angry the day that I just like had saw it, because I had left it up so I could read the article about it later, and so I was like very angry, and then I just like looked at it, and like it was like, I don't know, like a while back this year, there was like a thunderstorm, and it was like super loud, and I looked out my window, and like there was a lightning strike like not even 40 feet away from my window, and it like blinded me, and I was like, had this like rush of energy over me, and like I looked at that symbol when I was like vastly angry, and I had the same like effect, and I have no clue like why. Like
That has to do with energetic resonance. The Sri Yantra is a geometric sequence, a geometric shape that is based in the structure of our reality. So it basically holds a lot of energy, and everything holds energy. So it's kind of the same idea of a sigil. When you have the sigil, it presents an energy that you can be affected by because it's subliminal. The Sri Yantra did the same thing to you. The energy contained within the Sri Yantra from thousands of years of programming this image impacted your subconscious and alleviated or relieved that feeling of anger within you, because remember, you are not angry, your vessel is angry and you are experiencing that anger. So that Sri Yantra kind of separated you for a little bit from your vessel and allowed the emotions within your brain to settle.
Ever since that that like feeling though, I've been like, whenever I'm like frustrated or just like even in the morning, I just like look at that symbol and try to like meditate over it, and it gives me like such a calm feeling, and like just gets me ready for like the day to like, cause I'm very like a volatile person. Like I'm always super happy, but whenever there's like a lot of anger around me, it just kind of like displaces my mood. And I found that it's like my mood doesn't get like displaced as much by others ever since I started like looking at that symbol.
Yeah, because that symbol harmonizes your brain hemispheres, it harmonizes your body and its biomagnetic rhythms. It's a very ancient and powerful symbol, and it is amazing to hear your experience with it, because it's just further proof of everything that I just said.
Yeah,
It's
in
also
Kyle. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Kyle, I wanted to.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Kyle. Go ahead, bro.
Okay. It's also weird because in the game I play that I want to like play professionally, like my favorite character has the same symbol. Like whenever she does a skill around her, like she has the same symbol around her. And I noticed recently, this year, that like I have the same like inner star pattern or whatever, like around my eye, and it was just really weird to me.
Alright, Kyle, I just got a download for you, brother. Like, it just came in. So, I'm a grid worker. I'm not going to go into, like, the details, but a buddy of mine from Puerto Rico came here and visited with me, and we did a connection with 4th of July when there's fireworks going off all around us. And we both took our third eye, our minds, and we focused on a divine thought. And this divine thought was so powerful that it created lightning in the sky. So remember how powerful you are, Kyle, with your thoughts. And that your thoughts are like Thor. They're like lightning. They're like light created into this physical reality, bro. So keep shining your light.
Okay.
I have a question. Are those its legs? Are those legs or arms?
This is a cow with a snake and a bird. It doesn't have legs.
What?
Then what are those?
Oh, Cheyenne asked what this picture is I drew. I don't know if you guys can still see it, but...
The drawing? Oh, cool. It's like a cow with a snake tail, wings. Dude, this is awesome.
Seeing this, I don't see.
This is on Scoot and Doodle. It's on Scoot and Doodle.
I can't. If I have it, I can't find it. I don't know.
It's all good, bro.
I don't see this.
Kyle, I don't know if you can hear me right now.
Hardly.
I was just receiving a massive download from the Pleiadians for you, and it came in images, to be honest.
Awesome.
It was you, but you were in another form, and they were saying, this is him, this is he, and they said he is a warrior, and then they showed you with this huge sword, and you were cutting up like a ton of beings coming towards you, and you had the yantra attached to your back.
Jordan, you're being heard, brother. Sorry, go ahead, Zachariah, go ahead.
It's very hard to articulate this. I really wish I could telepathically send it to you.
Like,
I'm trying.
My whole life, like, I've always felt like, not that, like, other people's lives don't matter, but, like, for the sake of, like, if they want to harm you, that, like, there's no reason anybody should ever try to harm you over something that they feel. And, like, I feel like the reason, like, I've never been in a fight in my life, even though I've had, like, confrontations with people, like, I've never actually been in, like, a physical fight before. And I just feel like that, if somebody ever tried to, like, actually get into, like, a physical altercation with me, that, like, I wouldn't have, restraint, because I just have this feeling like that if anybody ever wants to hurt me, that like they don't want to stop until like I'm hurt. And so I have that feeling in my head that like hurt isn't even enough if they're trying to inflict their like physical pain onto me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of had. I've had the same, a similar thing to that in my life. And it's like I worry about it. I avoid fights a lot. Even like I've studied martial arts, but mainly Shaolin Kung Fu. But the problem is like even when I'm sparring, I'm like abnormally restraining. Like I have a hard time really committing and really being serious in it because I have this like fear that especially if it's like a real fight, which is why I try and avoid them, that I might not have the restraint to stop. Like I might lose control and not be able to stop once I've kind of stopped the fight, you know, once it's kind of over. I don't know if I'll be able to stop because it's like it's this whatever it is that's causing that sense.
Like that primal surge of energy is just like they are trying to hurt me, and my thoughts are just out the door. Like it's second nature.
Yeah, and
I
the
have
thing,
a question.
the thing with me
sorry,
is
I
like,
didn't mean to interrupt.
it's okay. The thing with me is especially if they're trying to hurt someone I care about a lot. Like that's like a really serious thing for me. More so than with myself. But anyway, Zachariah, yeah.
I have not had any experience to say what you guys are saying. I have been in one confrontation, and I scared the crap out of the kid by picking him up with my telekinesis because I was very angry, and I just walked away. And ever since then, I have never had a confrontation. So I can't say that, but is it possible to have like PTSD from past lives? Because I was sparring with a friend in my backyard, and we're using Bokens, and I don't know how to explain this. I went into like a swift move mode where everything became natural to me, and I just knew where to go, when to do it. And I blacked out, and I was reliving a war scene. I was in ancient Japan, and I was running around just slaughtering thousands of people. And when I came to, I had the Boken at my friend's neck with my foot on his chest, and he was on the ground. And I was just staring at him, and he was looking at me with this terrified look, and I had no idea how it had happened because I was in Japan.
Yeah, I've had similar things. I spent a couple lifetimes in Japan, and I definitely believe that PTSD can come from past lives because I have certain things that in this lifetime I shouldn't have problems with, but I have serious problems with. Like, I mean, serious to the point where I've, like you explained, blacked out over simple things, and just this, you know, what has to be some sort of supernatural trigger sets me off to being this totally different person, having skills that I don't have, you know, and things like that. And you know, and it's happened during like, you know, sword practice, like fencing and stuff, and other situations. But
that's only when it happens with me, is when I'm sword practicing. It happened to me one other time when I was I whittled my own spears, and I was throwing the spears. And my friend and I, we were practicing what we at the time thought was Seibukan Jiu-Jitsu, and now I know is actually a form of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. But and we were throwing the spears at each other, catching them in midair, and then throwing them back at each other, and we were trying to see how many times we could catch them without dropping them. And I blacked out while doing this, and I remember being in the Amazon. Just I don't know why that's where I was. I feel the Amazon, and when I open my eyes, as I open my eyes, I'm releasing the spear from my hand, and it was such a perfect throw. It went 100 yards and grazed the top of my friend's head, and he didn't even move an inch. It just grazed his head and then stuck on the ground behind him.
Yeah.
And I honestly have no idea.
Dude,
and that's why I don't do it anymore. I refuse to spar. I haven't came to the place within myself to confront that.
Yeah.
Whatever Jordan said a couple minutes ago really had a huge effect on me. Like, I feel kind of...
your voice is kind of really quiet. It's hard to hear you.
Okay, hold up.
Oh, and sorry, Micah, or Mika, sorry, if I brought that off topic. You can continue. My apologies.
Whatever Jordan said a couple minutes ago, like, made me feel angry and kind of fearful.
Of what?
I don't know. I'm not sure of that. But I'm wondering if anybody got that similar feeling.
What did he say?
I didn't even hear him say.
Okay.
He was talking he was talking in light language, I think.
Oh, okay. When I interjected
I remember that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I feel you. Wow. So talk to him privately. Like he'll be able to give you the download of what that brought up or something.
Yeah. And remember, light languages bring up what is deep within us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a big thing to remember that I found, I used to think it, like, my perspective a few years ago on certain things like that is like, if I felt negative or if I felt something like make me angry or something, like if it was in another language or anything, I immediately would think that there was negativity in what they were saying. But as time went on, I learned more that it, you know, once I came to understand that you can only actually be affected by something if you resonate with it, and if you resonate with it, that means it's inside of you. So sometimes it just brings certain things to the surface, and something else that I've realized is a lot of times the light language really doesn't care if you like that fact or not. You know, it just kind of does it.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like when you come in contact with a fifth-dimensional higher being, it brings up unresolved things. That's what the language can vibrate. It can vibrate and loosen things inside of deep in your soul, you know?
It's like clearing up the muck, kinda.
Yeah, and it's sometimes not very comfortable. It's kind of painful, but let pain relieve us of everything we don't need.
Pain is weakness leaving the body.
There you go. That's another metaphor. I like it.
I like to appreciate pain because I feel like I'm somewhat of a masochist.
I was just gonna say that.
Because you can't appreciate feeling healthy or like just feeling like alive unless you feel the pain, because then you have like nothing to compare like your I can't think of the right word. Health. I wanted to say wealth for some reason.
Yeah, I feel you. It's like the polarity of how much love you can feel has to be equally opposed by how much pain you can feel. When you're reaching the higher dimensional perspective, it's not just about feeling all the love and all the happiness. It's about feeling just as much pain. So as you can increase your vibration from your heart, it's both polarities of pain and of joy.
Hey, Zachariah, I just posted a video of what you were talking about earlier, PTSD in the higher mind.
Mm-hmm.
And being as a kid, having PTSD from a past life. I just posted There's several of them. There's actually a really good one on The Mind Unleashed about a young, 5-year-old kid. He would vividly draw pictures of World War II and especially Pearl Harbor.
I actually got kicked out of school for drawing images of World War II. That I remember.
Do you remember your killer or somebody that shot you down? Maybe you were in a plane.
I had many lives in World War II. The way I see it is, in some of the lives, I wasn't the person, like the body wasn't mine. I was just partaking in that experience.
Okay.
But other times, it was my body, you could say. It was almost as if I was crossing timelines at multiple times at once, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. But no, I don't ever remember my killer per se. I just remember being shot, or very vividly, the most vivid memory I have of being in war is actually in Vietnam. And when I was younger, I used to have terrible nightmares about it. I used to wake up in cold sweats. I used to wake up feeling the pain of the bullet hole in my lung. It was bad.
That's a lot more recent.
The effects don't register cat faces. What bullshit.
The pain and the sin we feel within can help us heal from the pain within. Oh, dude, this is awesome. What we believe is what we will receive.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna dance.
Go for it. Dance, bro.
Oh, I was wondering what was under that hat. I thought you were bald for a little bit, and I was like, there's gotta be short hair.
Dude, there's like some major hair going on.
Oh, wow.
Hey guys, I love you.
Love you too.
This is a wonderful collective that we have.
This is why I want to keep it right here. Like this.
Have you guys noticed that long hair increases your intuitive abilities? Like,
It's hair is the spiritual antenna that helps connect with your crown chakra to give you spiritual downloads of information. Females naturally have long hair, meaning they have a deeper connection to the divine of themselves. So what the heck, man? We've been like chopping ourselves off from a deeper connection.
ever since I was younger, I always yelled at my mom for cutting my hair. Like, it used to piss me off to the point where I would throw stuff at her just because I did not want my hair touched.
Yeah, I was kids. For several years, I had my hair down to like here, but then like 2 years ago, I just cut it all off. I actually had a mohawk that was like about this long and shaved the sides, and like instantly I felt like I had both my arms amputated. Like, it felt like that. Like, I felt like I was walking around like dazed and confused, like I couldn't sense anything anymore. And I haven't cut it since. I'm gonna keep growing it. Like, when it gets too long and it stops growing, because you know eventually your hair gets so long that it falls out as quick as it's produced. So when it gets to that point, I'm gonna dreadlock it. So that way it doesn't leave and it'll start growing again. And it'll
I'm
just
very
keep on
glad
growing.
you said dreadlocks. I was about to say, I was doing a report about like the Jamaicans, and they said they would like infuse dirt in their dreadlocks or whatever because it would like connect them to the universe like spiritually.
Dude, I'm actually.
Yeah. Also, think about Samson.
Yeah.
He had his dread cut. He lost his power.
Unfortunately, I can't have dreads, but I know a lot about this being a Rasta. Dreads are very. They say keeping your hair long is more. It connects you closer to God. It's more earthly because you don't put any non-organic things in your hair or in your body at all. And hair being one of those that can grow forever. And also, like
slow.
Like people per se, bald heads are the enemy, as in like politics that don't have long hair because they don't have a good understanding of the spiritual world. It is a concept to look after. I'm not saying it is.
And something else I want to bring up about men and having long hair. You said that that females naturally have long hair. You know, well, everyone naturally has long hair, but in society, females are accepted to have long hair. That's a common thing. But males in our society generally, for the most part, aren't. You're not clean cut. You're not proper if you have long hair. And that is a serious problem. And I've thought about, when did that start? Because back in older times, men having long hair was normal. Like, everyone grew their hair long. Why would you cut it? It just, in many societies, long hair was a sense of honor. It was important. And then,
didn't that start during imperialism?
yes,
The reptilian influence.
Well, the Romans particularly.
Okay.
The
Mika,
Romans
do you know where?
Huh?
Do you know where high heels came from?
Yes.
It was from men.
Yeah. It was.
Men wore it.
Yeah, it's really.
And then women started wearing it, and they're like, we can't be masculine no more if women are wearing this, so we can't wear it. So it was to help women become more powerful on that level in that time. Now the divine feminine is flooding the entire world here, and it's like the opposite.
Yeah. Now at the same time, there was masculine, and now we have divine feminine, but we also have to keep the sacred masculine too. Otherwise, we're just going to get out of balance the other direction.
Right, need to move.
back to the topic of dreads, I wanted to mention something. How long do you have to be? How long does your hair have to be to dread it? Because I want to dread my hair and braid it with crystals.
Right.
Okay,
That's
I have this
something I've always wanted to
I
do.
had this dreads for like a year and a half, and it was like the length of it was like to here probably.
I can't see you, but I'm
No,
visual.
yeah. So you can have one dread and keep all the rest of your hair combed.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I have a dread.
Like I almost got dreads at one point in my life. I just didn't let it go through.
It takes.
I had dreads. I had all dreads before.
Awesome.
There was the
Yeah, it's
consideration
not,
for me.
because my hair's super fucked up now. But this
Oh,
hair, I
okay.
braided it. It was like to here, and I braided it, and then now it's like this short because I didn't like dread it. It's like I let it just naturally dread itself.
So think about how the negative energy comes into our lives and it collects in our hair. We wash it every single day, and when we don't wash it, we actually let the negative energy stay in there. It's almost like a history book. It's almost like spirit can actually connect to our spiritual antenna and see the negative and the positive that's happened in our life through the history book of our dreads.
And it's not just energy either. Did you know that everything that enters your body is stored in your hair chemically? Like, that's why hair follicle tests are so accurate.
Exactly
Because
right.
they can look at it and see even the nicotine or the alcohol or anything that has been in your hair, that has been in your body at a certain time period. But to answer your question, Zachariah, on how long your hair needs to be in order to dread, the shortest that you could possibly have it and start a dread is like 3 inches. But that's really hard to do. You want it at least 6 inches.
Yeah, but it also shortens when you dread it because it's like combed into itself.
Well, I don't know.
It's
I'm
like a lot shorter.
It locks instead of.
I haven't started yet because I don't know. I don't want my hair to be messed up afterwards.
Okay, wait.
Well, if you plan on ever taking them out, you should
What
probably
you should
just
do,
skip them
there's a
when you're definitely
website.
sure you want.
Yeah.
There's a website called Dreadhead HQ. Go to that website, Dreadhead HQ, and they have information on how to properly do dreads, all the care for them, because there's a lot. It's like tattoos. There's a lot of different things people say are the right thing to do, but they're not always right. And Dreadhead has a lot of really good supplies and tools and advice and methods and stuff to help you on basically anything. Like if you want to know more about dreads, go to Dreadhead HQ. They've got all the information. So it's pretty cool.
Benjamin, I love your music, bro. Dude, thank you for giving the vibe. Jordan, dude, thank you so much for bringing this whole thing together, like, as a moderator. I know that Ashley is, like, on her wall or something, and we, like, everybody, connected on this higher spiritual level, but the collection of this energies, thank you so much. Like, I just want to give my love to everybody here. Just say thank you so much. Like, you guys are all awesome.
There we go.
A tear. Chest shed.
Your microphone's off.
Who's it?
I think he's trying to talk.
Yeah, Jordan. There you go.
Jordan, talk to us, brother.
Your microphone's off. Okay.
You're muted.
Translations right now.
There you go.
What?
Technical difficulties. Please stand by. Oh, hey, have you guys ever had overtone or harmonic singing?
What?
Have any of you guys had any experience with overtone singing?
Overtone? I can maybe do subtone.
It's where you produce more than one note with your voice at a time.
I think I've done that before when doing light language activations.
I can't actually sing with it, but I can make several different note combinations. Basically, you create a drone with your vocal note, and then you change the shape of your mouth, and it creates a secondary note from the overtones in your mouth, in the chamber of your mouth.
I have
So,
done that by accident when beatboxing. That I have done.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Like it's kind of hard to do, but I haven't practiced very much, but like it's very like most people can't do it without hearing it first, and if someone can, it's kind of like a sign that they're meant to like become a master at it, because they can do it without even hearing it. And I was able to do that, but I haven't practiced really at all, but. I don't even know if it would come through over a microphone. But
I didn't even know that was a thing. I was practicing beatboxing,
dude,
it just happened.
Look up Mongolian throat singing or Mongolian overtone singing. And you'll have people that do. It sounds like a whistle, but it's not a whistle. Like it's really cool. It's really
when
cool.
I first started meditating. Really, like when I first started getting into it, when I was younger, the Pleiadians taught me how to do Tibetan throat singing. They activated my DNA and allowed me to perceive lives that I had living in Tibet. And that is what I first, like, that was the first quote-unquote light language you could say I ever spoke.
Yeah, like I don't know. Let me see if I can do it right now. It's been a little while since I tried, so it might take me a second.
That's
and
okay.
like I said, I can't make like melodies with it. I haven't practiced enough to do that, but I can sometimes get the two notes going.
He's doing it.
It's the drone, and then there's
It's like the didgeridoo. It's like the circle breathing of the double tone. Yeah, dude, you're doing it. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. And you're actually doing it to the music he's playing. I like that.
Well, it's weird because like I can change it. Back when I first started, I learned how to like I could start with a drone and like a low drone and a high pitched overtone, and then I would raise the drone and lower the overtone, and they would actually invert. Like it was really I started to get good at that, but again, then it's hard to do melodies. Yeah, plus my grandparents are sleeping, so I don't really want to like make too much noise in here. I'll wake them up.
Wait a second. What's wrong with my camera?
That's awesome, dude! Oh! Yeah. Me and Kyle are doing the same kind of crazy
kind of
shit.
like this.
Oh, that's cool. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Nice.
And if I could.
That sounds awesome.
We're all doing this. We're all doing this. This is so cool. I love all you guys.
Able to do it like when I do it a lot louder, it's really cool because like if you put more like what I was just a minute ago was like really quiet. It's much clearer when it's louder, and you can actually get these like really intense, distinct sounds that you can like modify.
No. I'm trying to get it.
The important thing is to remember it's not a whistle coming from your mouth. Like, if you're whistling, then that is a form of overtone, but you're like, basically the idea is, okay, it's not making a drone and also whistling. What it is that it's an actual note that's formed in the chamber of your mouth, not in your lips making the whistle.
Jordan! Jordan, talk to me, brother. Your energy is so freaking awesome right now.
I don't think I can get it.
A trick to it, this is what helped me understand it, is like imagine it like this, like what your tongue is going to do. Like say your tongue is like this, right? Like here's the bottom, or like here's the roof of your mouth, okay? Your tongue wants to bring it up to do this. If you do that, like if you curl the tip of your tongue back on the roof of your mouth and let the air pass like in and around it, and you play around with it, you sometimes get the second note. But yeah,
Kind of similar to that.
I'm going to practice the hell out of this.
We're gonna have a band with double tone vibrations. The double tone vibration band. Our hearts are so. Whoa. Yeah.
If you go to that area behind your mouth, like you're about to make a click. You know that area? Feel that area. Massage that area with your tongue. And it's this little dimple. You massage that area, it connects you between your heart center and your mind. That's the actual physical link, is through the tongue itself.
Oh yeah, it connects. Yeah.
But it's through that specific, like you gotta do it.
It's like your tongue connects to your third eye, channeling energy. Like, okay, we're getting crazy right now. I love this. We're all so awesome.
But like that particular spot in the back of the throat, if you feel it, you'll massage it. That particular area connects to all 4 quadrants of the brain. All at one point.
Something that helps with the throat singing or the overtone singing.
Everybody's
Remember,
doing it.
like, okay, and there's more than one way to make an overtone. Like curling the tongue is that I always do that, but each person's mouth shape is different, so they have to find the right way to make the tones. Mine, I almost always have to curl my tongue up, but like typically it helps me like with my lips. I'll typically have to kind of do like that shape, and it'll like move the air a certain way, and like it works better. You gotta kind of like pull your bottom lip down, like it's about creating that shape.
Yeah, it's about creating the right embouchure.
Everybody's got their own energy, though. It's so cool to hear how so many different people have so many different energies, the same double tone. Every single person here is like can do this double tone in their own way. Like it's like right? Oh, there it is. Dude, everybody's got it. It's so freaking cool. Like I'm so happy to
got
meet all
it.
you guys.
I don't know if I just did
Soul
it for
family.
Well, these bags under my eyes are really gonna annoy me. There we go.
That's fun. We're all sitting here like, and he's like, bop, 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 bop.
Well,
This is
no,
like
I just
some-
thought about
this is like-
this is live on YouTube.
Yeah, we love this. This is what we do. We're real.
we have the
We're
views.
real people. Alright, we'll sing live. Ready? Ready? I'm gonna sing a little something.
Singing, yeah. Group singing.
So we're sitting right here tonight, talking with some star seeds. Feels so right. The things we say, the things we do, it makes us feel what makes us new. That's how we roll tonight. This is going on YouTube, right? We don't give a fuck at all. We just know we're gonna stand tall. Yeah, yeah, oh, yeah. Okay, whatever. Next person, go for it. Let's keep it going.
Singing random words, yeah, rhythm in my voice. With some people that want to sing too.
That's what we're gonna do. And another person sing too. Let's do this, make true.
Now I got the blues, 'cause we're the only ones singing.
You got the blues, you say?
Oh, he's getting up to dance. He's getting up to dance.
Well, I'm going outside. I'm not good at dancing unless I'm doing some freaky alien dance thing that no one understands or likes. So.
Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum.
You know what we should do?
What?
We should make a doo-wop band, but like...
No, thank you. I'm already out. I'm a Shark Tank. I'm out.
I'm like so far in.
Oh, go! Let's hear it. Keep going. Keep going.
Wait, what am I doing?
Keep going, Mika. No, dude, I don't want to shut you down just being one shark. There's a bunch of sharks in here.
But like, imagine a doo-wop band that uses overtone singing.
Oh my god.
Like, just
doo-wop, doo-wop.
But like, if, you know how doo-wop bands, like, a lot of the time they get, like, the Motown bands, they've got those harmonies and stuff. Like, a lot of times, like, three guys will just be singing notes, like a melody. They won't even be singing words, you know. And you could totally do stuff with that.
La 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 la. And then have some people saying doos. Do 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 do.
Dude, I felt that vibe. I was just about to scream.
You're about to go down into that deeper level, like
Doo-wop
That's hard to do.
Anyways. Alright. Clearing energy.
Have you guys seen Matthew Silver? The guy who he got famous from the video of him running around beating a drum and saying "Love is the answer" in his underwear.
Stop buying stuff.
Happens to the best of us.
Stuff. Love is the answer. He's awesome. Look up Matthew Silver. He's hilarious. He's basically a Heyoka. Like he's a sacred clown, which is awesome.
Quite the character.
Your microphone's off again, dude.
So what's you guys' experience on lucid dreaming?
Mushrooms.
No. I've
Just
had some
kidding.
crazy lucid dreams.
Yeah. Drugs.
Drugs are bad. Okay. Okay.
Kyle's just like casually drugs.
Cows eat grass.
Yeah, cows eat grass and they make beef.
I'm so excited for the
They
season.
make beef. Cows make. I think that might be a little bit incorrect as a statement, although I can see how you
are beef. Maybe. Cows eat grass, they are beef.
Yes, but lucid dreaming, I've had some crazy experiences. For example,
Okay.
I was laying in my bed. I was sleeping. Let's cut to the chase.
Dude, your music is so freaking awesome. You could like say the craziest shit ever, and we're like, I love you already. I just want to say it like a group of us.
Okay.
We freaking love you.
All right. So I was falling asleep. It was kind of weird, and I kind of rise out of my body, just descend out of my body, like nothing, like I'm a kind of freaking ghost or whatever. I open my door, and it's like my normal household. And I walk out. No, I go into my parents' room, And I walk into their closet, and it's weird. I've seen somebody. Like, there should be nobody there. It's a freaking closet, right? But I go in, and the room is huge. It's like a craft room, and people are crafting in it. And there's this girl in there that I haven't seen, which is my ex-girlfriend's best friend. It was really peculiar. And she was in there, and she just said hi. And it was like phased me for a second, and then I woke up. Like nothing happened. And then it happened again. I woke up and fell asleep. And it happened again. Same thing, walked up in my room. But this time I walked out into outside. And everything, the whole house, walked through the house, completely normal. You walk outside, everything, the whole neighborhood, is completely identical to what you would see in reality. The only difference was there was a kid that I've never seen before. He could have lived in the neighborhood for all I know. He's walking down, and he kind of casually waves, and I walk the other way. And he steps in front of me, somehow. There were a couple different instances with this same thing, but he's holding a tennis ball and bops it against my head, and I wake up. And the funny thing is, my dog was licking my face.
Cool. Yeah, nice, dude.
And there's
Dude,
also
I want to make that clapping sound right now for you. If I don't have, like, you have the app.
You can do it. You can just, yeah.
Kyle! Thank you.
So I want to tell you guys about with a dream that I had. It was probably the craziest that I ever had. I've had a lot of experiences with them. One of which was pretty interesting because a lot of this symbolic stuff started happening. Like, I was on my way to this school or something, and all of the sunset while I was on my way going up these like metal walkways up into this building, and all like hundreds of different, like it was like a zoo broke loose and like all the animals escaped or something, but it was all of these animals, all of them were white. I'm talking like every animal you can imagine. And like there was this one guy that looked like, you know, he was this overweight guy with balding, you know, with hair on the sides of his head. I remember it very clearly. And he was running and he was going, help me, and a white tiger like runs and chases him down and tackles him to the ground and starts eating him, and like white panthers jump on him and everything. It was crazy. And so I'm like, oh shit. So I start running and I get cut off, and there's a white tiger in front of me and a white lion behind me, and I'm looking back and forth and I'm like, well, I know where this is going. And all of a sudden I became aware that I was dreaming, and I was like, oh, I'm dreaming. You know what? I'm done. I'm not seeing the end of this dream. I know where this is going. I am done. Goodbye. And I shot upwards into the sky and woke up. It was really weird. But the really interesting one
is that we're trying to integrate, trying to bring that all into one, because this is all just a focused dream.
Jordan, your voice is really fucked up.
What do you
mean?
Excuse the pun.
There's a vibration going on that's like higher frequency.
You're turning
like
into a robot.
Yeah, I was turning into a didgeridoo, actually.
Dude, Jordan, speak, please. I want to hear this. Jordan.
I'm back, but I had no idea what's going on.
Dude,
that's a lot better.
That's so cool.
Okay, well, I'll tell you the really interesting one. This one you guys will probably have more fun with interpreting. Okay, so I was in this, it was one of those like dreams where you go into a dream within a dream. And so I was in this one dream, and that dream itself didn't really matter. I don't really remember the details of it, but I fell asleep in the dream and went into a dream within a dream. And in that dream, I ended up doing the same thing. This happened down to about 5 layers. Like, I was 5 dreams in. And all of a sudden, I realized, like, something started speaking to me. And I realized it was my own voice, but it was like it was coming from above and within me at the same time. And it was speaking to me. And so I was like, okay, this is really weird. and it said you have to go deeper. You have to go deeper. There are 7 levels. And it was like there are 7 levels, and there is something in the 7th level that you need to find and get and bring back out of the dream. So I was like, okay, that's really weird. And it didn't say it all exactly like that, but I was like catching. It was like a broken up telephone call, you know. And so I got the general idea. And so I went into the 6th, or like the next level. I think it was the 6th level or whatever. And then I started losing sense of who I was. Like, it was so deep in my subconscious. Like, I went so deep into the layers of dreams that I started forgetting everything. Like, I literally lost myself in this place. And I didn't know why I was there, who I was, what was going on, but I was still lucid. And then I don't even remember traversing into the 7th. All of a sudden I was there, had no memory of anything, but I was living automatic. I was no longer lucid, but I had made it to the 7th layer. And I'm in this thing, and I'm just going about like I thought it was my real life. It was totally different than my real life, but in it I thought it was my real life. And there was all this stuff going on, and I was just going about it. And all of a sudden I heard this voice, read the writing on the walls. It said, read the writing on the walls. And I looked at the walls. There was nothing on the walls, but when I heard that, I looked up at the walls, and I started realizing it was like red marker or red paint. And I can't remember what it said, but it was all these words and phrases, and it was like directions. It was saying, wake up, but don't wake up yet. It was like the way it was describing things to me. It was really wild. And it was telling me you have to go to this place, but no one else could see the writing on the wall. And so I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, I thought this was real. And so I'm like reading it, and I'm like, okay. And so I like have no idea who I am. And I'm like trying to find this thing that I don't even know what it is or what it looks like. And I eventually make it into this building. And there was like this safe in the building, like deep in the building, but it was at the top level of the building. And it was like a huge skyscraper, and there was like guards and stuff, and they were like trying to hunt me down and kill me because I was like trespassing or something. It was really, they did not want me in there. But I'm going and I'm evading these things, and I finally get to the safe, and it was like something was really ominous about this safe for some reason. And I reached out, and it was locked, so I had no idea what the lock combination was. And I spin it, and I'm looking at it, and like all of a sudden something happens, and I just know, as my hand left it, I knew exactly where it was gonna land. But I didn't know the combination, but I knew exactly what was going on. And it was this focus, and all of a sudden it just goes click, and it opens. And I reach inside, and there's this little box. It was like this huge safe, and it was just this little tiny, looked like nothing box. And I grab it, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, all this for this thing? Like, I don't even know what this is. It's just a box. And all of a sudden, everything starts shaking. Like, and it was like, it felt like the world was having a seizure. And I'm holding on to this thing, and I'm freaking out, and reality's crumbling around me, literally, physically crumbling around me. And all of a sudden, I feel, the best way I can describe it is it goes, boom, and I got hit. And I was in the 6th layer and fully conscious, but something was grabbing me by the like scuff of my neck, like on my jacket, but they were like grabbing my soul. But it wasn't another person. It was really weird. And then like I'm getting dragged, and I'm seeing these scenes fly by me as I'm getting dragged through this 6th reality, and then boom, I hit another one, and I'm in the 5th. Same thing happening. Everything's going crazy, and I'm like light speed through this reality, this world. Then boom, another one happens, and it goes boom, 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 and it speeds up, and I'm breaking through, and I finally get to the first layer of my dream. Yeah. And I wake up, like, I woke up in this dream from the previous dreams I had delved into, and I was like, holy shit, that was so real. Like, what just happened? And I wake up and I look around, and I'm like, wait a minute. Is this one real? How do I know?
Mika, I hate to interrupt, but can I sing to you for a second?
Sure.
Alright, Benjamin, keep playing that.
Actually, I'm almost done. I just wanted to say I thought that, and then...
The only way To begin the journey within the moon passing is to go to your soul. Then you know you're in the divine. In a certain time, your life will rewind, and then you'll find. Okay, I'm good. Keep going, Mika.
Alright. But yeah, it was like, you know, I was questioning the reality. Like, I woke up and I had actually woken up, but I somehow had a feeling like I was dreaming. And then I got popped out of the last dream, like, or the first dream, I mean, and I woke up in my normal waking state, and I woke up and I was like, this has to be a dream too. But it turns out it wasn't, but, you know, technically it is. But, you know, I was just sitting there and I was like, what in the world was in that box? Like, what was that to me? You know, why was everything in my subconscious and conscious mind trying to get me to retrieve that box and bring it out through the layers? I was literally getting yanked through the layers like they were membranes. And I was holding onto this box through all of it.
And he just sent me an email and kind of, I guess, expects me to come out.
I can't, if somebody's talking, I can't really hear it.
I'm pretty sure he's talking to somebody else.
Yeah, don't worry, dude.
Okay.
Can I talk about a dream I had that you guys can try to interpret? It was just really like plain, but like there was so much meaning that I felt from it. Like, so it's just white all around me, and I was just standing, like, from a third-person view. I could just see myself in this white nothingness, and then all these, like, things start rushing, like, past me from, like, over my shoulders, and they're, like, historical, like, symbols, like the Mayan calendar, the pyramids, and then, like, I don't know, those are just the ones that I remember, but there was just hundreds of things passing by me, and then something like rushes through me, and it's like a golden energy, and it was just like a gold elephant like looking me like right in the face. And then I don't know, like I just woke up, but like when I woke up I could remember all of it, and it was just so like powerful.
Ganesh.
Ganesh is so fresh. Ganesh is fresh. Dude, we gotta give him this song. He's connected with the elephant energy. I'm gonna post it right now. Yeah, Ganesha, yeah, Ganesha,
Yeah, guys,
yeah, Ganesha, yeah, Ganesha, yeah, Ganesha.
I have to go.
All right, bro. We love you. Thank you for the music.
Yeah, dude.
It's like 3:15.
Oh. It's 12 here. I mean 2.
3:17.
Bye, Benjamin. It was great.
Microphone's off again.
Yeah, it's only 12:17 here.
Whoa, where are you?
Oh, yep.
Wait,
he's West Coast, because it's 12:16 over here.
Oh, holy.
All right,
Jordan.
peace out.
All right, Benjamin.
Peace. Love you,
Thank
brother.
Rest well. Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you so much for all your awesome energy, brother. He's out. Okay, anyways. Yeah. Dude. He's
Woo!
freaking
Just the
awesome.
Brady Bunch.
Love this guy. Anyways. Dude. The energy is very fluctuated now. I can feel it. Let's go. Okay. Jordan, talk to me, brother.
I'm here.
My cat's down, so.
So Kyle, do you know who Ganesh is?
No.
What?
Oh.
I don't know.
So okay, so you know that's interesting because I love it when people dream about a certain entity or a symbol without having any previous knowledge, because it shows that you're actually connecting with something outside of your own mind. I mean, it's inside your mind, but it shows that it's not just created by things you've already seen or something. You know, it's a phenomena that shows that, you know, it's really interesting. But yeah, look up Ganesh. He's basically an elephant god, and you know he has the different things that he represents and governs and things like that. Different things he does. So it might be interesting. You might be able to find something that will help you in some ways, because obviously the symbol of Ganesh has reached out to you, and your mind has reached out to it. So I suggest looking into that, and you might find something interesting. Or at least in the search, you might find something interesting. Maybe it's not Ganesh himself. Maybe it's what the search you'll find along the search, just because that image showed you when you started looking for it.
And
So-
Amen. Amen, brother. Yeah, I just posted a link on the group chat here. You can check it out. It's called Ganesh is Fresh.
Yeah,
Can you play it, moderator Jordan? Can you play Ganesh is Fresh for us? The link that I just posted? Or Kyle, dude, talk. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I have it up on YouTube, and I was gonna watch it.
Okay, can we do it from
to say
Jordan's
something before I
perspective for the
forget.
whole? Yeah, go for it, Zechariah. Sorry.
Kyle, I have seen you.
Your microphone just cut
Oh,
off.
he froze like right in that moment. He got too high
I've
vibration.
seen him before.
I've had to go through this experience. He's like in that like sound wave portion where it's like, yeah, dude, I don't even know how to explain it. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna let that go. But Jordan, play it on YouTube through the thing you said. Like,
I mean, if you guys want to, there's an app called YouTube. You can download that.
can
It
you
has
do it
backward
as a
hand.
moderator on top of the whole program?
I don't know. Let's go back to lurking.
It's weird
It's
that
working for mine.
I'm like finding these meanings with like Hindu and like other like Hindu and India, like their symbols and stuff.
Yeah, when it comes to like the spiritual breakdown of the different cultures that are different languages in this entire world, different soul groups like the Syrians really like to incarnate the majority of the time into the Asian, like more Chinese people and stuff like that on the feminine. So it's like all these different soul groups incarnate into all these different forms because all these energies are appropriated to be in a certain way. Now, as we move forward into this higher dimensional reality, it's like all these are coming into one. And it's so fun to just go through this process and like, anyways, I'm like out.
The first ever like extraterrestrial experience that I had was only like maybe 2 months ago, and I had looked up like a Pleiadian like seminar thing or whatever, and I was just like listening to it while I was playing games and stuff, and like I was just playing my games. Like I play League of Legends and I want to play it professionally, so I like hyper focus on it, and I had my like a sliver of my blinds like showing the outside, and I just see something like through that little sliver, and I'm like, what in the hell is that? Because there's no airports around where I live, and I stood up and like lifted the blind or whatever, and like just stared out the window, and it just looked like a giant water bottle like floating through the air, like not fast. It was just like literally floating. And I told Zachariah, and he said that sounds like exactly like a Pleiadian ship or whatever. And I was like, that's just weird, like them trying to show me the existence or whatever, for having like a little bit of doubt.
Yeah.
Dude, awesome. Yeah, dude. Kyle, you're awesome.
Thanks, man. You're awesome.
Thanks, bro.
You're all awesome.
Zachariah, what's up? What's up, Zachariah?
Yeah, you got all excited and you just blew out your electronics there with your frequency, man.
You did, dude. You went so high frequency.
It happens a lot,
Everything
actually,
shuts down.
believe it or
Yeah,
not.
you're in that phase. I've been through that phase. I don't know how many other people have, but dude, we feel you. Like, I'll be on the phone and I'll try to be like, ah, and then the phone cuts out and shuts off, and they're like, oh yeah, you went a little. I've blown out light bulbs, you know, like
Same.
turn a switch on, bing. It's like, whoa, you're in that phase, dude. You get the hang of it. I'm still in there with electronics, but I've kind of moved past the electronics because I work so much with the cell phones, like I was telling you guys. So, anyways.
Whenever I
Yeah.
hold a cell phone, it turns freezing cold. Like literally, as almost like I put it in a freezer for hours.
I drain batteries. Like when they're around me.
Yep.
You were gonna say something to me though, Zachariah?
He also makes
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
you've appeared in my dreams exactly the way you look now. You've appeared in my dreams
Awesome,
many times.
dude. I felt
Just-
his energy. I knew he
Just
was
random
awesome.
things too. Like I'll just see you appear and you look at me, smile. You'd just be a random person walking down the street. Or in one dream, I was this like 15-foot tall being walking around New York City, just touching people's third eyes, and they started to glow. And you were this random dude, and you walk up to me, and you're like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'll show you." And I just touched your third eye, and you started glowing. And then you started doing it. That's
It's almost
literally how it
like
was, though.
it's almost like that Vinci Levels video. Have you guys seen the Vinci Levels video?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay, basically it's a guy that's like dancing around, like you're saying, like it's exactly the same thing. So like, I will find that link. Anyways, go ahead. Like, you guys are awesome.
So guys, are we scheduling another one of these for next week?
Yeah, sounds great.
Because I really enjoy this, and me and Marnie have to get off here soon.
All right, brother.
So, what?
That was you should have said Marty and I. Me and Marty doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I know. I realized that after, like, I was halfway through saying the sentence. It bugged me too. That's why.
Twin flames.
But anyway, so are we? Is it like? Are we planning for like? What was that? 6 o'clock my time. It was 6 o'clock my time. So
Yeah.
Eastern. That's 9.
9.
We'll send you a link, bro.
All right. And you guys can add me on Facebook or whatever. My name's Michael Martin on Facebook. So, but there's like 5,000 people named Michael Martin on Facebook. Hey, I used
What
to
about
have.
Mika? I like Mika. That's cool.
Yeah, well, I mean, I used to have it as Mika, and like I changed it a couple times, so where you could type in the first 3 letters, and I was the only person that showed up.
No,
But
actually, you wouldn't show up at all because nobody that does the symbols aren't on a keyboard, so you can't find your name.
well, anyway, it you know.
Dude, love you guys. You guys are awesome. And thank you for sharing your light with us tonight as Twin Flame Energy is coming in here, giving us spiritual energy from both sides, the masculine and the feminine. And you guys have a great evening.
Yeah,
I love all of you.
All right. Well, we will see you next week.
Loves. Later.
Peace.
See ya. Look at Jordan over here.
I'm just kind of taking it all in, absorbing
He's
it all.
just pimping it all.
What's that purple thing? A pen?
Yeah, I got
He's pimping.
few drawings.
Pen.
Whoa, cool.
Alright.
Yeah, I get bored. Like this one right here. You see, it's got
Whoa. Oh, cool. Triality. The fifth dimensional frequency on a physical. That's cool. That's like that might even be the sacred circuitry.
Yes.
That's actually a sacred circuitry from. Anyways, I'm not gonna go that deep, but yeah, dude, I feel it. Dang. You know what's up.
more.
Lucy in the sky with diamonds.
And I wouldn't. Crazy. How art
Dude.
changes like throughout time. Because like every piece, and that's the one thing about art. It's like making music and things like that. You know, every single beat, you're creating a whole different reality in that individual moment. That's
Exactly.
never recreated.
Yep. So the reality that we create comes from the thoughts that we initiate.
All of it is from within. I mean, for all the things that I've been through, dude, like it's always been within, no matter what. You know?
Yep.
Even
So
the
Kyle,
entire universal shape.
What?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jordan. My bad.
The toroidal flow. The whole. Have you seen it? It's like a donut.
What are you
Yeah,
gonna
like
say?
the interdimensional portal. Right? No, for me, I was just gonna say, Kyle, what's up, dude? Like,
Oh, I'm looking for some Sri Yantras. I was gonna screen share it.
sweet.
But I can't find any that I like. I don't know. That I actually like. Like they're all the same thing basically, but like I feel like just the color patterns and shit make it like less significant, or like trying to like spice it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I totally feel you. So, like, I've really connected a lot into your soul energy. Like, I have a buddy in North Carolina. You're like, I feel like I'm not trying to put labels on you. I don't want you to take anything I say and like put that as what, but like I feel like your rainbow energy, like coming through. You know, I don't know how to say this, like, but if it's something that's not like you feel, then tell me. Like, it's fine. But that's what I feel. Like, I have a buddy of mine in North Carolina that's very similar, energetic.
Like sometimes I like categorize myself as like a chaotic neutral. Like sometimes I'm just like nothing but happiness, and then other times that like equal happiness is just like equal rage, and like some of it's genetics I feel like, but some of it's just like just being, you know, mortal and stuff.
Nice. See, Earth is a school that has been created to have the most diverse swings of polarity of feelings, and it's really challenging when you're in the darkest levels of the valley to feel good. And when you're in the highest levels of the good, it's like you still got to remember the valleys are going to come. So it's like this balancing out of both of these polarities. It's like really helping us to grow as Earth beings, and it's why it's one of the most challenging schools that exist. You know.
It's a master class. It's a master class, and a master class at that. It's not a kindergarten as much as we'd like to think it is. But it's a master class, you know.
Yes.
Fully advanced knowledge of these souls incarnating now with full capabilities, let alone, you know, developing the abilities after a long period of time. That's what we gotta have is these indigo children, things like that, crystal children. We gotta have more incorporation of these higher abilities into the general flow of, you know, interdimensional, but, you know, within commerce and things like that.
I just posted a video in the chat or whatever that it was the video that I've been watching like almost every morning of the Sri Yantra or whatever, around like 45 minutes in, he like does like a meditation or whatever, and it's pretty like leveling. Like I don't know how else to say it. It doesn't like make me feel super energetic, and it doesn't make me feel like any specific emotion, but it just like levels me. If you get what I mean.
Yeah. I feel you. Like I want to. It's about an hour and 24 minutes.
The part that I watch in the mornings only from like 44 minutes to like 52.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Oh, where it's in the Om. It's in the Om setting you're talking about, right?
No, it's not. He doesn't like go Om, but he talks about each meaning for each like specific level, because there's like 9 levels of it, and each one of them like is significant to like a different chakra, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier in the conversation. Like I haven't even watched this video, but I just accessed it. Like, yeah, dude, this is awesome. This is so pertinent for this conversation. Thank you, Kyle, Kevin.
My last name's Kendall, but Kevin sounds like a cooler name.
There you go. Okay, it's all good. It's just the.
Also, I feel like Zachariah posting that was like meant for me to find it, because I live in Oregon and they found one in Oregon, so like I am gonna go see that. Like that's when I have like the capabilities, I'm definitely gonna go.
What are you talking about now?
The Sri Yantra.
Oh, yeah. Left right as soon as I was about to hit town.
Dude, Zachariah, your energy gets so high, it's awesome, dude. It like goes past the electronics frequency.
Thank you. You know how we were talking about draining batteries?
Yeah.
Well, that's what happened last time. My phone died in my hand, so I had to plug it in. It just went completely sucked all the battery out.
Dude, Kyle, you're freaking awesome. We love
Thanks.
you.
Kyle is
awesome,
here.
Man.
How did we meet, by the way? Didn't you just send me a random request?
Yeah, because I kept hearing your first name in my head. Like, I kept hearing Zachariah Sitchin, and I later found out that he is like a guy who worked on like finding the records to Atlantis, and how he thought that they were under like the Sphinx or whatever, but I just kept hearing that name, Zachariah, in my head, and I was like, I found your videos on YouTube, and I was like, I want to add this guy, because I want to try to talk to him.
That's dope. You know, you're the 5th person that said they've heard my name in their head, or that I appeared to them in a dream or something before they even knew I existed.
Yeah, it was weird. Like, I just kept hearing your name, and then I was like, wow, it's a weird coincidence that, like, I found a video of somebody whose same name as Zachariah. I was like, wow.
Spelled completely differently, though. Yeah, that's awesome. That is awesome. Sheer, hi, how are you?
מה נשמע? How's it going, guys?
It's great.
Good.
What are
What's
you
up, Sheer?
Indigo?
Hey, man.
337 Sheer?
Hello.
Sheer? Is that how
My
you say
phone
it?
turned off at
Yeah.
3:33 is exact time.
Is that how you say it? Sheer?
You're still in the conversation, huh?
Yeah, great to connect.
When
Sheer.
did you start? Hmm?
Huh?
When did you start the conversation?
9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Ah, damn.
Yeah, we've been talking for a while. There's great souls here. The conversation just never ends.
There's a lot of
that's
energy.
nice.
Yeah.
It keeps flowing forever. We could probably do this for like 3 days.
Awesome.
Don't tempt us.
Hop in.
Yeah.
Anyone's still here? Nice to see that people came. And I have to go soon. So, hi.
Hello.
Thank
you for coming.
Why don't you
Ah.
introduce yourself, Sheer?
Okay. I'm Shir, I'm from Israel, and I met
Shalom.
Zechariah like...
Shalom.
שלום. מה קורה, אחי?
I think that's
Well, I actually met Zechariah like a month ago through Hukulu videos. I saw one of the videos where they interview him, and I had a couple of sessions with him. It was very intriguing, very, very productive. He's a wonderful human being. And I actually had a dream yesterday. Did you summon me astrally?
I was talking to you astrally.
Awesome.
Because I do remember you from the dream. I remember some people.
Yeah, I
don't
was
think
trying
they're
to
here.
talk to you, to contact you, because I couldn't through Facebook for some reason.
Well, I did saw you, so
That's awesome.
yeah, that worked. And I don't know, I just entered Facebook for a couple of minutes. I thought that maybe it's still going on. I had a feeling.
Good, your intuition is strong.
Yeah, a lot of things are happening right now.
What are you drawing, Jordan?
Hmm?
No, I was just asking Jordan what he was doodling. Or what
It's the same thing. I don't know if I guess you weren't there when we started it.
No, I wasn't. Oh, that is fucking awesome. Excuse my
What is-
language.
I don't know. Just every piece just draws me to different places.
Nice.
And are those like downloads that come to you?
Yeah, these were long periods of 3D space-time reality, and trying to put that down into words and drawing, you know.
Hmm. I can't do that. I could. I haven't applied myself yet.
I know that's the point. That's the trick is taking all this information and trying to like a fine point chisel, you know.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not the best artist either, so.
It's a honed skill. Mastery of this life, you know. Each and every single situation that we are faced with, we have the option to choose. Do we want the good or the bad, you know? Do we want the light or the dark, you know? Or is this going to help other people, or is this going to be I like to think of positive and negative as like literally that, like magnets, you know? Are we unifying together, or are we trying to separate, you know? Unify.
With all the higher level information, it becomes easier for us to find unification. With all the higher level information, it becomes easier for us to find unification. Unification is a manifestation of our heart's creation. It's the foundation of all loving creations.
Yeah, dude.
You got the rhymes for days.
Yep. Because I got the haze. That's what my soul says.
I just went and watched Project Almanac with my girlfriend, and that movie was awesome. But like at the end of it, it like kind of hit hard for me because there was this point where he basically is erasing himself from like existence, like the person he had become. What? Yeah, I'm sorry. So the person he had become, he basically is like willingly erasing all of that, and that made me think of, I was talking to Zachariah about, like, when you die, like, do you just fractal off, or do you become part of, like, some sort of hive mind or something? And I don't know, it was just really weird.
I mean, we are made up of the oversoul. It goes oversoul, individual soul, higher minds, imagination layer, then collective consciousness, individual consciousness, emotions, no, belief definitions, yeah, emotions, belief definitions, and then thoughts. So that's how we organize our physical construct with, on top of that, the the interdimensional matrices of the soul complex, I guess you'd say.
Nice.
I don't know, the reason it was like so powerful when I saw that part though is because like willingly like to just give up all that you are for the greater good. I don't know. It was just.
Is that a risk that you're willing to take? I mean, are you willing to give it up for the greater good?
Maybe that's why it was so powerful for me, because like at some level I am, like, I know that if it came down to it that I would, but there's still like the fear of losing all that I've became. You know what I mean?
Everything.
Like everything that you hold dear and everything that you like know.
Everything. But the thing is that the treasure that awaits is something that you literally cannot imagine.
Yeah.
So you've got nothing to base it on.
Yeah.
I actually had a taste of 4D from a dream within a dream, and it was crazy. It's like nothing that you ever felt in 3D. I can't even recall it. It was so powerful. Okay, well, I have to go now. It was nice to see you, nice to meet you. Hopefully...
Nice to meet you too.
Sheer. Sheer?
Sheer.
Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Sheer. Great to
Sheer.
connect, Sheer. Much love.
Be semi-routinely.
A share to
Hopefully
the
we'll
next
do it
one of these next week.
Yeah?
Mhm.
Yes,
Do it
another
in
time.
in a normal hour if you can.
Yeah.
Because for me
Normal
it was
for you
4
or
in
normal
the
for
morning
us?
when you
It's
started.
3:45 a.m. We're in the energy. It's okay. Have a great evening, Sheer.
Great morning. Yeah, but I actually have some announcements, so I will save it to the next conversation. But it was very, very, very amazing to meet you all. Nice to see new faces. And I will see more of you. Bye all.
Right.
Bye, Zechariah.
Bye.
Zechariah, you still owe me a conversation.
Yes, I know.
We're never in sync.
I'll be free today.
Yeah?
Mhm.
Will you be awake after this?
Yes.
Well, I'll talk to you in the evening. Tell me how you feel, if you feel up to it.
Okay. I will.
Bye, much love.
Much love.
Bye.
I really wish my computer would function properly and not kick me off.
All night.
Yeah.
We'll fix it. We'll get the hang of it.
Whoa, I just saw orb fly past my face.
Yeah, I was seeing it in a few other people. Well, and his camera goes out when the orb comes. Hey, maybe that's the secret. He's gone, and the orb came, like he said, right in that moment. So
I would often see these things, they're like little tiny. I mean, they're orbs, but they're purple, blue, things like that. They're the actual inner. I gotta put the word to it. But you see, the reason that everything's blue is because that's the imagination layer. At least as I'm imagining it.
All right, I can explain it to you. You ready? All right. Sorry to cut you off. Okay. Orbs are the actual creation and the physical manifestation of what happens when us light workers project our consciousness into a reality. Now, look at this from other fifth-dimensional beings that are creating and connecting their consciousness from a remote viewing level into this reality. That's where you see the orbs. So we can do this, other beings can do this, and it all creates that same Archangel's orbs. Are a much different color, and it's very powerful, and you can almost feel that, But light workers have the orbs, like there's different, it's awesome, dude.
So I have a question. How do you know you have a soul?
All I gotta say to that is everything in existence exists because it is in existence.
Otherwise,
if something wasn't supposed to exist, it would not exist. Because everything in existence exists.
But even the things that non-existent exist.
So if there is an existence, it's a purpose for it. So that's the soul. The soul is the purpose of your existence. Simply put.
But how do you differentiate from conscious and soul?
Basically, it's like a masculine-feminine vibrational connection. Your soul is a masculine. You're a star. When you connect your soul, it's your father spirit, right? Well, your mother spirit is the earth. So your lower chakras are the mother, the feminine. So you have both sides of this polarity. And connecting to both of those, you find the center in the heart, which is the creation, even when you're a baby, of the electromagnetic field that permeates through all of existence.
I mean, that's one of the major things that I've been trying to discuss with people and stuff like that, is that everything is a co-creation. Nothing is an individual action in and of itself, down to the individual birth itself. Now, granted, there are other universes, other parallel realities that may not have the same similar structure that we do, but for all intents and cohesions, that is a co-creative effort. Like the yin-yang. You can't have the dark without the light. The light, every time you enter the darkness, is that there's always a little speck at the light. Bring that back out in the light.
That's what I was talking about earlier, liking to feel pain, because when you learn to enjoy the pain, then you learn to enjoy, the health that you have later on more.
Yeah, so this is something I brought up earlier when I told everybody, let pain free you from everything you don't need. Meaning, enjoy and appreciate what pain actually brings, because your higher self, your future self, the divine part of yourself, actually gives you pain to release things that you don't need.
I feel like without pain, then there's no learning, because then you have no drive to want to do better.
No, we don't need pain anymore. I just want
to
let that set in. We don't need pain. Pain isn't a necessary mechanism, despite the
pain body.
With fear-based belief systems, is that they've got an inbuilt mechanism that says, I gotta perpetuate myself, as opposed to any true belief definition will allow itself to, if there's a greater truth, then but there is no greater truth than truth. So.
Alright, so Kyle, dude, this is you have this energy where, I don't know how to explain it, you have this ultimate level of knowing, but you're so gentle with the way that you send your energy. So, let's hear some fiercity, tell us, what's up, what are you feeling? You said pain is the power that fuels, like this is something I just watch as a synchronicity for me, where one of the artists like that I really like, Pink, it's not really, I don't want to go too deep into it, but she said pain is a fuel that helps her art, and this is a part of us. So I said this earlier in our conversation, I don't want to go too deep into it, but you have to feel just as much pain as you can feel love. If not, you're unbalanced polarity. You're all dark, all pain, or you're all light, all joy. So it's like you have to balance both of those.
I mean, that's one of the things, is going through the confusion of it all. Going through the transition between the dark and the light. You know what I'm saying? Like having those 3D space-time experiences is something that you just can't have on other dimensions. Because it's all instantaneous.
Recently, like, I've been going through, like, a spiritual change. Like, it started, like, a long time ago, like, slowly, and then, like, I used to do, like, a lot of drugs back when I was younger, and it started, like, back then, but, like, I stopped doing those so I could, like, actually progress towards, like, a career, and, like, once I stopped, I started having more and more, like, revelations, and I used to, like, never be able to cry. Like, I would just always tell my friends, like, I just can't cry. I have nothing to cry about. Like, I have no clue why I can't, even though, like, things will get terrible and I just can't cry. And recently, like, maybe a week ago, I had this feeling that, like I had forgot something, and then I listened to this song, and then it made me remember this, like, the first person that I actually, like, ever fell in love with, to, like, that they were just, like, my best friend, and, like, the only person I actually had. It was, like, an internet friend, but still, like, I would just come home from school and talk to her, like, every single day, and I just, like, actually cried, because I was like, I made such a developed relationship with this person, and then, like, it was just cut off somewhere, and I don't even remember where, and, like, I just remembered, like, a pain that I had never actually got to feel, because, like, somewhere that, like, emotion to that person was, like, just instantaneously, like, cut off, and I don't know what happened.
Yeah, so it's like the emotion is the feminine, like the feeling, and then the masculine is the thought. So both sides balance out, Go ahead, Zachariah. I'm with you.
No,
I feel your
it's
energy.
okay.
No. I felt that energy you were going at, like.
No, it's okay. Every time I talk, it boots me off, so I'm just gonna observe.
No. This is a good time to go into the lesson and to say, like, I would get so excited, I'd be like, ah! And then things would freeze up. But it was my lesson, and you're having a similar thing, so go for it. Like, speak, and then if you feel the energy, like, it takes time, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I went through that phase for about 6 months. I would talk on the phone and be like, shoot, I'd drop a call. Like, I got too passionate. It was weird. Anyways.
Yeah, it's been going on with me for like 3 months now. Maybe a little more. But I was going to say, the masculine is the action energy, the logic, while the feminine is implosive force, it's thought. It's thought in a different way, because thought you put action to is male. Thought that you just feel and you observe is feminine. And I was going to go somewhere else with that, but it escaped my mind because we started talking about something else.
My bad.
Oh, it was about balancing that duality. I noticed that a really big key in my life has been balance. I've just had a pet peeve with balancing everything. And I've noticed upon meeting another Andromedan starseed, you're also very passionate about balance. Very, very
Yeah.
passionate, just like I am.
Yeah. Our galaxies are going to connect. Like, the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy are going to connect.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm from the galactic consciousness of there. So it's like, it's going to happen in millions of years, but I don't know why I'm here so early. That's a funny, like, joke, I can tell you. Like,
Maybe it won't be millions of years.
Maybe
supposed
it'll
to
be just millions of years to us humans, but in reality, it'll be like that.
Are they that, as a universe, that prepared? I come here this early and like, I'm not gonna. We're like the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy are not gonna connect for like. Anyways, yeah. So.
Like, my perception of time is absolutely terrible. Like,
Same.
once I like started doing drugs and stuff, like my time was just like so much longer. The days just seemed like months, and then like they're slowly starting to feel like normal days. They were never normal days. Like, one day was like a week or something, and I was just like, what's today? I have no clue. I don't even know what time it is. Like, I didn't have any things to do besides school, so like I literally, that was like how I kept time. Like, school was the clock for me. Like, oh, I'm out of school, it must be 3 o'clock then.
Wow. No, I've never had time or spatial awareness.
Time is just a mechanism to keep you in
Yeah.
watching that clock, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always had my own sense of time, and my mom's hated it. She's always said that, what? She had a phrase, but I can't remember it now. It's not important. But, when I was younger, I used to be able to speed up my own perception of time, and now I can't. I just don't.
It's that all these definitions that we've been born into, we're going to use those definitions but then grow out and develop our own.
Like, my whole life,
Especially like time-wise.
my whole life, everybody's just been like super angry at me for like, we're gonna be late for this, we're gonna be late for that, blah blah blah, and I'm just like, it really doesn't matter. Like, we're gonna get
It's
there.
all here and now. It's all here and now.
Yeah.
We'll be there. Like, we don't have to get all frustrated and stuff about it. Like, I'll be ready when I'm ready, and then we'll be there, and I'll be ready, and I'll be there.
Yeah, well said.
Amen, brother. Living in the now is our soul's sacred vow.
But, you know, I mean,
My
that's
cat's a squirrel.
the thing is that all these like, it's like going down sorry, your traffic jam has been preordained. You guys organized this beforehand, and then you wake up in 3D reality.
Yes.
But you guys quantumly entangled that all to happen. It could have been anything, you know? It could have been any amalgamation of souls. Instead, it was that particular infrastructure.
Oh, good.
Gotta get that lactic acid out.
Oh, I did an amazing Hatha yoga session earlier today, and I have felt great since. Like, I haven't smoked cannabis or done any sort of drug in a few days, and the only thing I do is cannabis. And it felt like I had smoked a whole ounce to myself. It was amazing.
What do you feel like weed does to like the soul connection with the body? Do you feel like it hinders it, or do you feel like it amplifies it?
In over excessive use, I view that it can hinder the body because we can become dependent on it. However, in moderate use, it can actually be used as a very beneficial tool for not only spiritual development, but intellectual development and physical development. Because we do have an endocannabinoid system within our body that is specifically made just to react with THC, CBD, THCV.
So guys, I want to post something from Teal Scott that she's talking the same exact thing that Zachariah is talking about. And I don't mean to interrupt, but like I want you to keep going this, but it's like when you are a higher vibration from the actual 2D plant and you come down, it like gives you anxiety. But when you come up, it gives you elation. So it's just about your vibration connecting to that spirit, and like
As I said before.
When I grew my own, I would meditate next to them, and I wouldn't need to smoke. I'd get just as the same feeling, and if not more.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
The imagination layer, which links between the physical self and the higher self, and that's what cannabis is. Is that mesh between the two. Not saying that's the only thing, but it's a powerful tool that you perfectly utilize will be able to assist with that merging between the two, the higher self and the lower self. But then again, it's always a gateway. It's a gateway, so to speak. If you're able to produce those vibrations within yourself naturally, then it is no longer required or no longer necessary at all.
Which is what I've been able to do quite recently. I've cut down on my usage of cannabis, and whenever I'm happy or whenever I meditate or I'm just in a higher vibratory state, it feels the same.
Right.
All this flashing behind me is really, like, not doing the trick.
And LSD. I took LSD once on my birthday this year. Well, technically last year, because it was in December. And ever since then, all I have to do is tell myself I now release all egoic barriers and I connect back to the same state that I was. And then boom, I'm there again.
I have not done LSD before. It was one of my like bucket list drugs, but then I was just like DXM had just taken everything that I had ever needed and just like shown me like my higher spiritual self.
LSD brought me to Africa, and I was a shaman.
This is being put out like live, so everything's cool.
Oh, I forgot about that. I should probably,
It's all good, bro. I'm just saying. Whatever. Like, I smoked weed on here. I don't care.
Yeah, there's got to be a point where we can, take our own rights for our own selves. As a sovereign individual adult, we should be able to do exactly what we need to do.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't harm anybody, as long as I'm not going out of my way,
Yeah.
I'll be at peace.
if only the rest of the world thought like that.
We're creating a new world.
We are. We are.
I love to connect with you guys' world. Thank you.
Aho.
Aho.
I can link this to you guys. Just because he just showed this. Yeah, you guys can see this one.
So Kyle, what's up, brother?
Check this out.
Kicking it and shit. What about you, Beard?
Look at this
Beard
artist.
guy.
Is your actual name Indigo, or is it Jack?
It's Jack, but Indigo Jack is my YouTube.
What are you
But
supposed to right now?
it's all good.
Jack,
What's up, bro?
what ray do you feel that I am from?
Let me connect. Can I have permission to connect to your energy?
Yeah, hold on. Let my cat move. Okay, yes. I couldn't see you.
Do I have permission to connect to your energy, brother?
Yes, I give you full permission. Not that you need it, but that's okay.
Is he gonna? I can see it.
Whoa. I don't even know what to say right now. I think I need to private message you. I don't think I can say this like live.
That's okay.
Whoa.
It's okay. Oh, you're tickling me.
Sorry. No, I feel it's like Okay. That was maybe you shouldn't do that on like a live stream or something. I don't know where I'm at right now. Okay. How can I say this from my heart publicly? Okay, like you have this silver, like turquoise energy. It's like silver and turquoise together. It's like, this is my silver rose quartz.
Mm-hmm.
I programmed this crystal like my heart, but like, it's like you have this silver turquoise. Like, I don't even know how to explain this. I can't. That's all I'm gonna say for public. If you want to go deeper, we'll talk.
Silver and purple.
Yes,
Oh my
I do.
gosh.
I really do.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say, Jordan?
Silver and purple. I mean, we gotta find a word for it, you know?
Yeah.
Slurple.
Slurple. I'm glad you picked up on the purple. Everybody always picks up on purple. The strongest color in my aura is indigo and purple. But, wow, the silver. I didn't think you guys would... Well, I shouldn't have made expectations. That's my fault.
No worries, man. Kyle, what's up, brother? What do you feel?
What do you feel like my spiritual color is? I asked Zachariah, and he said basically.
Oh, I get a headache. I can't go in. No, I'm good. I'm done. Like,
okay.
But anyways,
Negative.
sorry. What do you feel about other people? Like, you have abilities locked inside of you, brother. I can see this, and I can feel it.
Very
What do you
powerful.
mean?
I can feel that you have this energy inside of you to, like, be able to do, like, reading energies and all this stuff.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like, the guy I used to buy weed from, like, all the time, like, I thought we were friends for, like, a while, but then I was just like, no, this guy just sells me weed. Like, he comes over for a little bit, and then, like, I could just start, like, reading his, like, emotions and stuff, and all the people around me, ever since I quit, like, smoking weed, I have just been like way more sensitive to what they feel, because like it like affects me like more than I feel like it affects them, because like I'm like a blank piece of paper and they have like a specific like marker color or whatever, and whenever they like walk past me I can just like feel like they just like scribbled all over me that color.
Yeah, and then you start to learn through that process the clearing stages of whatever they scribbled. You know what I'm saying?
That's hard.
To like clear that. No. I want to share with you like the things that I've just recently learned. I'm feeling a lot what you're saying is Himalayan pink salt is a bath. Like put it in the hot water and like get that stuff to dissolve over there. Well, I mean, as a light thing, yeah, you can lick it. That's freaking one of our friends, Michelle, that we like. She licks the salt lamp. She told me to lick it, and I went to lick my salt lamp, and I'm like, yeah, and it had a lot of dust, and she goes, I forgot to tell you to clean it. But anyway, still,
she did that on purpose.
I know, she was laughing. She's so cute. Anyway, so like, the thing was, it's like the energy of that, you know, licking the truth.
Lick that truth, baby.
That's where I'm gonna sum it up.
We're gonna call this podcast The Lick of Truth.
Nice.
No, The Lick of Destiny.
Jordan, dude, we miss you so much. Are you there?
Here I'm coasting. Just chilling.
Alright.
I've been thinking a lot about like the Violet Flame and the Sacred Heart and things like that. You know, I mean, that's just one of the major things is bringing that threefold flame wisdom down into the physical outer manifestation. I mean, I've been dealing a lot with the few like outer realities trying to set their ways or whatever, which it made sense from like if I were to look at it from like a linear perspective.
the Kingdom of Solomon. What resonance does that have? That just popped into my head.
Nice.
Looking at you, Jordan, the Kingdom of Solomon.
Kyle, tell us, what is it? Oh, serpents?
Yeah.
Does that
It's like,
resonate with you?
it's a temple. It's a temple.
I see something that came from Jordan. That pink is the heart. I'm wearing this on my, like, pinky. The temple. The different frequencies of what he's talking about.
Maybe that could be it. I don't know. I was just looking at Jordan, and then it said exactly the Kingdom of Solomon, and then I heard is within, and then it just kind of faded out.
The divine vessel.
One of the things that I've heard is that King Solomon was like the pre-incarnation of like Jesus Christ or whatever. And with the Christ consciousness being in like all of us or whatever, that could be like another.
That's a great iteration or interpretation.
Yeah. Yeah, so look at like the Jewish people with Jesus, like, and they said, "Oh, the King of David was, you know, like the perception that they had at that time, right? Was it the King of David? Right? Wasn't it, Zechariah?"
I can't tell you. I don't know enough about the Torah. I don't
But
remember
anyways.
a lot of it.
But anyways, it's like the perception we have of these higher beings is all our own perception. And what we create is our own reality. And that's cool. Like, everybody's sharing their own realities, co-creating. And we're co-creating this together.
Well said.
I mean, that's been one of the most important distinctions to make is between, you know, the instructor and the instructee, you know? Higher mind versus lower self, you know? And where we don't see it is within, like some of the Egyptian, what is it, you see all the gods and stuff like that. It's like, these weren't gods, these were just people, you know? They were people just like us, you know?
Incarnated. Amen.
Well, I have memories of being a light being during the time of Egypt, existing in multiple planes, but assisting in the construction of the pyramids. Not just on Earth, also in Sirius, because that's a being that I was. I was a Syrian. And we are constructing pyramid complexes on both Sirius A, B, and on Earth.
Do you think that the records of Atlantis are under the Sphinx on the Earth or the Sphinx on a different planet? Oh, everybody's muted.
I mean, definitely. I mean, you know, definitely going with it's in the Akash, that's for sure. You know, the living library of everything. But as for a physical location, as yet to be determined.
One of like the things that I've like put together, or at least that I feel like I've put together, is that the asteroid belt around, what is it, Saturn, was one of the planets that was like at war or whatever, and like when that planet was destroyed, that the Anunnaki or whatever, or maybe not the Anunnaki, but they came to Earth during that time. Do you guys have anything to like add to that so I can like put these like events in my head like in a line?
With Nibiru, Planet X, Maldek.
Well, I don't know if it was those specific ones, because isn't Nibiru like a planet that is passing by? Or like has passed
Yeah, the
by?
current asteroid belt is because of destruction of Maldek.
Maldek. Yes.
As well as it's kind of like Mars.
Mars
We
2.0.
just got into big scuffles. And nuclear war is the major one. Is that you can't have nuclear war because it destroyed their planet as we see.
You got muted.
So think about it. Think about it like you know, the Lilith creation of the very beginning of reality. They said that Eve did not work out, or Lilith was the beginning, masculine and feminine, right? So then, like, you know, Lilith would not obey man, right? Lilith was from the earth, so it's like Maldek was an ancient civilization that was actually created in the most divine, beautiful, feminine way. It's like it was a divine, feminine reality, and like they actually signed over their reality to some higher level masculine beings that destroyed their entire planet. They didn't know it. They weren't aware of it, but it destroyed the entire civilization of that divine feminine reality. It was so perfectly beautiful, and that's now the asteroid belt. That's now the asteroid belt. Whoa, dude.
Jordan, you sound like you got a stoma right now.
Dude, you're like really. The sound is like.
Static.
Whoa!
It's like you got one of those like box things. Robot dog, beep boop. So it like confuses me. Why was Lilith like this like mish of animals? Like basically, because what I've heard is that I don't even know what animal she is, but the best way to describe her is like she was a chimera basically. But why was she Adam's first wife if she was not like human?
No, she was. She had the same exact mind as man. Man has like the mind of Earth, right? But like the female energy, because since Earth is female, the energy of Lilith was not like it was like she did not accept the masculine male energy. So what happened is they, instead of like taking it from two opposite things, they actually cut and split the polarity of the hemispheres of the brain. You see how you have a left and right hemisphere in your brain? That's the splitting, okay? So the feminine energy comes from a planet that got destroyed, right? But they brought, the Palladians actually brought the moon from that planet that got destroyed, Maldek, here on Earth, and that's the moon. So the moon connects to the feminine's minds are the moon, and the moon changes the seas, which is the emotion of the Earth. So the water is your sacral, so it's a connection to emotion. So when the moon moves that, it's a part of the whole like period thing, and it's like the whole situation overlaid, you know.
Uh
huh.
I don't know. So much to process.
Kyle, what's up, brother?
What do you mean?
What's up, man? Tell me.
What's wrong, Sitting Indigo?
Jordan, what's up, brother?
I've been coasting in the Violet Flame.
I love it.
It's been like, I mean, that's one thing I would just want to like try to do is just take somebody who has no idea of what the Violet Flame is and teach them everything to know about the Violet Flame right in that moment.
Go ahead. I'm a blank slate.
Oh, no shit. The Violet Flame is a transmutation tool. It's a purifying tool. It's located right here. And it purifies anything that is not perfection into purity and perfection of God. divine creator, all that is. And so, I mean, that's just a powerful, powerful tool. And I mean, the thought form itself is very easy to visualize. You've got the violet, you got fire, and you turn it purple. And with that, it broadcasts a particular hue, particular spectrum, particular effect on consciousness that creates what is the violet flame.
Can I do like a invocation thing from Saint Germain? I am the violet fire. I am the purity that God desires. I am the violet fire. I am the purity that God desires. I am the violet fire. I am the purity that God desires. I am the violet fire.
I am
the purity that God desires. Yeah, dude. You feel that? It's okay. Everybody can be who they are. It's like, we are what we are. We're good.
Yeah, cause like I've always wanted to make beats, do some like heavy like industrial shit, but I just gotta make sure it's like on point. You know, I gotta be like professional with it. You know, I can't do some janky shit. Like, that's gotta be some real. You know, and some like some spiritual new age like, you know, funk pop.
Yeah, dude. Like the guy earlier, the producer guy, was like playing music, and I was singing. Like, I just like felt your energy. You're like, wow, you're feeling the whole vibe of the whole frequency. Like everybody's kind of meshing, and like you're the moderator. You're the person that was like creating the whole overlay, right? Like, very cool. So, awesome.
We gotta get some of these guys.
Yep. You're muted, bro. We can't hear you.
I don't know if you guys saw it. Shared this link for the
Zachariah. Oh, sorry.
You guys
Go
see
ahead.
that?
I didn't mean to.
It just was kind of came up. I figure you guys might enjoy that.
I don't got an Instagram, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is that, I don't have any specific, like,
Dude,
like, any specific being that it's, like, representing, or is it just, like, a drawing?
I mean, he does all sorts of different work.
Oh, I thought you were the one who drew that.
Oh, hell no. Not yet. The only reason is just because I don't have the fine-tuning of it. You know, I just haven't spent enough time to master it in this lifetime. Yeah, so it was way more relevant at another point, but I just wanted to bring it to his attention just in case, then it never got slipped.
This has been awesome.
I'm starting to get sleepy, so I'll probably head out in a couple minutes. But I will definitely be online for the next one next week.
For sure. Let's have a group as opposed to an event. That way everything can be a little bit more free structured.
Yeah. Deal.
No, these colorful guys are getting rained on.
No.
Let's get some purple rain.
Purple rain.
Look out! There's fire everywhere. Oh, it's the violet flame right here, right?
The violet flame of Saint Germain. It's his claim to fame. The white light will make you bright.
So, who started the group? Was it you, Jack, or Jordan?
Zach,
It
really?
was, yeah. It was like, it was basically, it's like a page. Like I think it was actually came from like Ashley's wall, and we're all like, dude, let's create a group where we all connect. I don't even know, right? What do you think, Jordan? Is that where it came
I
from?
saw
Where did
it,
this even come from?
that big
Ashley's page.
everybody's talking about.
What is it?
There's just one post, really. I mean,
Yeah, same thing.
It just grabbed a bunch of traffic.
Yep.
I don't know if he's in. Are you here, Zach?
Zach, what's
To
up,
hear
bro?
To hear the credit there.
Oh, I messed up.
Hello?
Oh. What? How are you making yours all square, cheater? How are you doing this? Whoops, my eye came out wrong, so I'm gonna make my guy angry. Blue brows.
So, what did I miss?
We're drawing faces now, with glasses on them.
Intriguing.
I'm gonna give my guy a brown tooth, because that's how he rolls. Oh, I guess this isn't brown, it looks like it's pink.
Whoa, hold on. That's awesome.
Are we all just that tired?
Not even. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You guys?
I thought we were playing Scoot and Doodle.
Green hair. Oh yeah, let's give him a green dimple.
I love the feathers in your hair, Jack. It's really awesome.
It's for real, dude.
No,
He's
that's really
sitting indigo.
synchronistic because
Spirit gave me these.
that's funny because every time I go outside, Spirit gives me feathers. Normally black or white, but if it's a really powerful day, it'll be striped.
Wait a minute. Hold on with those little dudes. I got a great idea.
You know, I wish I could see all of this.
I know. Somebody has to put their screen. Like, broadcast your screen, Jordan. And we'll all see this.
Let me try to do it.
Broadcast it.
I got this.
Oh, here he goes, Kyle. Kyle, I guess you gotta talk and to keep it up, right? Or it'll just play.
What? No, no, no. No square right there.
Oh, hey, I can see it. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, now I can again. What the heck? That reminds me of the game Drawn to Life. That is a maniacal laugh.
You landed on the X. Good job.
What is in between his legs?
That's a dude chilling in the root chakra. You're like right there ready.
You guys know this is live on air, right?
Oh, it's the root chakra going through the guy going like, yeah, what up? This is live. This is awesome.
Oh, I thought those were his eyes. Those are nipples. Oh my god, no.
Yep, those are nipples.
Cosmic energy, though.
No! Is that balls? Come on, who put that? Like, come on. It was the energy from the top of the radio receiver. Whoa, come on. I'm gonna, like, mess with this. Like, are you serious?
Wow, dude. What the hell? The four chambers of the inner heart.
Oh.
What battery is my phone at? That's probably important. Yeah, I have to use my phone because my computer just shit the bed.
These characters are what? It's kind of like the Facebook stickies, you know?
Yeah, those Eskimo things.
Puchan. Or wait, Pushin.
Yeah, I haven't used them enough to memorize the name.
Pushin's the cat. That's why I know.
Oh.
Those nipples, though.
They're taking a knee.
Give that kitty some nipples.
Speaking of cats, would you guys mind sending my cat some love? I walked into my brother's room because I felt a disturbance in energy, and there's nobody in there. And I find my cat covered in blood, just kind of sitting there.
What?
Yeah, his face is all fucked up. I guess he got in a fight and he was hiding. So I gave him a Reiki treatment. He let me. And then we had a conversation, and now he went back to sleep, but his face is all fucked up.
Poor kitty. I will send my loves.
He's a lion, though. What the hell? It almost looked like that dude was tracking through dimensions, the way you guys were doing it for a second.
This is funny.
This is amusing.
This conversation has devolved
into a
yes, it has.
Da 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 da. Do 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 do.
So about them flying saucers. No commentary from the Pity Gallery.
I've never seen one.
Flying saucers. I have channeled one into my reality when I was with the Native Americans at a spiritual conference in Iowa. Yeah.
The Native Americans of Iowa.
Native American spiritual conference from the Lakota tribes. They came to Iowa, They're actually
and they
from the
showed up in the sky in broad daylight?
No. They're from Cahokia Mountains, but they actually like had a conference, and in that conference, I meditated to get to the level of my Andromedan Soul Brothers, and they actually had a ship. They came down. I showed multiple people, and they saw it physically.
Wow. I did that with my sister in my backyard. I channeled the Pleiadian craft so she would believe me that I wasn't insane.
Yeah.
Yours is a lot more epic of a story.
It's all good, brother. There's no competition. We're all on different levels, dealing with different devils. We're here to do God's work for the highest love of humanity.
You're right, but your story's still epic.
Thank you, brother.
You guys really are just that bored.
I really think we are.
Hey, I'm hanging in. I'm hanging in there.
What are you watching? Was that How I Met Your Mother?
No, this is like professional League of Legends. I try to watch like every English broadcast they do so that I can like learn from it and like just try to like catch, you know, stuff.
I'm getting into that game pretty recently. I had a friend who was into it like a year ago. I had no fucking clue. Like, I mean, I just couldn't give a shit. What's going on?
I can't figure out if you're eating something or if that's your thumb you're munching on.
That's my. I've been eating Sour Patch Kids all night. But yeah, I've been getting into League of Legends recently.
I'll add you if you want.
I'm watching you, dude. I'm sorry. That's why. I was like, what's going on? I'm watching Kyle.
Dude, it's awesome.
Oh,
Well, it reminded me of Warcraft 3.
Oh my god, that I just recently started playing that again, and that was the first game that I ever had like just played consistently all day and shit. Like that was like my first love for video games.
These new conversations really show how human we are. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like we can go from talking about universal concepts to League of Legends.
Yeah. Well, also the groups dropped like to a fourth of what it was.
So I would say, like, I would have to say right now that 444 from my time, I think we should close this conversation.
Yes, we should. I'm going to snuggle up to my Native American flute and play something to go to sleep. And thank you, everyone.
Hold on. I'm getting it up there. The goodbye.
Oh, next time we do this, I want to do a like a meditation session.
Yeah, beforehand to kind of bring in the energies.
Yeah, to get us started bringing the energies and everything.
You guys want to end with one?
Yeah.
That's up to you guys. I'm all for it.
I think I can do it. Let's do it.
Who wants to end it?
We just give thanks.
I'm like,
to
got
all that
tears in my
was.
eyes.
To all that have been participating, not only that we may physically know, but also in the etherics. We give our thanks, our sacred warm welcome, the threefold flame burning bright, and may it forever bless and encircle us in our auras, in every single step that we take, in every single action that is manifest. May we have protection as we progress forward. Until next time.
Yes.
Thank you.
I would like to thank the celestial forces that have brought us together, because Otherwise, I would not have known you guys, and you're very wonderful people, and I enjoy our conversations.
Thank you. I give thanks to all that I have, to the wonderful connections that I have made in this group and outside of this group. And I give thanks to just the infinite abundance and gratitude that I am feeling every day. I love you. Anate talakala tulu etaloto eke innalahayate innotuluko wanala hineket kotkela takaloto hotekela dolum bolom Innalo. Thank you.
Yes.
I honor you. I see you and I respect you.
Namaste.
What's up, guys? Everybody have a great evening.
You too. Namaste. And private
you.
message
Guys,
me,
later.
Jack.
All right. Good night.
Later.
Good night.